Well, it looks like we've already started this morning and looking for some assistance. But anyway, no, it's all going very well. And this is the first race of the day. Caught me unawares, the women's under 16 scull. The first of the heats, and we have the lineup there. It's Sam Prognon, I think, from Nepean, Don from Tara, Page from Sydney, Armitage from UTS, and then Cornish from Newcastle, and is it Mortensen, I think, from PLC Sydney, Emily Duncan, and then Coterera from Nepean. That's the field coming up today. Let's see who goes through. It'll be 1, 2, 3 and 4 moving through to the final of the women's under 16 single scull. And the remainder are eliminated. Not a good word to use in this day and age, but the remainder are eliminated. Well, let's see how they fare coming up to the finish. A bright sun coming in through the windows here in the tower. And look, I think we're looking on the far side. This is going to be extremely close as they come through, and we're going to wait for the judges' decision on that. Too close to call, coming up over 500 metres. What a wonderful event. As you can see, the races all day are going to be very close together. I do have on the thing, I think, the first heat, 2:12.64 the time. And it goes, Dunt goes through, Katera's second, Armitage third, and Cornish fourth. We're now moving straight on to race number 2. That's heat 2 of the women's under 16 sculls. Well, with the glare on the water, suddenly got caught short. But anyway, look, full marks to the organisers of today's regatta and yesterday's. Just 1 minute, if you can bear with me. Races are 4 minutes apart, and not only are they 4 minutes apart, you've got all the fields full. Congratulations to Rowing New South Wales. In brief, without boring you, a fantastic arrangement and a great program. And here we're on to now race 2, the women's under 16 single sculls. This is heat 2. We have Mulca from Tara, we have Miller from Glebe, we have Reed Queenie from PLC, Sargent from Newcastle, Zukfar from Nepean, Fickers from Kirribilli, Murray from Penrith, and Bland from Drummoyne. They've covered well into the second half. How are you? Well, here we are. The boys have arrived, and we're just about to finish up that next event. I might be able to grab that on that. I'm not quite sure how the sound's coming out over the grandstand. Can you see it down there? Well, I got caught short. I saw the sun coming through the window. Go your hardest, fellas.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Barry. Sorry to leave you high and dry there. And as we come through race 2, the women's under 16 single heat 2, and it looks like it is going to be the sculler in lane 7 who's going to take this one out in the second race of the 500 metre racing today. And that's in a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And concluding that race, Michael, it looked like it was lane 7 taking that one out in a time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And that would be the sculler from Loretta Kirribilli, Elisa. So very well done there. And Michael, we've started the 500 metre races here today at Cirque, and it's the first of the 500, well, the only 500 metre races we get this year, and it is a great event, the 500 metre race. It's a really good bit of spectator rowing, these 500 metre ones, aren't they?
Well, that's right, Pete. It's something a bit different for our athletes who are usually accustomed to racing 1 kilometre or 2 kilometres on the Olympic course out here at Cirque. So it is a way to shake things up a bit and really does provide a good opportunity for those athletes who might not get a chance to practice their faster work, their starts. So it really is a great day out here ahead of us for the New South Wales Sprint Championships.
Yep, agreed, Michael. And I know you do get some unpredictable races here, and you see a lot of the time you get some unpredictable finishes throughout the day. So we'll see how that goes. And in this short lull in racing, I'd just like to reiterate the COVID reminders that we had in place yesterday, that are present today as well. And they're mainly that we would like you all to remain socially distant where possible. You should have all been given yellow bracelets, yellow armbands. Now those yellow armbands will be used to distinguish the athletes. So if you are an athlete, make sure you please put those yellow armbands on. It's not good enough to have them in your zudi because we can't see them. We don't know if you were spectators or athletes. And for spectators, please remain seated in the grandstand. It is a great day to watch some racing, so it's not a hard task to do. And as always, just adhere to protocol and make sure you're remaining 1.5 meters and just being COVID safe.
James joins Penrith, lane 4, Woods, Kinross Wallaroy 2, lane 5, Huber, Sydney 1, lane 6, Richardson, Kinross Wallaroy 1, lane 7. Okay, Scholars, just coming forward now, just looking across, making sure that you're together in a line. Just very light strokes, we're not racing yet. It's a good opportunity to get your boat aligned whilst we have a breeze coming. All good, keep coming forward. That's it, keep coming together to the line. Just very light rowing. Light rowing. Not racing yet.
And Pete, lining up on the course now, we have race 3, which is heat 1 of the women's under 17 singles scull.
That's it,
The
just light
progression in
strokes.
this
Just
race is
arms
that the
only now,
first
no more legs.
4 places
Just
through will go
arms
to the
only.
final, and the rest will be eliminated. In lane 2 from Newcastle Rowing
That's
Club,
it. Keep
Makushla
coming
Keats,
forward.
coached by John McLeod and Phoebe
Light
Sanders.
strokes.
In
Bit
lane
slow
3
there,
from
lane
Nepean,
4.
Sarah Barici, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from Penrith, Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Charlotte Toos Cutler.
Not too hard.
In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroy,
Everyone keep
Annabelle
rowing, arms
Woods,
only, just keep
coached
rowing,
by
keep rowing,
Andrew
keep
Gannon
rowing.
and Alexandra Cropley.
Keep rowing, that's it.
In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Huber, coached by Brendan Longman. And to round out our field in lane 7, from Kinross Wallaroy, Hannah Richardson, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley.
Yeah, Michael, and they're coming up to the line now. The line is the 500 metre mark, so for us in the grandstand, it is a good race to watch. We can see them from the start to the finish. Unfortunately, due to the glare, you can't see them as well now, but we will be able to soon. So as they line up, we'll see how well the starter can get them in alignment. With the headwind, it is quite difficult, and we can see on our screen there they're underway. And really, this 500 metre racing is just about getting out of the blocks quick.
That's right, Pete. And it's interesting, actually, how the starters, it's going to be a challenge for our starters today to get the athletes aligned properly. It is difficult sometimes when you don't have the starting blocks in situ. I suppose the starters are just going by line of sight. And when the wind picks up later on today, it'll be difficult with the wind blowing around to get athletes lined up straight and true for the rest of the course. But certainly at the moment, you would think the wind is fairly light at the minute, and so you wouldn't face too many issues in that regard.
Yeah, correct, Michael. And I think usually for the 2K races, they have held starts, and the lovely boat holders will be able to hold onto the stern of the boat before the start. But just really reiterating just how short these races are. This race number 3 now, the women's under 17 single, is coming up to the halfway mark of our 500 metre race. That's a 17:50, and that'll be pretty much outside the grandstand. So as they come through now, it is going to be a hard one to pick, but it looks like it's going to be the sculler there in, I believe that's going to be lane 3. Or lane 4, I apologise, and that would probably be the Penrith sculler out in front.
It's hard to tell at this
It
point.
is hard
isn't
to
it,
tell,
Pete?
and it looks like just out of the corner there, I stand corrected, it might be the Sydney sculler. But it's a tough one to call. Sydney or Kinross Wallaroy, I apologise. Kinross Wallaroy really digging in there, which is great. And it looks like the Penrith sculler might be coming in second place, perhaps to that Sydney rower. That'll be
Hannah Richardson from Kinross Wallaroy in the lead.
Yeah, so Kinross Wallaroy, and then that's a tight finish there for Sydney Rowing Club and Penrith Rowing Club. And it looks like Penrith Rowing Club just edging ahead, but for the minor placing, it's going to be Sydney Rowing Club, then Penrith Rowing Club. And 1, 2, and 3, we have Kinross Wallaroy, Sydney Rowing Club, Penrith Rowing Club.
Well, they're fast races, aren't they, Pete? It's an event where you've really got to keep the hands moving, and that was some pretty handy sculling on display from these under 17 women's scullers here. And I'm always impressed, Pete, when I come out to Cirque and see the squads that are down from Kinross Wallaroy and Orange. I always thought they're very well drilled, they're very technical. I remember I always feared coming up against the Kinross Wallaroy scullers back in my earlier days of junior rowing, back when I was at Leichhardt. They always produced formidable athletes with outstanding athletic capacity, and it's great to see them out here again today at the New South Wales Sprint Championships.
Yeah, Michael, I can definitely agree with you there. They, whenever I was racing them, they were always very, very difficult competitors, especially in these under 17 races. I don't know whether they're doing good ergs or what they're doing, but they're always quite hard.
They must be doing something right.
Must be doing something right, something better than I was back in the day, and they were always a tough nut to crack, the Kinross Wallaroy scullers.
means stop.
And
the
we'll
boat.
just run through race 4, which is lining up to get underway in a couple of minutes' time. It's the second heat of the women's under-17
Again, no more
single
legs,
scull.
just, arms
And
only.
progression in this
White
race,
caps,
similarly
arms
to
only.
race 3,
5, you're
is
getting
that
ahead.
the
5,
first
slow
4
down, 5.
place getters will progress to the final, and the
Keep
rest will
coming
be
forward,
eliminated.
all the others.
In
Again,
lane 2
5,
from
just
Kinross,
joining
it's
again.
Liv Fredrickson, coached by Gannon and
Let it
Copley.
run.
In lane 3
2
from
and 3
Leichhardt,
and 5,
Kate
let it
Cooley,
run.
coached by Jeff Patterson
7,
and
let it
Malcolm
run.
Campbell.
2 stop, 2
In lane
stop,
4
2
from
stop, 7
Kinross,
stop.
Sally
7
Carter,
stop.
coached by Andrew
3
Gannon
stop,
and
3
Alexandra
stop,
Cropley.
4 and 5 stop. 4
In
and
lane
5
5
stop.
from Sydney Rowing Club,
Okay,
Zara
5
Greenwood,
allied tap,
coached
5
by
allied
Brendan
tap.
Longman.
5 allied tap, 5 stop, 5
In
stop.
lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli,
Scullers,
Lauren Moran,
Attention.
coached by Lachlan Allen. And in lane 7, Paige Critchlow from UTS, coached by Hallie Chapman.
Yeah, Michael, it looks like some difficulties at the start there for lane 3 as the rest of the crew come ahead. It looks like the UTS scullers got a bit of a higher rate of striking. Even in this 500-metre racing, is pretty evident that it's quite easy to still blow halfway through and just sort of have nothing left at the 250 to go, I apologise. So it'll be interesting to see if that high rate of striking pays off, even in this 500-metre race.
Well, that's right, Pet, and it is curious to actually see how the competitors will approach this 500-metre distance today, because as you say, it's 500 metres. When you're out there, it's kind of longer than you think it is, and really, if it's a max effort over 500 metres, it is about 2 minutes, perhaps less than 2 minutes, ideally, but around that 2-minute mark for our women's under-17 scullers that they'll be looking to redline their efforts, and it's a long time when if you're going at 110%. So it's a tough race. It really is.
Yeah, definitely, Michael. You think of sprinting in a straight line for 2 minutes. It's it's quite a hard one. It is a sprint, but it's quite difficult to do. And as we come up here to about 200 metres to go, it looks like the angle is going to be a little bit difficult, but it looks like it might be the UTS sculler ahead, perhaps a little bit behind. Actually, I apologise. It is a close one, this one. I'm not going to try and guess who's ahead from my angle, but
Too early to call, I'd say,
it
Pete.
is a bit too early to call. I think it might actually be the sculler from Kinross Wallaroy. As we come into that last 100 metres, and again, we found this with the 2K racing, it'll be the same in the 500. The last 100 metres, you do see those red boys, and you just go once you see them.
So it's Kinross Wallaroy, lane 4, which is Sally Carter up against Sydney Rowing Club Greenwood in lane 5, and they're
And it's
going
gonna be
stroke
tight.
for stroke, but it will be Kinross Wallaroy, followed by Greenwood from Sydney and Critchlow from UTS. And then to round out our progressors will be lane 2, Liv Fredrickson from Kinross Wallaroy. So those top 4 will progress through to the final.
Just letting your boats run. 2 stop. 4 stop. 5 stop, 6 stop. 7 stop, 8 stop. A light tap 3. Okay, everybody hold your boats. Attention.
And we come into race 4 now, Michael, which is, race 5, which is the men's under-19 single scull. Now, this is a progression of 1, 2, and 3 through to the final, and the rest are eliminated. So we have in lane 2, UTS, Lachlan Roach. In lane 3, Canberra. Lane 4, Kings. Then Nepean, Kings, Marist College, and Kinross Wallaroy. Now, Michael, this will be a pretty decent race. I think Lachlan Roach won the single yesterday, the under-19 single yesterday, over 2 kilometres.
That's right, and Lachlan Roach, of course, has some rowing blood in his genes. Of course, his father being Richard Roach, one of the greats of yesteryear in Australian rowing, and I believe coaching. He coached for many years at Kinross Wallaroy, actually. Did Richard Roach, but again, so Lachlan, his has been performing well over the regatta, and he'll be one to watch over the coming years as he develops as an athlete.
Yeah, and it looks like he's done a really good one and good race here today. Looks like he does have quite a commanding lead, although is pressured a bit there by the sculler in, I believe that'll be the Kinross Walleroy sculler in lane 8, who's jacking that rate of striking. He's in that last 100 metres, and in the teal boat out in lane 2, it's going to be Lachlan Roach, just edging ahead of that Kinross Walleroy sculler, who will take second. Now we remind you that the progression is 1, 2 and 3. I apologise, sorry, not the Kinross Walleroy sculler. That would be the
from UTS, and then Hart.
Looks
like from
Marist
College. That's
yep,
right.
correct. And then it will be Kinross Walleroy.
Lane 8, that's Houghton from Kinross. And so those 3 will progress to the final.
That will be our 1, 2, 3 progression, yeah. And in Heat 2 of the men's under-19 single scull, again with a progression of 1, 2 and 3 as they come up to the line, we have Zachary Harris in lane 2, Nicholas Horn, Archie Lamont, Liam Taylor, Mitchell Caponis, Jackson Boyd, and Gabriel Carmody. Now, Mitchell Caponis, Michael, he is a very artistic young man. He just finished his HSC, as did I would imagine most of these young men. And so they've had a chance now to sort of stretch their legs, figure out what senior rowing is like, see if they enjoy it. I think, I mean, I can't speak for the rest of the athletes. I know Mitchell Caponis seems to be enjoying the work he's doing.
Well, that's right, Pete, and I've had the pleasure of knowing Mitch for a couple of years now, and he's a great bloke, and he'll be one to watch coming through. He balances his commitments. I know he's a bit of a drama enthusiast, and I believe that's what he'll be studying next year at the University of Sydney, if all goes to plan.
He is quite an impressive arts major work and drama major work there at, I believe it was
Cranbrook.
Cranbrook,
yeah.
yes, yep.
But in any case, across the field today, you've got guys from who are still at school in the school age categories, and guys who have 1 year out perhaps, or have already moved and made that transition to the club rowing like Caponis. And so it's a bit of a mix of programs, you might say.
It is, yeah. And looks like here in this under-19 single, Heat 2, and again, this will be quite a quick one, realistically. You've got a good group of pedigree there, good group of young guys. And coming through the field, they're approaching the 250 metre mark. Again, it will be too difficult to call this short racing at a bit of a weird angle with the glare. It's always going to be a tough one, and it does look like it's going to be a tight race. Again, Michael, we have our 1, 2, 3 progression through to the final, and the rest are eliminated, unfortunately.
Looks at this point like lane 3, that's Nicholas Horn from the King's School, coached by Julian Huxley and Rob Black, is doing well. Along with lane 5 and 6, that's Taylor and Caponis from Penrith and UTS respectively.
Yep, and Michael, it looks like it's going to be a very tight one. Now, if you're in the grandstand, it's a good time to be there. It looks like a really tight race, and it's looking...
Oh, it's very close at the moment, Pete.
That's too close to call for me.
Caponis, I think, has just nudged in front from UTS.
Just
and it'll be...
edged in front to almost, I think Penrith might be coming second there. Penrith or Sydney has jacked the rate of striking. There is a little bit of a confusion with lanes there, but it looks like it's just going to be Caponis by a fraction of a canvas.
UTS, Penrith, and the third place is too tight to call.
Too tight to call. It was Sydney and Sydney, I think,
right.
Michael. That was a real close one. That was a great race to watch. So I believe that'll be a photo finish, unless the...
No, that's right. So we've called third place. Our respected judges have called third place for Nicholas Horn from the King's School as the third place getter, so he will progress to the final along with Mitchell Caponis and Liam Taylor. and the rest of the competitors in that division will be eliminated.
Yep. And approaching the line here, we have heat 3 of the under 19, I apologise, men's single scull. And you have UTS, Tate Van Heemst, Kinross Walleroy, Alexander Brown, Louis Gilder, I apologise, Julia Kalanta, Alec Hoskin, and Eden Mordyke. Now, Michael, decent field here as well. All these under 19s races will be pretty close. They've had a couple of years in under 17 to feel the field out, and I think it's a small enough sport that you know who you're racing, especially in these age categories. You know what everyone's sort of going to be like speed-wise. I mean, the 500-metre distance does throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but in general, it's a pretty predictable. Probably for the athletes, they'll know where they sit.
Well, that's right, Pete. A lot of these guys will have raced each other at school, so the names might be known to one another, and that's half the fun, isn't it? To speculate prior to the race.
It is, it definitely is, and especially these 500-metre races, because it's not 2K, you might have a bit of a better start than someone, but they've just got the legs on you a bit more, and these 500-metre races are good to watch. Good to watch for, especially for the athletes, because it might be a chance to beat someone that you usually wouldn't.
And so the winning times for this category, the men's under 19 single, we're looking at Lachlan Roach took out the first heat in a time of 150, and Caponis also from UTS took the second heat out with a time of 153. And so we'd be looking around that 150, 155 mark for these boys in the third heat of the men's under 19 single. It's hard to tell at this point, but it could be that it's Tate Van Heemst in lane 2 from UTS who has edged his nose in front. But again, Pete, it's pretty tight to call at this point. You would think that the athletes are looking pretty close through lanes 5 and 6 as well. Yeah,
this is going to be another nail biter, I think. It almost looks like the sculler in the middle there is just edging out in front, and I think that's an European sculler. That'd be Julia, would be just edging his nose in front. And again, Michael, it's such a short race that anything can really happen. It might actually be Kinross Walleroy.
Right,
now we're coming into
Kinross, that's right. Kinross.
What a close race there. And Canberra really pushing in hard. It might almost be. It's a 1-2-3 progression, and it's going to be a nail biter.
Canberra, Kinross, and Kings. It's close, though.
And in a 1-2-3 progression, I would say the first 4 are within a second, and it looks like the unofficial results say that as well. About 1.5 seconds.
It's close, that's right, Pete. So in unofficially, the results of that race are first place to Alec Hoskin from Kinross Walleroy, less than a second back to Eden Mordyke of Canberra Rowing Club, and then less than a second back to Julia Kalanta of Nepean Rowing Club. So all within a second of each other, those first 3 place getters, and then a second, unfortunately, back to Tate Van Heemst, who did not progress through that race. So the rest of those competitors will be eliminated.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody present, so starting to approach the line. Looking to your left and right. We don't want anybody ahead of anybody else. We don't want anybody behind anybody else. So keeping a straight line as you come down. Just gentle tapping. You're not racing yet. There's a bit of a crosswind, so keep yourselves well centered in the lane. Lane 4 catching up with the others. Lane 6 catching up with the others. Keep coming. Lane 1 catching up. Lane 3, slow it down. Let the others catch up with you. Yeah. Lane 4, catch up. Okay, keep coming, everybody. Lane 6, slow it down. Let everybody catch up with you. Okay, arms only at this point. Gentle tapping. When I call your bow number, I want you to stop. That means checking the boat. Bury your blades hard, check the boat. Lane 5, let it run. Lane 6, let it run. 6 stop, 5 stop, 8 stop. The others, a light tap, please. 2 stop. 1 stop. 3 and 4, a gentle tap, please. 6, a gentle tap, please. Attention all scullers.
And now, Mike, we have race number 8 underway, the A final of the para-single. Now, the para-single here, all our athletes in this race are PR3. Now, Michael, that means usage of, used to be legs, trunk and arms, which was LTA, and then it was TA and A, legs, trunk and arms, and arms. It's now PR3, PR2, and PR1, I believe. So we have the PR3 single here, and it looks like in lane 8, that will be Balmain's Stephen Lawler. Now, Thomas Birtwistle was meant to be in this. He's not at the moment, so it's a field primarily of Balmain and then 2 Drummoyne scullers as well. We've got Ruby Sutherland, who has been racing for many, many years, and Stephanie Walker. So a good race for these guys over 500 metres. And it looks like here the PR3 scullers will be approaching the 250 metre mark. Now, Michael, again, it's going to be a little bit tight to call for me, so I'll leave that one up to the athletes. Coming through, it will be a challenge with this headwind that is picking up ever so slightly now.
That's right, Pete. Looks as though the wind is just blowing slightly onto the bows of these para-athletes. A shame, really, just 20 minutes ago we had dead flat conditions out here at Cirque. And it is a shame over 500 metres to kind of face that gust of wind on your back and kind of feel the wind catch your blades. It's a terrible feeling.
It is,
to race into a headwind, especially when you're trying to rate.
When you're trying to rate,
you can.
For 2 little fellas like us, Michael, it's not a fun thing, is it?
Well, that's right.
But coming through, it looks like it's going to be the Balmain lane 8 sculler who's just edging ahead. And as we see that the picture on the screen as what you see in the grandstand, it's probably going to be between these 2 Balmain scullers. It's quite a tight one there coming up to the line, and this is the A final, so there's no progression here. It looks like lane 8 might have just had a bit of a rough stroke, and lane 6 has just edged through to take this one out. So that is lane 6, Balmain 1, Lauren Webber. Now, all these scullers are coached by Anne Craig and Barbara Ramjan. They have been coaching the program down there for many, many years, the Balmain Para Rowing program, assisted by Liam James as well. And obviously a program that's got a lot of athletes coming through, as we can see from this start list.
And been remarkably successful, might I add, as well, Pete. First, second and third in the A final, the New South Wales Sprint Championships. To repeat the unofficial placings, it's Balmain 1, Lauren Webber in an unofficial time of 2 minutes 29, followed by Lawler and Taylor, also of Balmain Rowing Club. My apologies, third place went to Bronte Marshall of Balmain Rowing Club in lane 2. And in the marshalling area now and assembling are the competitors for race 10, which is the women's masters pair. And so, Pete, there's a combination of C and E and G grade rowers in this race. So to run through the entries real quickly, in lane 1 from Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. In lane 2 from North Shore, Helen Byrne and Louisa McCoach. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert. In lane 4 from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. In lane 5 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. In lane 6 from Balmain, Maria O'Connor and Beverly Malone. In lane 7, also from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Joe Pollitt and Kerry Bigsworth.
And a little bit of confusion on the start there. It looks like it is the women's masters pair is a handicap event, and Sydney Uni has gone off, although I believe there was a Sydney Uni stop rowing call over the microphone, so whether the count didn't start or what's happened there, I'm not sure. But it will be Sydney Uni going off first in the G category, and then the
7 seconds back to North Shore, Abbotsford, Balmain and
yep.
Abbotsford, that's right. And then a further, 5 seconds back to the crews from Leichhardt, North Shore and Leichhardt. But the crews, as you say, Pete, just reassembling themselves on the start line. Frustrating when a false start occurs like that.
We're going to restart the race.
I want to get the race
Sydney,
underway as
if you
quickly as
can back
possible
down or
to
turn
dispel
around and
those
just
nerves.
get back to
yeah,
behind
definitely,
the line.
Michael.
But that's one of the challenges, I guess, with these starts that aren't assisted with the physicality of a starting block, I guess.
Yep.
And the starters and our boat race officials down there doing a stellar job
Okay, sorry, Sydney, but
in
for some
conditions
reason,
where the wind is picking
all
up
the other
slightly, so
crews
we do hope that doesn't lift too much further to affect the rest of the day's racing.
Yeah, Michael, and it's funny you talk about that restart. The restart's being a
Okay,
bit frustrating, and I
apologies for
know it used to be a rule that in the first 100 metres of the
Okay,
race you could
so I'll
call
read
a
out the
restart as an
handicaps.
athlete if you had a breakage. And I think it
Leichhardt
was, I
run
can't
12
remember what
seconds,
year it was,
North Shore
but
2, 12
I believe
seconds,
Mahé
Leichhardt 2,
Drysdale
12
actually
seconds,
sort of
North Shore 1,
abused that
7
rule a little bit, and they
seconds.
got
Are
rid
you
of
kidding?
that.
Abbotsford
And there
1,
was
7
you had a
seconds,
sticker
Balmain
fall off or
7
something, and then
seconds,
there was a
Abbotsford
lightweight
2,
British
7
double that
seconds, and
broke one of
Sydney.
their
So
seats and
apologies,
pretended
Sydney
it was
University.
I think it was a bit of a deliberate breakage, and
Oh, okay.
to have a restart, and they've since gotten rid of that rule. So, I mean, good or bad, it's we can only restart now if it's in the marshal's hands, and this one was, Michael. So
Well, that's right.
All right,
And it's a
boys,
little bit
we're
like
just moving forward now.
the introductions they've made in rugby union and rugby league lately, where the captain of the teams can actually request a I suppose a
Yes,
decision
a
be
review,
reviewed. That's
yeah,
right. That's
yeah.
right. A captain's review, I think it's
all
called.
crews just lightly
And speaking
tapping
of
out
the
now.
rugby, we are
Just line up
a
with
frustrating
lane
performance from the
5.
Wallabies last
Is
night
that
against
it?
Argentina. I know that we were down in Penrith at the pub watching it with the great Alan Bennett.
The great Alan Bennett and the great Owen Nix. It's
That's right.
the true dream team, isn't it? Yeah, the Dark Shark and Mr. Outboards, New South Wales. But it is a shame, Michael. A draw.
Well,
there
that's right.
between
It's the
Argentina and the
second
Wallabies.
draw in
Just
as
slightly
many
tapping up lane 4, coming
matches
forward.
against Argentina,
coming
and
lane
they're up
forward.
on the up and up, the
Lane
Argentines,
4.
aren't they? And
They are, yeah.
frustrating missed penalty goal from Reece Hodge at the death, but
That-
that's okay.
That's the way it goes,
it's the
isn't
New
it?
World Order, you
One more
might
light
say.
tap
Yep,
from lane
yep.
1.
And to
That's it, lane
turn
1,
our
stop,
attention
1,
back to
stop.
the rowing.
Hold it there, 1. Everyone else
Race
keep
10 is
coming
just
forward.
reassembling
Everyone keep
themselves on
coming
the
forward.
start
We've got a
line for
crosswind.
this,
Keep coming forward.
I suppose,
7
a
and 8, let
second
it
go
run.
at the
8
start.
stop, 8 stop.
Again, we're not
7 stop, 7
entirely
stop,
clear
7
what's
stop.
happened
Everyone else keep coming.
to
6, let it run. 6,
warrant
let
the
it run. 4, let
restart,
it
but
run.
it will be, as you've mentioned,
3,
Pete,
4,
Sydney
let it
University
run.
off go
3
in
stop,
the
3
G
stop,
grade
3
category,
stop, 3
followed
stop,
by
check
7
it hard,
seconds
3,
back
6
to
stop, 6
lanes
stop,
4, 5,
6, check it hard.
6,
7
and 7.
light tap, 7 light tap.
We'll go off 7
3
seconds,
stop, 3 7 stop.
and then
7
lanes
stop,
1, 2,
7
and
stop.
3, Leichhardt,
3,
North
4,
Shore,
and
and Leichhardt
5.
will be off 12 seconds.
Yeah, now, Michael, those restarts do make it difficult as well, as it does push the racing back a little bit. Now, I think there's a bit of a contingency for that, so they do like to get everyone to the marshalling area a bit earlier, just in case we do have something like this. But it does mean that it makes the starters makes their job a bit harder. Their work's cut out for them now, but we'll see how it goes. It seems like we're all on time and up to date so far, even with this restart. So coming in here to race 10, we have the Sydney University G crew
6,
just coming
7,
off go, and now
8,
after 7 seconds we'll
9,
have all the E
10,
category
11,
pairs going
12,
off. That is
13,
what we've seen.
14, 15.
And
So now the entire field is underway, and it was that crew of Pollitt and Bigsworth from Sydney Uni that had a 7 and 12 second advantage respectively over the E and C grade rowers from the other clubs. And so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, what with the head breeze and the handicaps. Plenty of factors going into this, and the I suppose the varied ages of the rowers that we see here.
yeah, and Michael, and good to see there at that start line. You saw the handicap timings, and you saw each crew really being quite honest with their handicap and going off exactly what number their handicap is. And I know that's not my strategy when I'm doing handicap racing. I try and get away with whatever I can. Maybe go half a second earlier, maybe a second earlier. So it's good to see that we've got some more honest people out here than me.
Well, that's right.
And that's I guess to be expected,
Luckily,
Michael.
we're not all as much of a Machiavel as you, Peter.
Yes. Well, unfortunately, that's the way I race, Michael. But coming through here, the 250 metre mark, it looks like a really, really commanding race.
Is it Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore, perhaps, who are in the lead there?
Does either that or is it the Leichhardt? No, I think you're right. It is the North Shore crew. Really looking quite clean there. They're in this headwind, as you said, Michael. It's really easy for your blades to get caught up in that quite vicious wind coming at you. But it's not happening to these two oarswomen from North Shore as they come through the last 100 metres. They will have a pretty commanding lead here for a 500 metre race. And especially in a pair, Michael, a boat that takes a bit of finesse from each sculler. You really don't want to be ripping at the blade, but in this 500 metre racing, you sort of have to a little bit, don't you? And it'll be a really close one there. I think it was lane 3 from Leichhardt, just edging out that crew from Sydney University in lane 8.
That's right, Pete. That crew from Leichhardt of Daniela Borgert and Jennifer Zonga just coming in second place there, just pipping the crew from Sydney University.
Yeah.
But Jennifer Zonga, Peter, was actually one of my coaches back in Leichhardt. She taught me to row, actually. So congratulations, Jenny, on that row.
Well, Michael, there's a bit of pedigree from both of us here. I believe I see the sports lunch, the blue boat in from Balmain, and that was, I believe, a state sprint championship winning boat in the lightweight pair back in 2000 and I think it was 2015. Michael.
I wonder who wrote that. Pete.
2014. Who knows? Could have been anyone.
Could have been anyone.
Could have been anyone. And believe there's a picture up on my wall, Michael, with me in that beautiful blue boat, and good to see it's still in use.
We'll take that as a comment and move on, won't we, Pete? So
yes, I think we
turn our attention to race 11, which is the first division of the men's masters single scull. In lane 1 from Newcastle, Gareth Solkield. In lane 2 from the University of New South Wales, Ricardo Sansone. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jonathan Cooper. In lane 4 from Hawthorn, Alistair Isherwood. In lane 5 from Leichhardt,
6,
David Raymond.
7.
In lane 6 from Balmain, Michael Kemp. In lane 7 from Mossman, Mark Binder. In lane 8 from Newcastle, Matt Crocker. And to round out the field in lane 9 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Sean Donzer. And so, Pete, a mixture of categories, grades rather, I beg your pardon, from grades A down to grade D. The youngest sculler we have on the course in this race is Ricardo Sansone, who's 31, up to the D grade, which is, I believe, 51 to 59.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Michael. And a good spread there. Now, these handicaps are over 500 metres, seem like they're not that long, so you have a 4-second handicap from go to our last rower, but over 500 metres, 4 seconds is a lot.
I would say so, Pete.
It's not a margin I'd like to make up. Over 500 metres and coming through the 250 metre mark now, it almost looks like we have that sculler in our middle lane here. Now, I think that's Hawthorn. Alistair there from Hawthorn might just be edging ahead. If not, it looks like there might be a pillar in my way, and I think it might be the Mossman sculler, actually.
Yeah, it could be.
It's a tight one between the two.
Oh, it's too tight to call. It could be, in fact, lane 2, Sansone from the University of New South Wales.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's
Pete, who has dashed out in front. And then, it's also close as it comes through. It could be that it's lane 9, which
Endeavour,
is Sean
yes.
Donzer from Endeavour. It's going to be a tight race, though, for the minor placings. It will be, you would think, Sansone from UNSW take out, and the second place is going to be close, but it's Donzer from Endeavour, closely followed by lane 4, which is Alistair Isherwood from Hawthorn Rowing Club. And of course, Pete, welcome to Mr. Isherwood up from Hawthorn Rowing Club in Victoria. Made the trip up for the New South Wales State Championships, and congratulations to him on his 3rd place there. So unofficially, it will be Sansone from UNSW, Donzer from Endeavour, and Isherwood from Hawthorn who take out that race. Unofficially won in a time of 1 minute and 55 seconds flat.
Yeah, Michael, and we were talking earlier about Lachlan Roach and his pedigree in the sport. I think his mother, Catriona Roach, was a very impressive sculler back in the day, and we see Michael Kemp here as well, who I believe his grandfather might have been. We were talking yesterday, I think, about his family history. And I think in the 1800s, his grandfather was a professional sculler back in the day. So good to see that it's quite a generational sport sometimes. And you do get that pattern. And that's a sign of a good sport if you make it to the top level and you want your kids to do it and it keeps going through the generations. And now, Michael, we're lining up for race number 12, aren't we?
Yeah, Pete, it's Division 2 of the Men's Master Single Scull. And in lane 1 from Endeavour, Matthew Patton. Lane 2 from Abbotsford Rowing Club, Andrew Patterson. Lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, Martin Little. Lane 4 from Nepean, Paul Grady. Lane 5 from Penrith, Darryl Young. Lane 6 from Endeavour, Peter Bowman. Lane 7 from North Shore, Chris Walsh. Lane 8 from Newington Masters, Howard Goodall. And to round out the field in lane 9 from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, it's Peter Stevenard. And so, Pete, this race comprised of D, E and F grade scullers, so ranging in age from 53 to 61 across the field. It'll be interesting to see how the grades and the handicaps, as we've mentioned, affect the way this plays out. Again, between our F grade scullers and our D grade scullers, there will be a 5-second handicap, and they are underway now.
7, 8.
Yeah, Michael, and as they come underway, it looks like the Lake Macquarie sculler had a pretty decent start there. Now, the whole thing with these handicap races is that there's an expectation that the races that go off a higher number will be a little quicker. So, especially in this headwind, it does favour the people that go off a bit later, simply because it gives them more time to catch up. And it will be a slower race, a bit more time for them to dig in, and especially if they're bigger guys, they'll be able to muscle ahead, hopefully.
And Pete, I'm just noting one interstate sculler in this race. It's Martin Little from Canberra Rowing Club in the Australian Capital Territory. So, again, welcome to the Territorians today. And a good performance from them throughout the regatta, both yesterday and today. It's great to see that we can accommodate interstate competitors here in New South Wales, obviously at this world-class facility.
Yeah, Michael, and on the screen now you can see real good effort here from, I believe that's an Nepean sculler, Andrew Spanksby.
Paul Grady.
Spansky, sorry. Paul Grady?
That's right.
Oh, Paul Grady, I'm reading the wrong race. It is Paul Grady, and he's really, really digging in hard. It's
a high rate of striking, isn't it, Pete?
It is, and it looks like this is where the handicap comes in here with this 500-metre racing, because we have the sculler here, I believe, from North Shore, Chris Walsh, and it's going to be a
it's
tight
really
race
tight
here.
coming down here.
As they come through, I feel like he's just muscled him out. He's just gotten ahead. Lane 4 is
Grady
just going to
from
take it.
Nepean is going to take that. And it's very
And
close. It looks like lane 9 from Lake Macquarie has stopped just before the line. But it will be Grady from Nepean, Walsh from North Shore, and Stevenard from Lake Macquarie, who win that race in the minor placings. Grady in an unofficial time of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And the rest of the field crossing the line now. Lane 6, that is Bowman from Endeavour. Young from Penrith Rowing Club, and Patton also from Endeavour.
Moyne, catch up with the others, please. Lane 2, catch up with the others. Lanes 1 and 3, let the others catch up with you. Don't go too far ahead.
And
Keep
Pete,
looking
race
to your left
13
and
now
right.
assembling at the marshalling
Lane 1,
area.
you're ahead
It's
of the others. Let the others
Division
catch
3
up.
of the Men's Masters single scull. In lane 1 from Abbotsford, Douglas Stewart. In lane 2 from Newington Masters, Stephen Schneegel. In lane 3 from Abbotsford, Richard Jones. In lane 4 from Nepean, Andrew Sapansky. In lane 5 from Glebe, Mark Tijan. In lane 6 from Newcastle, Peter Kemp. In lane 7 from Penrith, Doug Young. In lane 8 from Drummoyne, Branko Kovacic. In lane 9 from Mossman, James Taylor.
Yeah, Michael, and I've talked about Branko before. He's spent a lot of time there at Drummoyne and does a good job around the shed. He's quite a nice man if you ever come across him. Very approachable, kind guy, which I'm sure is the case for a lot of these rowers.
Well, that's right, Pete. And if I can echo my experience with Mark Tijan, one of one of the nicest men you'll meet from Glebe Rowing Club. He's a clubman and a gentleman as well. So do say hi to Mark if you see him around the boat park. I know Mark does a bit of commentary up here in the box from time to time for Rowing New South Wales regattas. So he's also a very handy sculler. So Mark will be one to watch. But the race is underway, and the handicaps in this race are that the F grade scullers will have to wait 9 seconds. The G grade scullers will have waited 5 seconds, and the H grade scullers will have been off go. And that's Young, Kovacic and Taylor from Penrith, Drummoyne and Mossman. But the race is underway, and as you said, Pete, the 9 seconds over 500 metres is a hefty margin to make up. It really is.
It really is, Michael. And you stretch that out, it ends up being 36 seconds over 2 kilometres.
Well, that's right.
Which is quite a difficult one, isn't it? And you think about trying to make up 36 seconds in a 2 kilometre race. You know, it's if someone was going to do an 8-minute 2 kilometre, you'd have to be down there. Well, my maths isn't that good, but I think it'd be a 6:24, wouldn't it, Michael?
Well, that's
and
right.
You know what? That's quite a tall order. So these guys coming through, I'll stop doing maths because I'll just embarrass myself.
I think you've also embarrassed yourself as well, because I think 9 times 4 is 28.
We'll discuss
Anyway,
this. We'll discuss this later, Michael. We'll discuss this later.
On the cuff.
Yeah. That'll end badly. So coming through the last 100 metres, it looks like it'll be the Glebe sculler, Mark Tejan. And he will be edging out. It is quite difficult to see the lanes closest to the grandstand, but it looks like Mark Tejan and Branko will be having a bit of a battle. Mark Tejan, I think, has edged ahead. He has, yes. He has edged ahead.
That's right, Pete. It is Tejan from Glebe who is in front, and he rows very well indeed in his distinctive red boat in lane 5, and Tejan will take out this 3rd division of the men's Masters single scull. Closely followed by Taylor from Mossman in lane 9, and then by Kovacic from Drummoyne in lane 8.
Yeah, Michael, and 9 times 4 is 36. I've just looked
great.
it up. So
we've now received confirmation.
We have received confirmation that
9 times 4 is indeed 36.
9 seconds stretched over 2 kilometres would be 36 seconds, Michael. So I'm better at maths than you are. And in that last race there, it looks like it was lane 5 that has just pipped out ahead. So congratulations there, lane 5 from Glebe. Well done. Now, Glebe was off 5 seconds, and Michael, 5 seconds stretched over 2 kilometres would be 20 seconds. But great racing there from the Glebe sculler.
Left and right. Gentle strokes. You're not racing yet.
All right, and race 14 is now assembling down to the 1,500 metre mark for the commencement of the women's under-19 double scull. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, it's Kaylin McKay and Claudia St. Clair, coached by Andrew Gannon and Alexandra Cropley. In lane 4 from Penrith Rowing Club, Claire Robinson and Lila Anderton. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Alexandra Reid and Kate Brady. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Isabella Scamell and Freya Neville. We look like we have a scratching, I believe, in lane 7. That was Rutherford and Vaughan from PLC. And to round out our field, in lane 8, from Nepean, it's Edie Brown and Amy Wagner. Now, Pete, I know Amy Wagner has been an athlete from Nepean who's been around for a couple of years now, and she's impressed selectors across down here at the regatta course over a couple of years, and she'll be one to watch over the coming years. She's a fierce competitor. I know she'll be out to compete against some of the faster girls down in Sydney. And Amy strokes that boat from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8.
Yeah, Michael, and I know Edie Brown is often rowing with Amy Wagner, so they've got a good combination there. So I would imagine that would be quite a difficult double to beat. The Nepean double there on the near side of the grandstand.
And just if you turn your attention to the live stream, Wagner and Brown looking good in lane 8 there. Smooth hands away, clean entry. It really is it's an excellent rowing on showcased here, and that's to the credit of their coaches Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell, just down the road at Nepean Rowing Club.
Yeah, Michael, an interesting observation about the boat they're in there. It looks like it's got a stub stern, which you don't see very often.
That's right.
Which is where the stern doesn't come out to a point. It finishes a little bit before the end and has a stub on them. And I know the boat Zeno Muller had in the 1996 Olympics had that, and hasn't been many since. But as we come through here in the last 100 metres, I think it is the middle double there, and that will be Kinross Wallaroi out ahead. From my angle, that is definitely what it looks like. And Michael, we said about the Kinross Wallaroi scullers earlier today that they are quite a formidable force, and they're very difficult to beat once you do race them. They're always quite difficult if you see a Kinross Wallaroi crew in your race, and of course they're proving us right here as they've got a pretty commanding lead over 500 metres.
That's right, Pete. It will be Isabella Scamell and Freya Neville from Kinross Wallaroi who win that race unofficially, followed by the crew of Wagner and Brown from Nepean Rowing Club, and then a tight race for third, Robinson and Anderton from Penrith. Looks like they may have just pipped the second Kinross crew of McKay and St Clair, followed by Reed and Brady from PLC Sydney in 5th place. And Pete, we're looking now to the assembly of race 15, which is the women's under 21 double scull on the course. And there are 3 crews who will contest this race. In lane 4 from UTS, it's Alexandra Quinn and Kiralee Schofield, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic. And in lane 6, also from UTS Rowing Club, Ava McLean and Laura Wunderlich, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And Peter, I do know that Laura Wunderlich is indeed studying at Princeton University in the United States, and so she'll be, when circumstances with the global pandemic commit, returning to or travelling to the United States to study at Princeton, and she'll be rowing there as well, I believe. So Laura does bring a fair degree of class to this race, and I know she's a lovely young lady as well, and I've had the pleasure of knowing her for some years now.
Yes, yeah, Michael, and rowing with Ava McLean here, who is a sister to Lexi McLean, who rows at
saw
Mossman
Lexi earlier in the regatta as well at the Reindeer yesterday.
We did, yep.
So a good amount of rowing blood in that family, you'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And as you said, Laura Wunderlich, a lovely young lady at UTS who has been a good contributing member of the shed, and Princeton will be very lucky to have her as a rower there. Very talented rower and great around the shed. Builds morale. Is always in has a very positive attitude, which is nice. So as they line up here at the 500 metre mark,
looks like they've almost got a line. If you're joining us on the live stream, you'll be able to see that lanes 4, 5, and 6 there, and they're just underway right now. It does look as though Wunderlich and McLean from UTS have pipped their noses in front in the first stage of this race, and they're moving well, hands away cleanly, and there's a fair amount of power, you might think, coming from the crew of Wunderlich and McLean there.
Yeah, Michael, and it looks like second will be the other UTS crew of Alexandra Quinn and Kiralee Schofield, followed by Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic. So we'll see how the race progresses, as it is a smaller 500 metre race. And coming through the 500 metre mark, it looks like, 250 metre mark, it looks like it might be the second UTS crew of Alexandra Quinn and Kiralee Schofield, perhaps edging their bow in front. The angle is difficult to see, but they're both doing quite a good job here, and they're both raising the rate of striking by quite a bit. It looks like the UTS 1 crew might have edged their nose ahead here. So, Michael, we called this one incorrectly here. It looks like
It'll be Quinn and Schofield, perhaps.
Quinn and Schofield just edging their nose ahead. And it will be the UTS 1 crew of Quinn and Schofield just edging out the crew of Ava McLean and Laura Wunderlich in lane 6, followed by the lane 5 crew of University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Anna Ristic.
Yes, Peyton, that race was won in an unofficial time of 1 minute and 54 seconds by the UTS crew of Quinn and Schofield. And Pete, it looks as though our shift is coming to an end as we're about imminently to be relieved by the great men John Moore and Barry Moynihan up here in the commentary box. So thank you for your attendance at the regatta this morning. Pete and I will be racing later today, so we do hope to see you out there on the course in the warm-up lake and on the competition lake. Do slip, slop, slap. Pay close attention to the COVID-safe protocols. And so thank you for keeping us company this morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, Michael, thank you very much, everyone. And we'll hand over to the experts, I think.
That's
stage,
right.
Michael.
It's time to wheel in the big guns.
Wheel in the big guns. Time to rock and roll. All right.
That's right.
Thank
Thanks,
you, guys.
everyone.
Have a good day.
Six stop, 5 stop, 3 stop, 4 stop, 5 a light tap, please. Attention all crews.
Well, good morning, everyone. This is John Moore, and we thank very much Peter Voltese and Michael McRae for the commentary for the first hour of our big sprint regatta for 2020. Well done, Peter and Michael. And it's Barry Moynihan and myself to take over at this stage, and we're looking at a start now in race 16. This is the men's open lightweight and under 23 quad scull. They happen to be all open in this event, and we're looking at in lane 3 Glebe, in lane 4 University of New South Wales number 2 Nepean is rowing in 5. And then we have University of New South Wales number 1 in lane 6. We have a start and conditions quite good for rowing, a bit of a headwind, and I saw some splashing about in some of the earlier races, but nevertheless good conditions indeed after a very heavy program yesterday for our reindeer regatta. All these 4 crews moving up toward the finishing line at the moment, and it's the Nepean crew standing out at the moment being challenged by the University of New South Wales number 1, a very good race. Cantillon, Harold and Waddell for Nepean, and as they move, about 4 strokes to go in this open event for quad sculls, it will leave Nepean across the line first. University of New South Wales, I think, number 1 in second place, and then the University of New South Wales number 2, and 4th across the line will be the crew from Glebe. Very, very good race there by Nepean, well judged, held on right through to the end of the event. Very well done indeed. Just looking at the time for that, 1:35. It was I think 1:30. I lost it at the moment. I'll try and get that time for you a little later on. That was race 16 of our program. And just a reminder that we do have our event being streamed today. You can see it at home, on air. You can see it on the big screen. We thank one of our supporters, Bont Rowing, for their generous support, allowing us to continue streaming for all of these events. We're looking now at the first of our finals for the day, event number 17. It is the final of the women's under-16 single scull. I don't have the finalists for that at the moment. Oh, yes, we do, says Barry, passing me across a library of papers. We're looking at race 17. Barry, here we are. Here are the finalists, our first final for the day. It is race number 17. It is the women's under-16 single scull. And in lane 1, Charlotte Murray representing Penrith. In lane 2 from UTS, Sophia Armitage. In lane 3, Glebe, Sophia Miller. In lane 4 from Tara School in North Parramatta, Oliver Don't. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers. In lane 6 from the P and Gori Kotira. In lane 7 from Tara, Emma Malcolm. And in lane 8 from the Hunter, Newcastle, represented by Imogen Cornish. Final of the women's under-16 single scull. All seem to be lined up down there at the start at the moment. Difficult start ahead, Breeze, with Junior Cruise. Barry, you might give us a description of what happens at the start of the 500.
Well, I see them moving up there now, of course, and wonderful conditions. In the tower, and I can understand the problems that the boys might have had. That's Waldersea and McRae. They're commentators that you've heard very well over the last hour or so. And there's the glare coming off the water down at the start. You can't pick up the entrance or the competitors in any of the races because it's just a glare coming off. In fact, we probably can get better imagery coming from the cameras that John Meeking has installed, but we can see them coming up there now, just on the line. They're being called up, and it's all done by way of sound, of course. It's unlike the start of the 2,000 metres, and it relies hopefully on. They're very gingerly making their way up to the start, but everyone can see that. And perhaps welcome to all those that live stream who can see the starts, and it really is up to Olympic standards. I'm absolutely amazed what John Meeking has done in installing these cameras and able to manipulate them. He's on the floor above us here and in the commentary box, and he's following our commentary, and we follow his camera shots sometimes, and between the two of us we try to give you the best narrative on what's happening. And they're away and running, and you can see some great starts coming there from race 17. A young Kirribilli young lady there got a good start. Alyssa Figgers, she got away, a very, very quick start, and you can see she's carrying lane number 7 on a boat. I think that's Malka from Tara School now in the mix.
And Barry, of course, under-16 is a unique championship event for New South Wales.
Oh, it is. Well done to New South Wales Rowing. They've kept the under-16 championships going for the state championships. And, of course, at Australia, they start off at under-17. But it gives a chance to these young people. Their enthusiasm shows up on the water. But here we come now. You can see the line abreast, and they're starting to come into where we can see every one of the competitors on the course, and you can't pick them. Over 500 metres, of course. These are very well-prepared athletes in the under-16. Their enthusiasm is unmatched. And we're just trying to see if there's anyone breaking away. Perhaps the 4-sculler from this side. I like the look of Fickers out there from Kirribilli, who has made a bit of a dash. and she's up. As she's moved up, that's the Glebe Sculler, Sophia Miller, over there in lane 3, coached by Milan Parker. She's trying to put in a run, but a very impressive row coming from those 2 young ladies. And now we see that you'll see a lot of catch-up here. Nepean Sculler, Gary Kotera, coached by the Waddell brothers, also putting in a big steering needs to be adjusted. She'll do that. The boat race officials need to move across. She's starting to cross and looks like third out. She has cross paths over there. That might incur the wrath of the officials out there, but they have changed lanes, so the judges need to watch that. The Sculler from the 3rd lane across has moved into the 2nd lane across, and the reverse has happened with it's all going to plan.
So
and anyway,
we do have,
it's a great.
Gori Kotera from Nepean moving across country, not quite writing her name, but causing a few problems. It will be from Loreto Kirribilli, Alyssa Vickers across the line to take out the championship with, I think, from Glebe, Sophia Miller on the far side in 2nd place.
And I think Gutera from Nepean might have got the 3rd. But the judges will pick that up. And but just watch that. There was a lane change about 100 metres out. And I don't know whether anyone saw that apart from us. But anyway, it caused a bit of consternation for those that could see it. And the race is over. Everyone's safe and sound. And we've given you the top 3. Moving through now to the women's under-17 single scull final.
And we'll run through the list as they are at the moment. Our 2nd final for the day is lane 1, representing the P and Sarah Berici. In lane 2 from UTS, Paige Critchlow. Lane 3 from Sydney, Ella Huber. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. Number 4, Sally Carter. Kinross again in lane 5, Hannah Richardson. In lane 6, Sydney number 2, Zara Greenwood. In lane 7, Penrith, Madison joins. And in lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, their number 3 contender, Liv Fredrickson. Barry, excellent. 3 from Kinross in the final. Very good result.
Well, it's well worth making their way down here. And Kinross was a school that a couple of years ago, of course, never had any water to train on. They had to travel about 100 kilometres round trip to be able to find a water in a dam.
Barry, we might mention, as we're into the finals, there are medals for 1st, 2nd and 3rd championships. The medals can be collected at boat shed number 1. Now, normally we'd have presentations on the pontoon area in front of the grandstand. Our COVID restrictions prevents that. So medals 1st, 2nd and 3rd collectible from boat shed number 1.
Right, well, Richardson from Kinross Ride didn't get a good start then. She was about a half a canvas off the line when the buzzer went. And it'll be interesting to see how she goes. You can see the trail of these young scullers now. A little bit faster time we'll probably see from the under-17s than we did from the under-16s. But they're a line abreast as they come down here. And what a magnificent sight on this course. All 8 lanes being used, maximum. And congratulations to our rowing secretary for doing that. But all 8 lanes being used in this great final coming up here for the under-17s. You can see now around about 3 out, it's the Sydney sculler Zara Greenwood who's doing quite well. I'm just looking to see how Richardson is going from Kinross Rolleroy. She's 4th out, and she failed to get a good start, but she's up there. In fact, I think she's moved into the lead. So as John was saying, he drew attention to Kinross Rolleroy. I think it's Richardson from Kinross Rolleroy seems to be doing the best. As she's gone, of course, the scullers looking at one another now, but she has moved out. I'm pretty sure that is Kinross Rolleroy. And she has moved out, but she started off about a half a canvas behind the rest of the field. A very impressive row coming through in the final metres as they move up here. So it is Richardson from Kinross Rolleroy, I think, in the lead. Be interesting to see 2 and 3 in the final.
A real move coming from Ella Huber from Sydney beside her at the moment, and she is moving her scull very, very well. It's been picked up by Hannah Richardson from Kinross, and I think she will hold it off, but a good attempt by Carter from Huber from Sydney, but it will be across the line first, Hannah Richardson. I think that's Hannah Richardson, yes, from Kinross Walleroy to take out the championship.
Well done. For race 18, we can see that it did go to Richardson, back to Huber and Greenwood, back in 3rd place. The City number 2 sculler joins from Penrith, Carter from Kinross Rolleroy, and Now this is going to be interesting because we've got Hannah Richardson, and you've got Liv Fredrickson, and Liv Fredrickson got I think it was about a 6th place in that, and you've got Critchlow from UTS back in 7th, and Bereshy from Nepean back in 8th place.
Interesting, that race at 2:08.17, slightly slower than the under 16, under
Is that
16.
That's an interesting one,
Yeah,
John.
very interesting. Only 0.2, but very good effort there by the previous under 16 winner. In fact, I'm very impressed the way these youngsters are handling the slight headwind. It could be upsetting for less experience, but the quality of these age groups, I think, are very, very good indeed, as Barry and I have suggested before. Impressive performances indeed. Well, we're still with the under 16s at the moment. We're on to race 19. And this is the men's under 16 doubles. And we have in lane 1, Smith and Malloy from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 2, Young and Plummer from Balmain. In lane 3, Vella and Wang from Nepean. Lane 4, Shaw and Cleary from Kinross Walleroy. And in 5, Smith and Smith, 2 Smiths. I wonder if they're related. Lachlan and Angus from Nepean, I would think probably. In lane 6, Miller and Martin from Marist College. I think that's Marist Canberra. In lane 7, Annette and Carter from Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 8, Cursoy and Baloney from St Joseph's. So again, Kinross Walleroy with 2 finalists, Barry.
Good work, John. And coming up here now, gee, I envy the job of the starter down there, because these boys are so anxious. Some of them are just a fraction in, very hard to judge, but some are getting a bit of a start. But as we saw in the last event, that she took her time, very comfortable racing, and managed to get the win. But coming up here now, it's a good shot from this side of the field, looking up as we see the early ones going through. And it's the crew from St Joseph's on this side looking quite healthy, or like from Mara's College too. Miller and Martin doing quite well, and then we go another 2 across. Kinross Rolleroy that John made reference to, Shaw and Cleary, a most impressive row coming from them. And you can't forget about the blokes from Kinross Rolleroy right over there on the far side, Fletcher Smith and Henry Malloy. So there's 4 top groups starting to merge from the pack now, and you'd like the performance coming from the crew third out from this side. That's the Mara's College. Can they do it? We don't often see them there. Jack Miller and Kai Martin coming up here, and with this a little bit of a head breeze, it's very tricky for the double scullers, but they're starting to emerge from the pack now. They haven't made any errors, and they're steady. They sit up straight at the catch, and they're great sprinters. And I think we might see Mara's College here from lane 6, still meters to go.
There is a challenge from the Kinross Walleroy number 2 crew, but I don't think they'll make it. It will be Marist. I think Jack Miller and Kay Martin across the line. That's Marist. I'm sure it's Marist from the ACT in first place.
Well, that would look good on the top 3 there. I saw the Kinross Rolleroy, and I thought the Kinross Rolleroy crew in the blue boat on the far side, Smith and Molloy, got back in third. So they medal. As John has said previously, medals go to first, second and third in these championship events. And we can give you the results. No doubt you can see them on the screen, but it goes to Mara's College. In first place, second place to Kinross Rolleroy, third place to Smith and Malloy, also from Kinross Rolleroy. So a trifecta there from the school from Orange, or from when you have 2. What is it, John? When you've only got 2?
A pair?
A pair, that'll do. So you've got a pair from Kinross Rolleroy in second and third, then St Joseph's College for 4th, Balmain for 5th, Kinross Rolleroy in 6th, Nepean in 7th, and Nepean number 1 in 8th place. So congratulations to Miller and Martin.
And a very swift 151.54 for the 500 metres. Well done, Marist.
Yeah, good
Jack
time
Miller,
too.
Kay Martin. We're looking at another age group at the moment. This is race 20, and it's the men's under 17 double scull. And all school crews, all of them. In lane 1, Kings number 2, represented by Burke and Bucknell. In lane number 4, Kinross, Walleroy, Maxwell and Graham. In lane 5, Kings number 3, Wall and Duta. In lane number 6, Kings number 1, Whalen and Dugan. And in lane 7, representing St Joseph's, Castaldi and McRae. And these are names which we saw on the water yesterday, of course, at our reindeer regatta. Many of the names of today's races are continuing. And what a good program it is.
It is, but it's an exciting program, particularly for where all our spectators are up here. The few that are here are in the grandstand or on the grassy knoll, as we refer to it. And right in front of them is a titanic struggle going up. In this case, we've got 5 crews out there, which are one of the smaller fields that we'll be seeing today. They're all either in the 8 or 9 lane crew course. And starting to emerge here, the King's number 1 college crew. And you don't see the double sculls from college crews very often, but here is a great opportunity for Nick Whalen and Sam Duggan, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley from Kings. Now, they've got about a canvas lead at the present moment over, I think, Kinross Rolleroy in the blue boat out there, who are 2 out from the far side of the course. And Kinross Rolleroy getting a better run through this rather choppy water now. And it's Kinross Rolleroy only about a canvas behind, but they're rating higher. But here comes the strong boys from Kings 1, Whalen and Duggan. And they're starting to move up. Can Kinross Rolleroy catch them? About a canvas difference there, but I think it will go the way of Kings number 1, yes. Whalen and Duggan.
Yeah, and across there in lane number 4, it looks like Kinross Walleroy. Yeah, Kinross Walleroy in second place. So good race.
Yeah, so Kings take it back to Kinross Rolleroy, and third place will go to Kings number 2, I think it is, then Kings number 3 and St Joseph's College, Castaldi and McRae. Now, there's an interesting name racing there. Would that be a grandson of the McRae, Ken McRae, who used to be a great coach over there at St Joseph's College? He attended the school himself. And Ken's dad was the health inspector down at the, I think it was Camden, going back many, many years ago. And he was 0.97 behind King's number 3. A great family, the McRaes. There's lots of them. And
here's an interesting turn-up. Again, Barry, the under-17 double scull just finished at 156.97 was slower than the under-16 at 151.54. Conditions identical. So, just an interesting little stat.
Well, it may well be that the under-16 double scullers are on Kellogg's Nutrigrain or something. Do you think?
Just good milk from dairy farmers every day.
Dear, no doubt about it.
So we're on to race 21 now in our Sprint Championship over 500 metres, Women's Masters Single Scull, Division 1. And there is a mixture of A, B, C and D, the D being on the grandstand side. Now, the A classification are off 5 seconds. They're in lanes 1 and 2, and that's Kelly Beanland from Newcastle and Jacqueline Ford from Nepean. The B classifications are in lanes 3 and 4, off 4 seconds. Jacqueline Harris from Glebe and Jodie Panagopoulos from Abbotsford. In the C classification, there are 3 of them, lanes 5, 6 and 7. Vanessa Edwards from Nepean, Danielle Borgart from Leichhardt and Cecily Fair from Abbotsford. And the D class, off go, Phobia Sanders from Newcastle.
Well, what do you know, John, but looking at the results of the last year's Sprint Regatta, it went to Mossman's Wendy Miller in this particular division, A through to C it was in those days. And Jacqueline Harris from Glebe was in second place and Jackie Ford was in third. Now, I noticed that on this program, you've got, I think it's Harris from Glebe is racing third from the far side. Second last year. Could she take it out this year, John?
Well,
that will be the big
Ford
one.
is there as well,
and
rowing second lane.
And this is a division, of course. We're talking about the a division here, and they started off handicaps. The Harris from Glebe is 3 out on the far side. She'd have a lot of jobs to do before she gets close to the Go Scullers, which were on this side of the course. The Ghost Scullers were, I think, only one there from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders in the D category, and she's on this side of the course, and it will be up to those on the far side of the course under handicap to try to catch those that started off first.
Barry, an impression, I just get the impression that the headwind is just lifting a little more choppy than it was a few minutes ago.
Well, a very good race coming you quite through and handling that those conditions that you were talking about is the sculler from Nepean, Vanessa Edwards, I think it is. Vanessa Edwards, who is... she'd be about 4 out from this side of the course. I'm just wondering whether we've lost one there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the Nepean sculler there. I think it might be Vanessa Edwards in the C category. Is that a Nepean outfit that you can see, John, with the light?
Look, yes, it is,
Yeah,
Barry, yes.
well, it's Nepean, and that is Vanessa Edwards in the C category, and she's moved through. She started off at 2 seconds handicap, so she's gone through the Go Scullers, and she's out there in front of the A and B classifications, and it looks like it's going to go the way of Nepean,
But
Vanessa
a real
Edwards.
challenge coming from Danielle Borgard from Leichhardt beside her. I think the challenge is coming a bit late, Barry. And as you say, Vanessa Edwards from Nepean. Looks like she's got this sprint division number 1 in hand, but a good challenge from Leichhardt.
Oh, Daniel Borgard, pocket rocket she is, and she takes second place, and third place then will go to lane 8. That is Newcastle's Phoebe Sanders, back in third. They're the top 3, but this is a division that we're talking about, division number 1. It's not a final, so we revert back to divisions now. And divisions that may well be at this championship event, that it's only the first place gets the medal. I'm not quite sure how that works.
I understand the divisions also get medals for 1, 2,
1,
3,
2, 3.
Barry.
Okay.
And
Well,
reminder, medals for those qualified can be collected at boat shed number 1. Barry, you mentioned spectators a few minutes ago. Perhaps it's a good idea to remind people of our COVID-related issues, and spectators are asked to remain seated in their ticketed areas. Do not roam around the venue. And Rowing New South Wales point out, if these protocols are not being adhered to, they'll stop the race and the regatta until they are.
well, I tell you what, they're pretty serious about it. We came across a former prison officer who's now on sentry duty to make sure there is compliance with the COVID
And
rules up here.
surprisingly, we passed, Barry.
We did pass, John. Yes, no, Rowing New South Wales and sports in particular have done a wonderful job, but there are people here specifically designed to make sure that you are in the right place and location to avoid any contact with the undesirables, we might say, or the unclean. So please make sure that you do comply with the COVID rules, as John has suggested. Well, this one we're looking at now is a mix of D's, E's and D and E classifications, John.
Yes, and this is race 22, second division of the Women's Masters Single. And in the D classification, they're in lanes 1, 2, and 3 and 4. And that is Marcella Cox from Abbotsford, Anna Hancombe from Newcastle, Carolyn Vernon from Drummoyne, Colleen Chapman from Abbotsford. They're all off 2 seconds. The E classifications, the remainder of the field, lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8. Diane McShane from Endeavour, M. Barrack from Mossman, Tess Fearon from Newcastle, and in lane 8, Jenny Wilson from Mossman. They're all off go. So the D's, lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 off 2 seconds, and lanes E, lanes 5, 6, 7 and 8 off go.
Well, I just wonder whether 2 seconds is sufficient time for the ones on the far side, as John has listed, to catch up with the ones on the left. I think they're going to have a bit of an issue here because particularly the Newcastle sculler Tess Fearon, she started off on go, and at the present moment with only a few metres to go, she's in front by about a canvas over Mossman's M. Barrack, and Jenny Wilson still up there. So there's 3 out of the go scullers that still lead. The only one I think that might have a chance is catching them out of the D's, which had the 2 second benefit or a handicap, is Marcella Cox from Abbotsford on the far side of the course. I think we're going to see the Go Scullers hang in there, because very impressive row coming from now the Newcastle sculler Tess Ferron in the centre. She's very relaxed. A little bit of an effort coming from Barak now from Mossman, throwing up a little bit of water under these conditions, and a good run coming from Jenny Wilson, a very, very experienced sculler from Mossman. Well, let's see how they turn now. We've got about 100 metres to go in this sprint championship.
Yeah, it's lane 6, 7 and 8 fighting out 1, 2, 3.
That's the way it goes. These are the Go Scullers, which is a bit of a surprise. Those 2 seconds might have been pretty heavy for the ones over there, but it looks like it might be Tess Ferron from Newcastle takes the win. And the second place will go to Mossman's Barak. And third place then will go to Jenny Wilson, also from Mossman.
And that's the judges' unofficial totals in a winning time of 2:21.07.
Well, as you can see, we're trying to give you a call here, which is where the difference between the 2 scullers going over there, 0.46 of a second. But so exciting. I think these spectators are lucky to be up here and see a sprint championship, and it's a wonder we don't see more of this sort of racing perhaps down in the metropolitan area on Sydney Harbour, John.
Barry, you suggested impressive performance. That race just finished. All of those scullers are in their mid-50s. The race to come, all the scullers are in their mid-60s. And their performance is very, very good indeed. I admire that. I wish I could do it.
Ladies, it was John Moore that said that. I didn't say anything about ages.
I'm impressed, quite frankly, with the performance and the ability. And this is reflected in our next race, race 23, the third division of the Women's Masters Scull, a combination of F, G and H. The F class of... it's E, F, G and H rather. The E class, Rowena Stewart from Abbotsford in lane 1 off 4 seconds. F class, Suzanne Jones, Abbotsford off 11 seconds in lane 3. The G class, they're all off 6 seconds, and that's Lindy Nesbitt from Drummoyne in 4, Petra McCaskill from Abbotsford in 5, and then Anne Taylor from Mossman in 6, and Rosemary Hancock, Abbotsford, is, I understand, a withdrawal. And that leaves off Go, our one competitor there of H class, Susan Kemp from Newcastle.
Well, one of the older ones there to follow on from John Stapen there is Petra McCaskill from Abbotsford Club. A couple of years ago it was called Sydney Women's MLC in those days. Now it's referred to as Abbotsford Rowing Club. And she competed in this particular classification at the last Sprint Championships, and I think McCaskill actually got third in the championship, so she was a medalist last year in the almost equivalent to this. This time she starts off at the second mark. She's up against Kemp from Newcastle, which I think may be related to Kemp, the old professional sculler from years ago.
Maybe, Barry,
Yep,
I don't know.
yep,
It's a connection I hadn't made.
Yeah, now I think the Kemp family were very much involved on the
7,
in the Richmond area.
9,
Out at, in fact, I think
10,
the
11,
great-grandfather stars in the museum up there at
13.
Windsor.
Well, we have a start in
15.
race 22.
Well, here we
race
have...
23, rather, sorry.
Well, now, McCaskill will be out from Abbotsford to try to take back or try to take a win that she got in a third place last time. And she's right in the centre, and but she's on a 6-second handicap now with Susan Kemp from Newcastle on Go. And the biggest handicap will go to Rowena Stewart, also from Abbotsford, and she's right over there on the far side from lane 2. So we'll have a look at her progress. So some interesting results coming from here. This is a real, it's like looking at a laboratory here for people going over 500 metres to see who would survive the handicaps that are being given to them in the Women's Masters Single Scull. And this is division number 3. And as you can see, Lindy Nesbitt there in the G category started off at 6th mark, and she's caught the Go Scullers, and she looks the goods here. Drummoyne there over there, 3 from the far side, and she has moved out to about a canvas lead. Doing quite well there is Anne Taylor from Mossman, I think it is. And a big gap there between, I think the Abbotsford sculler Hancock is out, as John has said. But keep your eye on the Drummoyne sculler, Lindy Nisbet, because she's the only competition that she is getting is coming from Mossman's Ann Taylor. And I have a feeling that with all the good luck to Petra McCaskill, who gained a third, she might be lucky to gain a third this year in the Women's Masters Single Scull. This is the third division, and it opens it up to categories E, F, G, and 1H sculler. And she's right on this side of the course, and that's Susan Kemp all the way from Newcastle. Anyway, we look closely, and I think that is the Drummoyne sculler, Lindy Nisbet. What a great shot that is that the cameraman has got, and you can see Lindy Nisbet from Drummoyne out there in the lead.
She's handling the conditions very, very well. She's not overreaching. She's not lifting the rating. She's in front, sitting there and watching. Well raced.
Now, wait a minute. Have we got the right one? Yeah, that's
so,
it.
yes.
That's her. That's the Drummoyne sculler. Lindy Nisbet.
Over the line from lane 4. Good race for second. Will it be the Mossman or will it be Abbotsford? And I think it's Abbotsford.
You're spot on, John. Yeah. And then Mossman is for third. That looks like Ann Taylor got a third there.
Yes. And the winning time, 2:37.72.
Well, just a quick summary there. You've got Ferron from Newcastle, back to Baraka Mossman. Then, I'm sorry, my issue, my mistake. Nisbet from Drummoyne, back to Stewart of Abbotsford, Taylor of Mossman, Jones of Abbotsford, and McCaskill, unfortunate, in 5th place, and Kemp in
Susan
6th
Kemp.
place. Yep.
Barry, an interesting race coming up. Now, we've had trouble at the moment of those off, say, 2 seconds, can't catch people off scratch. Here we have a crew which has to make up 12 seconds. So this is going to be interesting. This is a crew coached by Susan Philpott from Endeavour, we spoke to earlier in the day. Endeavour represented by Richard Corrin, Tim Blomfield, Sean Donza and Owen Redhead. Their coach, as I said, Susan Philpott. They're in lane 1 representing Endeavour of 12 seconds.
Well,
off scratch is Mossman.
Well, Endeavour, even though they start off at 12 seconds, pity they had to come up against one of the strongest Masters crews we've seen in the H category for many years. John Hardy, Titterton, Phil Titterton, John Struick and John May. These guys have raced together for years, and I think you might even find a couple of representatives at state level in the state versus state going back to their younger days. A fearsome combination. And let's talk about Phil Titterton in there. He's been a former president of the New South Wales Union of Rowers, still active today. He's not a tall man and things like that, but a wonderful personality, and that always helps when you get to be a master rower from Mossman. So anyway, Hardy, Titterton, Struick and May take out the win in the Men's Masters Coxless 4. And we might even give a mention to Endeavour because they've come all the way down here from Newcastle. And Susan Philpott was so proud of their performance and the fact that she's involved with them. They happen to be younger, so they get the handicap. Corrin, Tim Blomfield, Sean Donza and Owen Redhead. And congratulations to Susan Philpott, who does a wonderful job up there as a coach with Peter Bond at the Endeavour Club up on the beautiful waters of the Hunter River.
Barry, I'm very, very jealous. I'm looking at the age category of that Mossman crew that rode so well, all in the mid-70s. I am terribly envious.
No, John.
Well done, Mossman. But
still.
Endeavour, good to see you down here from the Hunter.
They've got a beautiful spot up there and a beautiful shed. They've got a lot of pride in their toilet up there. When they've added a toilet, and they use as cisterns old beer kegs cut in half.
Yes, and I've seen that at a pub here in Sydney too. It's very good, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely spot up there and a lovely environment. And it's a lovely place up there. The Hunter River, of course, it was mainly a commercial operation that where steamships used to go up further than that where they are now.
Well, Morpeth was at one time the biggest commercial centre on the coast. But we're looking on to race 25 at the moment. Again, 500 metre sprint, women's under 19 and under 21 pair. We have under 19s in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5, the under 21s in 6, 7 and 8. Now, in the under-19 classification, in lane 2, Nepean, Edie Brown, Amy Wagner. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, Arabella Rutherford and Bailey Winton Murray. In lane 4 from Kinross, Wallaroo, Freya Neville and Isabella Scammell. And in lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Alexander Reid and Kate Brandy. Now, the under-21s in lanes 6, 7 and 8. It is in lane 6, Sydney, represented Jasmine Bowers and Evie Thompson. Lane 7, Sydney number 1, Eliza Dunlop and Caitlin McManus Barrett. And in lane 8, Sydney number 3, Sophia Carmody and Nia Graham.
Well, the big question here, John, who is going to be the one pair that misses out? Because in the under-21 category, there's only 3 there.
Yeah.
And
so they all get a medal.
They all get a medal. And in the under-19s, there's 4, which means the one group, one pair there won't get a medal. So
but they got to the final, and that's pretty good.
well, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to look at a race where only the one that will run last is the only one that misses out everything.
Well, the start's underway, Barry, and no one's really emerged dramatically at this stage.
No, it's a pair oar. This is one of the hardest boats to row. And in fact, that's held professionally. It's used as a selection process or protocol for getting into bigger boats, and the 8s and the 4s. And for the Australian selections, you'll find that this is one of the boats that features prominently in that process. So the pair oars. It used to be Spencer Grace, and he used to love the pair oars. He's long since gone, of course, from North Shore Rowing Club, and we're starting to see Bowers and Thompson in the under-21 category start to move out. So they're likely to take the win, and but they're sisters, if you like, also from Sydney. That's Sydney 1 and Sydney 3. So Sydney 2, well, it looks like this could change because Dunlop and Caitlin McManus Barrett have put in a big effort, and right in the Sydney number in the under-21 category, they're starting to make move, and they've pushed the others out to one side, and that pushed Bowers and Thompson out, and it looks like Dunlop and McManus Barrett starting to come through, but nice rowing coming from Carmody and Graham, also from Sydney in the under-21 category. We'll have to wait until we see a winner there. On the far side in the under-19 category, a different race. And it looks like it could be on the far side. That looks like Nepean in there with a chance. And right over on this side, it looks like PLC Sydney doing well with Reid and Brady. So, but all the eyes are on the Sydney under-21 group.
Yeah, Barry, I'm sure it's going to be 1, 2, 3 from Sydney, no doubt. Lanes 8, 7 and 6.
Well, good rowing common sense coming from Carmody and Graham. They were back in there in 3rd place, and they've taken the win. 2nd place will go to Dunlop and McManus Barrett, and then 3rd place would go to Bowers and Thompson. For the under-19s, 1st place will go to lane 4. That's Kinross Rolleroy. And 2nd place on the far side will go to, I think that looks like the Nepean combination for 2nd. And then 3rd place, is that PLC Sydney, I think?
I think it looks like it, Barry.
PLC
yes.
Sydney. And the crew, as we said, that misses out might be the PLC number 1 crew.
Yeah.
Is that the one from lane 5?
I think number 2. I think it might be.
Number 2 crew.
Yeah, missing out.
PLC Sydney.
Yeah. I think. Oh no. What did the judges say?
All right, well, we'll have a look at the results overall.
Yeah, Sydney
from the
1,
judge.
2, 3, then in 4th, Kinross Walleroy, Nepean 2nd, PLC Sydney number 1.
And that means PLC Sydney number 2 miss out.
Yes.
All right,
yes.
well,
And just a reminder that those medals, 1, 2 and 3 positions for both those categories, of course, will be collectible from boat race number 1. Well,
a
back
good
to
race.
our age groups, Barry. We're race 26, and this is a final. All these young men have earned through the heats to get to this final. Men's under-19 single scull. In lane 1, Harry Horton from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 2, Alec Hoskins, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 3, Liam Taylor from Penrith. In lane 4, Lockenroach, UTS number 3. In lane 5, Michael Caponis, UTS number 2. Canberra's represented by Eden Morklike in lane 6. Marist, again from Canberra. Bryn Hart in lane 7. Kings number 1, Nicholas Horn in lane 8, and Nepean number 1, Julia Kalantar. And that's the final men's under-19 single scull.
Well, they've come down here line abreast, and of course trying to pick somebody who's moved perhaps even a canvas out. The scullers on this side, certainly from Kings and also Nepean closest to the grandstand. And also you'd include Brian Hart or Bryn Hart from Marist College in that. Moved out quite well. In fact, a very impressive row coming from Horn of Kings. Here's
Looks
their
like
number
we've got
one sculler.
problems over in lane 1, Barry.
Yes, we've had one that's go out, but he's been looked after by the boat race officials over there, as you can see on the broad shot, and you can see on the right-hand side there. But there he's being attended to, and obviously a bit of a crab in these strong head conditions. But it's 3 out from this side. I think that, I'm just trying to see whether it's to pick up blades. It might be blades coming from there. Is that a UTS sculler? I think it is.
Lachlan Roach, I think, Barry.
Yeah, it
UTS.
is Lachlan Roach, but I can't say that. Oh, yes, they are Haberfield's colours in the light. That is Lachlan Roach. Lachlan Roach moves right out. And so he looks like he might have taken the lead, coming up to be a gold medalist in the men's under-19 single scull.
But a great race for second. It is. Look between Michael Caponis and Liam Taylor from Penrith over there, and it looks like the UTS representative will take out the silver. Ooh, and a very close one there with Nepean on lane 9. What do the judges tell us? Lachlan Roach is number 1 across the line. Then, as we suggested, Michael Caponis in 2 and 3.
Cora Calanta, Jura Calanta from Nepean, number 1 sculler.
And he crept in the last few strokes to take it by a bow ball. Very good effort by Julia there.
We mentioned Penrith, and he was only 0.48 of a second behind Calanta.
And that's 1:55.88. Good race indeed.
Yes, it certainly was. But the time between the Penrith sculler, Taylor and Horn, who were back in 4th and 5th place respectively, we're talking about 0.48 of a second, 0.77 of a second. So fiercely contested at the rear of the field, but no doubt about how 1, 2, 3, Roach of UTS, Caponis from UTS, and Calanta from Nepean.
We have now only 3 competitors. Our next event, this is the men's under-21 single scull, and we have Liam Glacken in lane 4 from UTS. Good win from Leon yesterday, actually. In lane 2, Matthew Norton from Canberra, and on the grandstand side, Marcus Delamata from UTS.
Well, a bit of action going on there. You can see the great work done by the boat race officials in making sure that they've assisted the sculler back in the boat, and he'll make his way down towards the back to the boating area. So in race 27, it's only listed, as John has said, for the 3 of them, UTS on the outside and Canberra right in the sandwich. And at this stage, the UTS sculler Marcus Delamata in the under-21 scull has taken quite a substantial lead, about a length of clear water. And the race really for second place now between Canberra right in the centre, Matt Norton, and the other UTS sculler on the far side, Liam Glacken. So we can see there are shots, head-on shots of them coming down here. And as the boat race officials move in behind them, it's more like dancing. You've got to say that one group hands over to the other. The BROs do a wonderful job here, and it's very professionally done.
And we look at the quality of the pictures there, Barry, on our screen, the big screen and streaming. We thank Mont Rowing for that, one of our big supporters, and we thank all our supporters. I'll run through them a little between races later on.
Well, what a great shot is there. We can see the race leader in the vertical stripes of UTS. That's Marcus Delamata, you can see, on the left of your screen. And in the centre, the sculler from Canberra. And we've also picked up there Liam Glackham from UTS on the far side. And you get an idea of them. There is a camera connected onto the grandstand, which shows a direct line as they move across. And I think we've just finished up seeing the sculler there, Glackham, move through. But there we go, on the far side. we have the sculler, no doubt, that, what have they done? Well, they've
On
they've
the far
gone,
side,
they've gone and
Barry.
bipped the horn
Bipped
of
the
the
horn.
sculler who they've just rescued out there.
Yeah.
So don't
And
just
there we
ignore
are.
it. Just ignore him.
Yeah, that's it. But it looks like a 1-2 for our UTS scullers with Matthew Norton from Canberra Rowing Club coming across in third place. Good to see Canberra Rowing Club up here this weekend. There is a regatta, a small one, in Canberra at the moment, but Canberra Rowing Club decided to come up to a big regatta here at the Cirque, and delighted to see them.
Well, the judges were on the ball, no doubt. The regatta secretary saw that as well. And so even though it triggered off the mechanism in the tower, it has been disregarded. That was the sculler returning from the overturn down there at the halfway mark. And the results show that Marcus Delamata takes the win. Glacken takes second place also from UTS. And Matt Norton from Canberra back in third.
Well, we've got race 28 at the moment. This is an A final and a full field of our doubles under the women's lightweight and the women's under 23. In the lightweights, we've got lanes 1, 2 and 3 and the under 23 classification in 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Leichhardt number 3, Cooley and Borgard in lane 1. Leichhardt number 2, Masarek and Story. Leichhardt number 2 in lane 2. And in lane 3, Leichhardt number 1, Lowe and Sando. And now in the under 23, lane 4 from University of New South Wales, Whedon and Stocks. Lane 5, UTS, Garner and Sutton. In lane 6 from Sydney, Thompson and Cypher. In lane 7 from Glebe, Potter and Laurie. And in lane 8, University of New South Wales number 1, Vaycox and Burke.
Well, there's some interesting results to be seen here for the under 23s. I noticed that Brad Smith, who's done an excellent job over there at Glebe, has Ashley Potter and Phoebe Laurie racing in the under 23 category. They'd be rank outsiders, but I think that with Brad Smith's name attached to them, we might see them perform rather well here over the 500 metre course. For the others, well, Leichhardt in the lightweight area there with their double sculls, and the three of the crews there all get a medal, John.
Yes, they will indeed. Barry, if there's a name that sticks out, I look at lane number 6 in the under 23, Sydney with India, Thompson and Great Cypher. Now, they're names which are to the fore in all our under 23 rowing. They're going to be hard to beat.
Or they'd be a very strong crew there. Well, India Thompson, of course, a national representative.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see how, under the sprint conditions with this headwind, how they handle it. But I would say that they're on the money, I'd say.
John, I think you're on the money because in the under 23s they've covered about 250 metres or 300 metres now, and it's the Sydney crew that you referred to have moved very quickly into the lead in that category. So that's the crew third out. John's been referring to the third out from the grandstand side of the course. Over on the other side of the course where we've got racing the lightweight double sculls for women, and a good race going on between Cooley and Borgett, and dropping a little way back is Mazarek and Story. And I think that crew over there of Kate Cooley and Daniel Borgett are going to be the stronger of the lightweight crews. They've moved up, they've passed the other two Leichhardt crews, and I think they will be the winners over there in the lightweight double sculls. But have a look at this. John, you know how to pick them. India Thompson and Great Cypher coming down here, and they're not pushed. They've got a rate of about 34, 35. Some of the others are up in the high 30s, and they're very comfortable rowing there, but very good rowing. I mean, they're all well coached over there at Sydney. And look at them.
It is. It's a very kind, smooth crew.
Oh,
the combination is good. The efforts together, and it is a very good win. But I'm also impressed, Barry, looking across at Cooley and Burgard, Leichhardt on the far side. Lightweight, but handling the conditions very well. And it looks like that's a University of New South Wales, Vaycox and Burke in second place.
Well, we'll wait till we get the overall results and the sequence that they come through. there'll be a photo for third and fourth. So there'll be a photo finish between Leichhardt's lightweight crew and I think probably the University of New South Wales. But anyway, the
winning time there, Barry, 2:10.88. Good time indeed.
Yeah, good timing it was.
That was a very fine row by Thompson and Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. But as I was saying to Barry, I was very impressed with Kate Cooley and Danielle Borgart in the lightweight division. And of course, these conditions often don't suit lightweights, but they handled it very well indeed. Well, while we're waiting for the photograph, oh, there we are, Barry. Can you read? No, that's the start list for our next event. Let's look at that. The women's open double scull. Victoria Delapetia and Michaela Franz from UTS in lane 2. Talara Tuckerman and Sienna Grady from Nepean in 3. Emma Gelati and Ella Summers from Sydney Uni in lane 4. Catherine Vargoskic and Alexandra Frost, Uni of New South Wales, number 1 in 5. In lane 6, Sydney Uni, Olivia Coulacourt and Ella Summers. In lane 7, University of New South Wales, number 2, Lisa Matthews and Stephanie Hart. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Belinda Bingham and Jane Hutchison. Barry, what takes your fancy?
Well, it's a fairly open race in the women's open double scull. Delapeter and France are young. They're probably very experienced at this sort of level and sprinting. But I don't know, it's a fairly open event. Brigham and Hutchinson are out of the Masters category. I don't think they're quite up with some of the younger guns here, but that'll be an interesting one to see.
Barry, they wouldn't be. I'm not up with the younger ones either, I have to say. As I've mentioned already, been very impressed with some of our veterans, our masters rowing. Their performance and their ability on the water really astounds me.
Yeah, I'd be looking at some outsiders here like Talara Tuckerman and Sienna Grady. They've been around for a while and they've also raced double sculls together. And they've been quite good scullers in their day, so we should see that. It's a pretty open event, which is evidenced by the fact that they've gone halfway down the course. And here we have the only crew that's starting to drop off is the Brigham Hutchinson combination. They're up against it, but many of these in the rest of the field, of course, are young guns, and I think they've done well to even make the open women's double scull final. And coming up here now, looking across the field, I can see that the Sydney University crew, Olivia Coulacourt and Ella Summers, doing quite well. They're third out from the grandstand. And as you can see, the other outstanding, Gelati and Summers from lane 4, are doing quite well. And over there, as I said before, Nepean, I think they might be the outsiders who can perform extremely well here. Tuckerman and Grady, and coached by the Waddell brothers, and certainly they've done well. But have a look at the UTS combination right on the far side, and that is Delapeter and Michaela France. Now, that's a very experienced double over there. They've made the lead up right on the far side, but I'm very impressed with the crew from Sydney University of Cooley, Paul and Ella Summers over here. And they need to perhaps look at their steering a little bit out, but they're well up there for a place in the medals in the women's open double scull. Impressive row coming from the far side, John. I'm starting to think that UTS might get this one.
And the PM beside them, a good race, but there is a half length of clear water between Delapeter and France over the Nepeans, Tuckerman and Grady. But a good row by both those crews. So UTS number 1 across the line in first place. It will be Nepean in second. And I think that's lane 6, Sydney University in third place. And the winning time, 2:12.60.
Well, there's the field there. Brigham and Hutchinson across, and I think they've got they're beating the young guns there from the University of New South Wales, Varkowski and Frost. So they'd be extremely happy with that sprint, and it's good to see.
We've
Well-
got a bit of a combination again in the race coming down. Men's Open Coxless Pair. It's a combination of open lightweight and under 23. We have the open in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. Under 23 in lanes 6 and 7. And our one lightweight entry in this UTS in lane 8. Now running through the field. The opens in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. Miles Harrod and Jason Waddell from the Nepean in 2. Dean Pollitt and Isaac Everly from Leichhardt in 3. Peter Valdesy and Michael McRae, whom you heard earlier on our program in the commentary team. Lane 4 from UTS, and Gus Eves and Gareth Salkeld from Newcastle in 5. Our two under 23 entries, lanes 6 and 7. Luca Ronaldo from and Alexander Wood from UTS, and in lane 7 University New South Wales, Thomas Gates and Jack Sargent, and the one lightweight entry in lane 8, it's from UTS, Jack Massage and William Clark.
Well, Massage and Clark on this side, of course, they're in the lightweight category. They've got a good reputation in the Coxless pairs, and they've raced previously on that, and they would be about the leading crew, I think, at the present moment. So they'd be of interest, but they will take a medal anyway, if the gold medal, because they're the only ones in that classification of lightweight. In the under 23s, you can see they're doing well. Doing best of all would be Ron Collado and Wood also from UTS. So UTS looking good here. I think all a bit of interest would be on the third crew from the far side, which is the commentators, the young commentators that have been with us both days, Waldesy and Michael McRae, who are together in the boat over there, and they're going to have a bit of a struggle, but they'll get a medal, I'm sure. And it's getting very close together right in the centre, and we've got our eyes on McRae, but in that particular classification, it's that crew from the Nepean over there of Harold and Waddell, Jason Waddell, and of course coached by the older brother Daniel, and you can see that they would have that covered over there. So here we have now lane 8 taking out their first place. We'll do them in sequence as they go over. Second place will go to lane 2, that is Nepean, and third place will go to lane 6, I think that is UTS, Ron Collado, Alex Wood, and they'll gain third place. And then after that is Waldesy and Brown from UTS. So they got a fourth. Newcastle Evans Sackhild for fifth. And Gates and Sargent from the University of New South Wales take out sixth place in lane 7. And then Pollitt and Everly from Leichhardt take out seventh place.
So that's as I read it, Barry, in the lightweight division. The winners are Jack Massage and William Clark from UTS.
Yeah, that's
in
right.
the open, it's Harold and Waddell from Nepean. And then I think we have UTS number 3, Ron Colato and Wood from UTS. Would you get the same?
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting when you've got the 3 classifications all in the one race. But as our regatta secretary says, unless we do this, we'd be here till midnight.
I think that's
A very sensible way to go. I think we've congratulated Owen Nix, our regatta secretary, on his very successful management of these events. Does it very well indeed.
And we're going to have to congratulate them when they come back to the commentary tower, because Waldesy and McRae gained 4th overall, which would give them a medal in the open category.
Yeah, probably second place in the open
Yes.
category. Yeah, it's well done. We've got a full field coming up now with 9 entries. It's a combination, the men's under 16-17 coxed quad scull, which is not unusual at our school events, in particular the coxed quad, with under 16, 4 under 16s, and they're in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. I'll run through them. North Shore in lane 1, Marist College in lane 2, Nepean in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4. Looking at the under 17 classification, St Joseph's in lane 5, King's number 2 in lane 6, King's number 1 in lane 7, St Joseph's number 2 in lane 8, Kinross Walleroy in lane 9.
Well, last year in the under-16 category, it was Hunter Valley Grammar that did particularly well. That was they got first and second in the under-16 Coxquad Skull, and I think it was Newcastle Grammar got the third. Now, I don't think we've got any of those schools in the racing at this weekend and in the Sprint Championships. So probably it's because age has wearied them and time forgets them.
Oh, well, I'm told age does not weary them, Barry,
Well,
but it certainly does me.
Oh, no, lest we forget. But anyway,
Yes.
they were the three crews not represented, and they did very well. Hunter Valley Grammar did very well last year, and we'll have a look and see who the current or under-16s and the under-17s are going to take out this one. What a magnificent sight, John. All 9 lanes being used down here. A spectacular sight as we see the water, the glare coming off the surface. The wind getting a lot stronger coming from the west, I would suggest. It's a headwind, which is the way this course was designed in the first place. Let's hope that we don't get some rough water coming through when it gets a little bit stronger. Now,
I can see the cerise singlet there of St. Joseph's, Barry, in the middle of the field.
They're doing very well. Maroulis, Dickinson, Fredrickson and Hine. Jake Cridlin is the coxswain, and he's got them very, very well placed to take out the win. At the same time, I'm looking across right on the far side of the course, and that looks like a crew. It could be from North Shore. I don't think that's Mara's College over there. I think
No, it's
from
North Shore, definitely North Shore, Barry.
And it's lovely to see them there. I don't know whether they picked up the schoolboys from there, but the North Shore crew would be Zhang, Molossi, Deegan and Potter. Bryn Potter, they're coached by one of the masters over there, Paul Tout. And he's done a wonderful job in coaching those young men over there. But St. Joseph's College take the win, as John has said. And second place will go to the crew on the far side. That is from North Shore in the under-16 category. Third place below the tower here will go to St. Joseph's number 2. Fourth place will go to lane 4, Kinross Rolleroy, followed by lane 7. That's Kings 1 in 5th. And flowing on from that, you've got Kings 2 and Kinross Rolleroy 2 in 7th place. 8th place goes to Mara's College, the ACT, and then we find that Nepean will take out the 9th place out of lane 3 on the far side of the course.
And a good brisk sprint time by St. Joseph's, 1:46.82. Very good indeed. And the 2 categories there, under 16, under 17, there will be medals for each. They're collectible at Boatshed number 1. Well, Barry, here's our first, I think it's our first para event of the day, the first one that we've called anyway. It's race 32. It's the para double scull. And we have a mixture here in lane 1. Eleanor Taylor, Stephen Lawler from Balmain. In lane 4, Ruby Sutherland and Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. In lane 5, Tali Hind and Olibeth Ray Sanchez from Balmain number 2. And then Balmain number 1 in lane 6, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall.
Well, this is going to be interesting because you can see that Lawler and Taylor were third last year. They got a bronze medal in this classification, the para double scull. They were behind 2 Balmain combinations, which included the gold medalists there, Marshall and Webber. Now, they're not here now, or Marshall and Webber. Actually, from Balmain, they're Balmain number 1. They're in the PR3 category, and they are there this year. So we have in the lane closest to the grandstand, the Balmain number 1 combination of the gold medalists from the 2019 Sprint Championships. And it may well be that they're lining up to do it 2 years in a row. And there they are, Lauren Webber and Bronte Marshall. Also competing on the far side of the course is the crew that got a third. So they got the bronze medal, Taylor and Lawler from Balmain. They are Balmain number 3 and on the far side of the course. So we've got the gold medalists and we've got the bronze medals from the championships from last year. And they could be, well, we'll wait to see what happens here. But Webber and Bronte Marshall well placed coming down here to take out the win in the para double sculls. All a little bit of a steering issue coming there from Hind and Rays, and they'll be attended to by the by the boat race officials. We should see the flag go up, but they're not causing a hindrance to anybody else. So they've managed to settle in, cross through. Their big problem, of course, could be rowing in the wake of the blade turbulence coming from the crew on this side, but that movement of them have pushed the crew that were originally leading a little bit over, so steering could be an issue in determining the placings as they come through here now. But Balmain...
Lauren Webber, Bronte Marshall, they've just picked up their rating a bit, Barry. They were just floundering a bit. They've picked it up now, moved away from the rest of the field quite well.
They're the gold medals from last year. They've taken it out again. John in second place. This will be interesting. Lane 5, Hind and Reyes. Sanchez take out second place. Third place then on the far side, lane 3 goes to Taylor and Lawler, which is where they finished exactly last year. And fourth place then will go to Drummoyne, Sutherland, Ruby Sutherland, Stephanie Walker. Will take fourth place.
And the time 2:44.38. Barry, it confirms Balmain has a long tradition of supporting our para rowers, but there are 2 or 3 emerging in other clubs now, Drummoyne being one of them. So it's very good to see Drummoyne on the water in this event. We're back to Masters at the moment, and this is the Women's Masters Quad Scull. Now, it's a mixture of C class, D, E, F, and G. So 5 different categories there. In the C class, we have Abbotsford rowing in lane number 1. They're off 11 seconds. In the D class, we have in lane 2 Endeavour off 9, and in lane 3 Leichhardt off 9, and in lane 4 Newcastle off 9 seconds. 1 E class category, lane 5, it's Leichhardt off 7 seconds. 2 F class, in lane 6 it's Abbotsford off 4, and then Mossman off 4. They're in lane 7, and Sydney University in lane 8, they're off go.
Well, Abbotsford have emerged. They started to emerge last year as in the Masters category, particularly amongst the women. Abbotsford competed, I think, for the first time at the State Sprint Championships. Their best result there was in second place, I think it was, because North Shore were then the top performers in the Masters category in this range of racing. They're with the handicaps now. I think the Abbotsford crew of Stuart Panagopoulos, the more experienced one, of course, have had to go through an 11-second handicap. There are no North Shore crews there. The other Abbotsford combination of McCaskill, Andrietta, Sky Smith and Colin Chapman, coached by Charles Lord Jones. They're off at the 4-second mark. So with Abbotsford, I think they'd be certainly up there, I think, in a medals finish. But you'd have to look once again, like we did at the Ben a few moments ago, from Mossman. You've got the women there, Anne Taylor, Margaret Small, Em Barak and Jenny Wilson. And they'd have to be, they're also starting off at the 4-second mark. I think experience those ones in that age category starting off on this side of the course may just be able to edge out those with the bigger handicaps, John.
Yeah, could be. They've got to make up 11 seconds there at one stage, but it's going to be very interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, well, the weather's staying fairly static at this stage of the game. A very strong westerly. Coming down the course, it's no white water at this stage of the game, which makes it perfectly safe for everybody.
Yeah, no strong wind forecast in our official bureau message this morning, but temperature to reach about 32 out here at Penrith. I suspect, though, the breeze might keep that down a bit.
A magnificent, I think we've got to start in one of the events, but you can see the down at the start, and you might be able to see how choppy it is because of the bouncing around of the officials' boat. And when those crews are rowing sideways, you'll see the big boats starting to bounce around a little bit in the water. But I think we do have a start in the Women's Masters Quad Scull.
Yes, it looks like it. It looks like they're underway.
So if there's a little bit of turbulence that you can see from the grandstand up here at the finish, it's going to be more so down at the 500 metre mark. That's where they will see a little bit rougher down there, and of course it really gets rougher further down they go, as the open water. There's a great shot coming from the I think that's the 2,000, is that the 2,000 metre start or the 500 metre start?
I think it's the 1,000, very close to it. That's,
there we go,
yeah.
look at the water. It's absolutely beautiful down there, John. I think they must put some...
At the 1,500 mark, yes.
They put some blue dye in the water to make it nice and blue. Look at that.
Ah, yes.
Fantastic colour, and you can see the crews lining up there for their various events. A very good shot. Thanks, John, for that.
Yeah, we've mentioned our shots in the past, and we've thanked very much our supporter from Bot Rowing, but I should offer the appreciation of Rowing New South Wales for all our sponsors and supporters. We've got to look at our major partner, Bentley's Chartered Accountant and Business Advisors, and also the V Insurance Group, our official accommodation partner, Quest Apartments here in Penrith. And of course, we look at Bot Rowing, supporting our visual things, and they're on display up in the courtyard. Perfect Balance also up in the courtyard, and Pontoon as well down near the canteen.
9:48 is the registered start time, and right on time. You can hear him now.
Leichhardt 2, lane 5, 7 seconds. Abbotsford 2, lane 6, 4 seconds. Mossman, lane 7, 4 seconds. Sydney Uni, lane 8,
Might mention, Barry, for those not really
looking to
familiar
your
with
left
rowing,
and right,
but the
approaching
starters
the line together,
procedures,
please.
as we
All
hear
crews.
it, is according to
Don't want anybody
international
ahead
law.
of anybody else. I don't want anybody behind anybody else.
Well, here we have, he's gone through the start, and we've given you a synopsis of the way we see it. The more experienced ones over here, the ones that have raced at Sprint before, would include the Abbotsford ones. Mossman also in there with the mix. There's 2 out. They start off at the 4-second mark. And the biggest handicap is going, of course, to Abbotsford right on the far side of the course, not because of rowing skill, but because of their age. They're youngsters over there.
Yes, they are, Barry. Certainly compared to you and me, yes.
Keep approaching the line. There is quite
Anyway,
a strong crosswind. Be aware of it.
8
Keep yourself
lanes
centred in
being
your lanes
used.
as best you can.
And of course they start off and look at that as they
I'm going to try
draw
and
up
make this
here.
as quick a start as possible so that we don't get blown across into the ropes.
It's our boat race officials do an excellent job on their handicapping, Barry. Occasionally you'll see a standout, but generally speaking, the handicaps are organised, again, as you said, on an age basis to even out the end result, and works very well.
Well, he's bringing them up here now on a slow start, trying to organise them as they flow in, because the headwind tries to take them down towards the 2,000 metre start. And here they come up now in a line, and he's pulling them up one at a time just to get them up. They get all their bows lined up. So we'll be coming up to that aligning mark now. What a great shot. So now you can see very difficult for the starter, because that wind is trying to turn those boats one way or the other.
Okay, light tapping all crews. Keep rowing, please. Light tapping.
There we are. He's calling up the crews on this side to tap their boat, continue to coming up to the start line.
We're lucky in a way, Barry. These are very experienced rowers. It's a real problem in the more junior rowers who are not experienced, give the starters some headaches at times.
Well, he's probably lucky because does have the headwind.
8 stop, 3's 2 stop.
But they don't
stop,
have coxswains in these boats.
Check your boat 8.
So it's up to the rowers themselves to
Other
get that
crews
boat
keep tapping.
online. And it's very
7
difficult
stop,
for the
5
starter. That's
stop.
why they've professional
4
boat race
stop,
officials down
1
there.
a light tap, 6 a light tap.
And
3 a
that
light
wind is
tap.
trying to take them
Attention
backwards.
all crews.
Here we go. He's almost got them. And there's
3,
the first of the handicaps.
4,
Sydney University
5,
go off on go.
6,
Mossman take off 4
7,
seconds later.
8,
And there they go. I
9,
think that Mossman
10,
crew is going to do
11.
well here. They're experienced. And they've got one of the lower handicaps. And gradually it's flowed across now, right across. 11 seconds have gone. And so the women's Masters Quad Scull up and running and really going well. the camera work is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely amazing how they can follow these crews and get the perspective, which is very difficult to get when you're looking behind them as they move away from the camera. But there is a good shot. We're watching Newcastle, and shortly we should see the Leichhardt crews. There's the Leichhardt crew moving up, and then we'll see Endeavour all the way from the Hunter River. There they go. And then we'll like to see the Abbotsford crew.
We've really got to congratulate our boat race officials getting these regattas underway on time in these conditions. They're very good.
Well, we've changed now, and you can get a better idea of the perspective of the way they're coming down here, and you can see that, and we'll have a look at that, because you can see now what we were saying about that Mossman combination and their experience. They've managed to hang on to that 4-second handicap and still lead the crews that with the 11-second handicap on the far side that are out to chase them. But the Mossman crew, Taylor, Small, Barrick and Jenny Wilson, are extremely experienced, and they have not lost their lead. They're still out there. They've got a length over Sydney University, the Go crew. They start off at the 4-second mark, and they've kept that. Starting to emerge over there is, I think it's a combination from 3 out. I think that's the Leichhardt crew. Once again,
yes.
very experienced. That's Diane Williams and Isla Armitage. Used to row for down in Victoria, I think it was. Jennifer Songer and Daniela Borgert. That would be the top Masters women's crew from Leichhardt, coached by Stephen Sherry.
And they're coming good. I think they're going to take
Right
it from
on the
Mossman.
line. They could even take
They
this
could.
away.
What a race this is, and
Oh, no, Mossman,
I think the Red Bower Mossman might have it.
Mossman, he got that.
And the judges have given it that way too.
Righto, so we've got
What a
Mossman,
great
Leichhardt.
race.
We've got Newcastle back in third place.
Yeah.
Abbotsford number 1 out of the far side, back in fourth. Sydney University, Leichhardt number 2 in sixth place, and Endeavour in seventh. And Abbotsford number 2 with McCaskill in the crew back in eighth place. And the time there, John?
2:12.74. What a great race, really is.
Yes, no, it was a good event.
Yes. I thought that the Leichhardt crew might have had enough momentum to get past the leaders, Mossman, who led nearly all the way. But no, Mossman held on. Well done.
Well,
and Taylor, Margaret Small, M. Barak and Jenny Wilson.
Well, I thought Mossman. Well, Mossman got there because of their experience, and they have rowed together before. Top crew from Mossman, and like you, I'm a bit surprised. I was very sorry for the Leichhardt crew for obvious reasons, as my background, but they put up a good fight. But there's the F category. With a 4-second start, that Taylor, Small, Barrick, Wilson combination, too experienced, and you could see that they never gave away that lead all the way down. Well done.
Well,
Good
the
race,
men's
John.
Masters double scull looks like it's underway at the moment. There's a mixture of A, B, C and D categories in this. In lane 1, in the A category, or 4 seconds, ADF rowing in 1 and Glebe in lane 2. In the B category, or 3 seconds, Nepean in 3, Leichhardt in 4. And in the C category of 2 seconds, University of New South Wales. And we have 3 in the D category, all off go. Endeavour 1 in 6, Endeavour 7, is 2 in 7, and Endeavour 3 in 8.
Well, all crews are lined up down there. Of course, the big new entry in that will be from ADF. ADF rowing, Australian Defence Force rowing from Canberra, of course, have come into their own since the Henley celebration, and of course the work done by the officials over here and the Army and Rowing Australia to send the crew across, which was a mixed crew, men and women, and they started to draw their top performers in rowing right throughout the country. And they did extremely well over there, John.
It surprised me a bit, Barry, looking at the reenactment of the King's Cup after World War I. And we had France and England and New Zealand and Australia and Canada. In the reenactment, there was Germany. And that was a bit strange.
Don't mention the war, John. Don't mention the war. Dear, no, you're quite right. There's a lot of questions raised about that, but it was good fun anyway. Henley's a wonderful place. I understand.
It really
I've never
is.
been
I've
there.
enjoyed it when I've been there. It really is. Barry, not a big difference given the thing. I think the pressure seems to emerge from one of our Endeavour crews. I'm looking at lane number 6, Endeavour number 1. Good to see them down from the Hunter.
Oh, it's a wonderful spot up there, and they love their rowing, and they have the Hunter Valley Grammar, I think, have got the rowing shed on the same site, so they've got a good catchment to draw from. Yeah, Peter Bond up there does a wonderful job at the Endeavour Club, and so does Susie Philpott. Well, coming down here, as you can see, taking in regard or having regard to the handicaps, which range from go up to the 4-second mark of the ADF crew on the far side. You can see that hanging in there is Endeavour with the Sean Donzer, Owen, I think that's the crew, Owen Redhead. One of the officials up there have managed to hold on to a narrow lead in that particular grade, but then you can see that the handicappers have been fairly generous on the far side, and the ADF rowing with Hingston and Zatzaklu, I think it is, on the far side.
And they're rating very highly, and they've made up a lot of deficit over the last 100 metres.
And Paul Grady and Jason Wundell, who have been racing together since children, they have also started to emerge. And so, as you can see, those two crews now, it looks like the crew on the far side was the ADF.
Yeah.
They might get all
It's
the
touch and go.
No,
I think Nepean might have
just
it.
Nepean just got there
I
over
think they
there.
might have it, yes.
And third place will go to lane 3, Glebe. Fourth place will go to Leichhardt with Raymond and Pollitt. And fifth place then to lane 6 will be Endeavour, Sean Donzer and Owen Redhead.
And I'm very impressed with the effort by ADF rowing, lagging at the early stages, and rowed a very well-judged race to get second place behind that Nepean combination of Grady and Woodell, winning time 1:54.71.
Well, I'd never talk in less than glowing terms about the ADF again. I wouldn't want to be court-martialed by the Brigadier down there ever again, John.
Barry, lesson learned, lesson learned. We're looking now at another mixed, this is the men's masters double, and it is in the second division. We've mixtures of E, F, G and I category. The E category in lanes 1, 2 and 3, that's Abbotsford and Newcastle, and in lane 3 ADF again. They're all off 17 seconds. The F category off 15 seconds, University of New South Wales in lane 4, and Newington Masters in lane 5, all off 15. The G category off 11 seconds, Abbotsford in 6, Mossman in 7, and the sole I category is Mossman, and they're off go.
Well, as you can see, they might be in middle age, but there's some, all of them, very experienced. We've seen an ADF there, rowing number 1 Newman and J.O. Adina there. But once again, like the women, I think Mossman Rowing Club are featuring here with Newcombe and Conahan, Hardy and Titterton in 2 of the double sculls. I think we'd have to be looking at Mossman to take out this one. They're not, and given the benefit of go, I think Hardy and Titterton on this side of the course, as you can see, they've started off, they have an 11-second advantage at least over the rest of the field. The question is, can they hang on to that very generous start that they've got, go start? I think they can. Well, looking to see now, the big race is on. If you look on the far side, the Abbotsford crew of Stewart and Patterson in the E category, the younger guns over there started off 17 seconds later. They're trying to move up through the field. I think they're probably doing one of the best over there in the under 7 in the 17-second handicap category. And over here, it will be desperate for Hardy and Titterton to hang in there. Forget about Mossman, Newcombe and Conahan. I thought they'd do well, but starting to emerge there is Steve Hill and Richard Jones from the Abbotsford Club. They started off at the 11-second mark, and they're starting to absolutely bloom as they come down with only about 200 metres to go. So keep your eye on Abbotsford. On the far side, you can see the Abbotsford crew on there with Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson doing well. So this is a big year for Abbotsford, In fact, in the men's Masters double scull, it was Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson that got a second. They got a silver medal in the men's Masters double scull this time last year.
And
can
look
they
at
make it the
Abbotsford on the
gold?
far side, lifted their rating, going away. There's going to be a real battle for Mossman for third, but no doubt Stuart Patterson from Abbotsford on the far side, off to the cross for first place. Abbotsford in second place in lane 6. And which of the Mossman crews was that?
Mossman 2.
Two.
Mossman 2. That's Newcomb and Conahan got the third. And I think it was, no, it was Bakemere and Conahan got the second place, and Hardy and Titterton fighting on them getting
the winning time by that Abbotsford combination, 2:11.97.
ADF gaining 6th place, 7th place gained to Newcastle and the University of New South Wales. But full marks to Abbotsford.
Well done.
With Stewart and Patterson taking the win and getting the silver medal there. It was Hill and Jones. But I think Stewart and Patterson, I have a feeling that Stewart and Patterson in the Masters double scull got the silver last year. And interesting, I happened to get onto the time for last year. It was won by St George at a 1:50. What's that time this time?
The time was 1:11.97. Sorry, 2:11.97.
2:11, yeah.
Well, next race just underway. Only 3 starters. It's the women's under 19, women's under 21 quad, 2 representatives in the under 19, 1 under 23. In the under 19 category, it is PLC Sydney in lane 4, Penrith in lane 5 in the centre of the field, and the under 21 category, lane 6 on the grandstand side, UTS.
Well, I think that the UTS look to be favoured here on this side of the course. They'd hold about to canvas lead at this stage with their under 21s of Armitage, McLean, Wonderledge and Schofield, I think, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. I have a feeling that Sophia Armitage, her mum, was racing in that crew that got the silver medal in the Women's Masters quad. Racing for Leichhardt. Armitage races, the daughter races for UTS. And you can see that she's, they're not going to give this away. So in the under 21 category, they had to get a medal anyway. They're the only ones there, but they will take the gold. And then of the other 2 crews there in the under 19 category, of course, we have Penrith in the centre and PLC Sydney.
That's a good race, Barry. There's hardly anything between them.
No, it is. The schoolies are doing a good job in holding a very good crew there from Penrith. Charlotte Murray, Claire Robinson, Madison Joins and Lila Anderton, coached by Charlotte Luce Cutler and Lindsay Callaghan, a former Australian international representative coach.
And they might be just getting the edge over the PLC combination at the moment. The last 3 or 4 strokes have been moved across, but UTS over the line in the number 21 combination. It will be Penrith in the under 19.
And overall then PLC Sydney back in 3rd place.
Winning time 1:53.57. Good time.
Yeah, the time's probably a little bit down on last year's. I don't know can't recall what the conditions were like at the last year's Sprint Championships, but it's very gusty and blow. I think the wind's trying to find out which direction it's going to be blowing in the next hour or so. So we could see a change, but it is a little blustery out there, as you can see on the water.
And we can see the line up there at the 500 metre mark for the race 37. The men's under 19, under 21, 4. There is only one under 21 category. That's UTS. They're rowing in lane 8. But all the under 19s, we have Kings in lane 2, St Joseph's number 2 in lane 3, St Joseph's number 3 in lane 4, St Joseph's number 1 in lane 5, Kings number 3 in 6, and Kings number 7. Kings number 2 in lane 7.
John, from your experience, some of these crews representing those colleges there would be out of the 1, 2, 3, 4 crews that the racing up there at the GPS head of the river.
Yeah, looking at the age, the senior category at the head of the river in the AAGPS is the first 8, of course, perhaps the second 8, relatively new event, then the first and second 4s. They'd be from that age group.
Would we be seeing some of these crews here racing at the AAGPS?
I would think so. Now, whether they're racing in 4s or one of the 8s, not sure, Barry, but I would be surprised if these names do not crop up in the AAGPS River early next year.
Well, as you said, most of the crews here, only one in the under-21 category. That's a club crew combination of UTS, so that's the crew on this side. So we'd expect, I think as you would expect, the club crew in this category to be in front of the college crews. Yeah. Would that be the way you'd see it, John?
I would think so, but I'm just looking at the crew 4 across, which is just St. Joseph's number 1. They're certainly moving out there very, very well indeed. But looking at the style, the under-21 UTS combination is a combination, a good one. They're together, a nice entry into the water, lean back into the headwind and doing very well.
Well, the club crew, you'd expect them a little bit older, and they've got the experience of rowing together in a club combination there. But as John has said, a big run coming from St. Joseph number 1 college, as you can see right out there. They're in second place. Can they catch the club crew? And that's the big question.
And they're lifting it at the moment. They're lifting it, but again, so is UTS. UTS see the danger, and I think they'll manage to get their number 8 number in front. But excellent effort by Joey's in second.
Only by a canvas, John, and so they take the win. Second place will go to St. Joseph's. That's a great
third, I
made there
think,
about
to
John.
St. Joseph's number 3 in lane 4, yes.
St. Joseph's number 1 in second place, St. Joseph's number 3 and out of lane 4 in third. King's number 2 out of lane 7 in fourth, and then you've got St. Joseph's number 2, 5th out of lane 3, and King's 3, 6th out of lane 6, and King's 1, 7th from the far side of the course in lane 2.
And the winning time there, 1:47.41. Another combination coming down at the moment. Women's open, lightweight and under 23 pair. But we've only got open and under 23. No lightweights in this. The opens are in lane 3 and 4. And they are from Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchison. And in lane 4, Nepean, Jacqueline Ford and Tellera Tuckerman. And there's the Waddell brothers coaching. The under-23s are all in lanes 5, 6 and 7. Sydney in lane 5, Jasmine Bowers and Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter. That's going to be an interesting race, this. Sydney number 1 in lane 6, Georgina Bradley and Liam Garman, Lachlan Carter again. And then Sydney number 3, Evie Thompson, Caitlis McManus Barrett, again Lachlan Carter. Now that's, all those Sydney crews are really going to be worth watching in the under-23 category.
Well, I think you've got a couple of national representatives here in junior category.
We have indeed. And even in the under-open, Barry, we're looking at the Bingham and Hutchison, Tuckerman and Ford, all well-known names.
Well, Jacqueline Ford and Tellera Tuckerman have rowed together over many seasons and coached by the Waddell brothers, but they've turned up at state championships and national championships as a combination as well. So a bit of experience coming from the far side of the course, and certainly from the experience that they'd have in representative rowing on this side of the course. Have we got the full field there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews. 5, yes.
Yeah, that's
full
it.
field.
4, 5 there, yes.
Well, they're starting.
They're away.
And a little bit of water starting to be thrown up there by the crews, as you can see the start. And good pictures there from the start as we see lane 6 and lane 7. And they're the crews on this side of the course.
Barry, this sprint regatta is giving us some very entertaining competition. Really worth watching.
Yeah. Has your blood pressure gone up a little bit?
It has been indeed, Barry. Mind you, my age doesn't take, it takes a lot to get it up, and it's there. But I've been critical over the years that we have concentrated on 2,000 metre swimming pool racing, international standard admittedly, but New South Wales is now getting variety. Sprint regattas, long distance regattas on Iron Cove and the Lane Cove, the variety is here.
Well, I think that the presentation on sponsored by Bont Rowing, and I keep thinking of the guy upstairs with the camera, John Beekings, who's a local up here who's installed all this himself, has got it going, and the reputation is widespread. Some of the administrators, I don't know why they don't like him all that much, but he's a technical man. He can do anything, absolutely anything with a camera. And
Well, when we say administrators, we're talking about public servant bureaucrats.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
unfortunately, if you don't fit the last dot and comma, there's not much flexibility.
No, I think the bureaucrats come from, is it Homebush Bay, do you think, or state government or something
It's
like
a
that?
computer,
Yes,
specialty
yeah,
branch,
yeah.
yes.
Special branch, FBI sort of stuff.
Oh,
Well,
Barry, as we suggested, those Sydney crews have done very well. It's Sydney number 2, Evie Thompson and Kathleen McManus Barrett out there at the moment, just ahead of Bradley and Graham for 1 and 2. But the Nepean crew's doing very, very well to be up there with that Sydney under-23 crew. Very, very good rowing there. It's lane 7, Evie Thompson and McManus Bennett first across the line. Bradley and Graham from Sydney number 1 in second place. And third will go to, I think it's going to be the Nepean combination, Jacqueline Ford and Talara Tuckerman, as you mentioned them early. And the time 2 minutes 00.56. Good time.
Oh, also, I must put a plug in for those young women over there, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. I've known them for quite a number of years. They've come down to the club and they've stuck with the club. And they're women who are professional in their businesses and the things that they do. And I have a feeling that amongst them is the second woman to captain Leichhardt Rowing Club.
That's good, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Which one is that one?
I think it might be Hutchinson.
And at the last AGM elected?
Oh, no, this was some years ago. Now she's been rowing for Leichhardt, and I think they did extremely well against very tough opposition coming from those young guns. But they've been very much part of keeping the club. I think Brigham has been vice captain of women down there on occasions, and they organise things like getting the trailers and things like that, and getting the boats on trailers. Yeah, they're good club members, like you find with clubs that like Glebe and Balmain, and for that point also the one that we've been talking, Endeavour. You know, you get good volunteers working together, and that's where they really enjoy their sport.
On the subject of volunteers, Barry must mention once again, Rowing New South Wales depends on volunteers in all capacities, on the water, judges, boat drivers, commentators, and they need them. Anyone interested in volunteering in any capacity to keep our regattas running as they are, Rowing New South Wales would be delighted to hear from you.
Well, look, I did hear word that they're looking for volunteers in any field, boat drivers, because with the state championships coming up in the early part of next year, I think it's February, the state championships, New South Wales state championships, that they need volunteers to make sure there's safety on the water. So they'll be looking at what happens out on the training lake when they get on the water.
Well, we were speaking this morning, Barry, to the coordinator of the boat holders at the 2,000 metre. Now, those
The
boat
judge.
holders volunteer. They're down there all day, lying and
That's true.
holding boats. We really need them and thank them for their persistence.
Well, the Union of Boat Rowers, I know at their last meeting they had, were looking at ways and means of encouraging those people on their books that they never hear from, and those people who should be on their books, endeavouring to get them to come up here and be a volunteer at a regatta, because I think it's one of the most exciting things that you could do on a Saturday afternoon or a Sunday, to come up and see what young people are doing practically. They're not looking at bashing and someone hitting somebody else over a bottle in a beer garden or something like that. They're doing something for themselves, and at the same time a great example to a lot of other people in the community. Well done.
Well, we have our next race underway. This is 39, the men's open singles. There's only 3. That's Gareth Salcold from Newcastle in lane 4. Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. And Nepean in lane 5, the middle of the field, and Leichhardt are represented in lane 6, Isaac Everly, coached by Hayden Schilling. Tell me about the Leichhardt entry there, Barry. That's your club?
Yeah, Isaac Everly, he's a good man. He's probably not amongst the A graders in the sculling, but he's also been very consistent in going down to the club. Took on board a group of young people along with a couple of others down at Leichhardt. I'm not too sure what he's doing at university, but John, I shouldn't be saying this, but I can remember on one occasion coming up from the Leichhardt Rowing Club, and Isaac was travelling behind me, and I'd stopped because you're getting onto the main street, and then suddenly I felt this bit of a bump in the back of the car. I'm going back about 3 or 4 years ago now, and it just changed the shape of the back of the car, but nothing said.
Barry, a change. We have an additional competitor rowing in lane 7, Oliver Pope.
Poke or Pope?
Pope, and yes.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yes, I was looking, as you were
7.
speaking, I was counting the numbers down there, and there was one extra. A resurrection, no doubt, by the Pope. And he's on the water, rowing in lane 7.
Now, who would be representing? Would it be the Vatican or Rome, do you think, John?
Oh, look, I think we'd have to confine it to the Vatican. He has authority in his own area there. But it's good to see. This is the men's open single scull. We did read out the Newcastle, Nepean and Leichhardt reps. This is now Oliver Pope rowing in lane 7. And I think, looking at the two there, I'd have to say the leads coming from the centre of the field, Nepean with Jason Waddell, or Leichhardt with Isaac Everly, about whom you were speaking just a moment ago.
All crews check.
Well, I'm just trying to pick out the colours, so pick out the colours from it. Is that the University of New South Wales, I think, is it?
Yes,
colours?
looks like it. It looks like
and
it.
he's taken off. And we have a start in the men's open single scull. This is one's going to be interesting because we've got a new starter there. And we think he comes from the University of New South Wales, judging by the colours.
I think we've got 2 races underway at the moment, Barry. The one immediately in front is the men's open, and the one we just saw starting is race 40. It's a combination of the men's lightweight, the men's under 23 singles. It's the A final. We'll go through the list later on, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the lightweight and 4 with the
race 40,
under 23. But let's look at the open sculls in front of us immediately.
Well, Everly is starting to move up on the pack, but I think Waddell, after about 300 metres, might have the measure up, but only by about a half a canvas. It's a good move coming from Everly. He certainly is getting his blades in the water. No splash coming up from any, so we've got quite an experienced combination up there. The young Oliver Pope, who was now drawn, falling a little way behind and finding these conditions a little bit on the heavy side, but nevertheless...
Just a matter of interest, Barry, I noticed Oliver Pope, representing University of New South Wales, is scheduled in the race immediately behind us. So he's been moved up from race 40 and he's racing in race 39.
Oh, a good move. He gets the run. Well, now, what a big surprise. I would have thought Waddell might handle this a little bit better, but Everly has come good, coached by Hayden Schilling, and has done a magnificent job to lead the field as he comes up here now. And I think this is a big one for him to win the men's open single scull, and will go to Everly of Leichhardt Rowing Club by about a half a length, 3/4 of a length, and almost a length. Goes across the line, takes the goal, and it will be Jason Waddell takes 2nd place. 3rd place then will go to Newcastle's Garth Sackhill for 3rd. And 4th place will go to the young one who's been elevated, as we said, from the another event, and has gone in there. He'll be judged in 4th place, and a good row. Is that Drummoyne, I think? I can't see the colours out there.
University of New South Wales.
University of New South Wales.
And the winning time for that race, 2:01.93. But Barry, the next race is underway, a full field, and we'll look at the The lightweights, first of all, lane one from UTS, Michael McRae. 2, also UTS, William Clark. In lane 3, representing Glebe, Jack Sharem. And in lane 4 from Canberra, it's Matthew Norton. Oliver Pope was scheduled, but he's raced in the race earlier. In the under 23, representing King's School number 2, Kaylin James. Representing UTS in lane 7, Alexander Wood. Representing New South Wales University in lane 8, Zach Partridge. And in lane 9, that's the grandstand side, Harry Staniforth from King's number 1.
Well, I noticed that in the men's lightweight scale, Michael McRae in there again, racing for the second time. He's part of the commentary box, but he's up there with, in the singles, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman on the far side, and doing quite well over there. But as we look through the field, as you can see, all those scullers, at least half a dozen of them, almost half a dozen, from the men's lightweight division. And then on this side of the course, we have the men's under 23s, and doing quite well in the under 23s would be the sculler from UTS on this side. And that was 1, 2, 3. Would that be Alex Wood? I think it is.
I
from
think
UTS.
it might be, Barry, yes.
And he's doing very well out there. And on the far side, Michael McRae from UTS doing very well with the lightweights, and in fact leads them home. So we've got in both the category of races UTS in the lead. Now as they go across the line, we'll try to see if we can do that sequentially as they go across. But UTS look like they might take out the top medals here
in
as
both
they move up to the
categories.
line.
It looks
Both
very much
categories,
like
yes, John.
very impressive row here by UTS out of lane 7, Alexander Wood. He's pressed by McRae on the other side, but it will be Alexander Wood from UTS about to take the buzzer, and there it is.
And McRae takes second place across the line from the lightweights. And then a good race going on for third. And it looks like it might be, yes, I think he just hung on there. UTS Clark in third place. Fourth place will go to Glebe. And I think from the Glebe, it would go to King's number 1. That's Staniforth from 5th place out of on this side of the course from lane 9. Back to Norton of Canberra and James of King's. That's Kaylin James from King's, and University of New South Wales, Zach Partridge in 8th place. And I think that's probably
the winning time,
all the scholars through.
2:00:42. Barry, that brings our first session of rowing to our Sprint Championship to a close. There will be a break now with our next race getting underway in about an hour's time. Comment, I'm looking at the wind and the flags up there fluttering at the moment, giving an indicate that our head breeze is perhaps a little on the increase. I hope it doesn't go too much more, but fine racing this morning, Barry, is a summary.
Look at that. What a wonderful sight. You've got the Aboriginal flag, you've got the Australian flag, and you've got the state flag. Is that the state flag?
Yes, state flag there, yes. Yeah. The traditional protocol for this, the senior flag being the Australian one, is in the centre of the display. The next senior to the left as we look at it is New South Wales, because you've got to look from the front, which is the lake, not from the grandstand. And then the Aboriginal flag, which is not a national or a state flag. It takes the lower of the precedence in the formality in these things.
Well, John, as a military man, and what rank were you, John?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Yeah.
I feel honoured.
Oh, Barry.
I feel honoured to be sitting next to Lieutenant Colonel, as long as you're not a brigadier. I'm worried about brigadiers.
Just an interesting story on the protocol. I was vice president of the club in the city for many years, and we have a very old war memorial there, founded immediately after World War I. And the protocol is incorrect because we have the Union Jack taking precedence on the Australian flag with lower precedence. And I was being criticised because I refused to change it, because that was the protocol when the memorial was founded, and it's staying. Full stop.
Well, there you go. Now, when does racing resume?
In about an hour, 1 hour's time, I think, Barry. we do have a couple of other things we should say, and it's a big thank you on behalf of Rowing New South Wales for our rowing partners. We have to mention, of course, Bentley's Chartered Accounts and Business Advisors, plus the V Insurance Group. We greatly appreciate their assistance, plus, of course, our other supporters like the Quest Apartments here at Penrith, official accommodation partner. We thank Bont Rowing. Bont Rowing sponsorship, not only are they here at the regatta on site for you to look at their products, but Bont Rowing, it's through their support we're able to have these magnificent streaming capacities, which you can see here on the course on the big screen. We thank very much indeed Perfect Balance. They're here as well, down near the boat sheds. And of course Pontoon. And Rowing New South Wales is very appreciative of the support that they offer them here in New South Wales. But a couple of minutes to go before our first race gets underway. It will be the women's under-19 single scull, the first heat. But Barry, perhaps a summary of the morning.
Well, I thought the morning's rowing went very well according to the results there. We started off with the under-16 sculls, and we saw heats of those. In fact, we saw many heats on today's program. The para rowers made the appearance, and some great results there. But mainly we were looking at many finals today in the under-19 doubles and the under-21 double sculls, and some great results there. And in fact, one or two cases we might have even seen people who were successful last year getting successful again. But I think we've been very fortunate with regard to the weather, John. The program has been designed and set out so that it's really a comparatively early finish this afternoon. No doubt brought about by the fact that the utilisation of the 8 and 9 lines where it has been possible has been a tremendous boost to the regatta program. But yeah, no, it's been a great day, and the organisation with the clubs being allotted spots has worked extremely well. But as you say, the cooperation of the public and those people who have obviously bought the tickets to be sitting in the grandstand there have done well. Congratulations to everybody and to the volunteers, the people from, I think it's Penrith, who have been the boat holders down there. As a matter of fact, we heard a funny story about the boat holders being colluded. We won't mention names, no pack drill, but one of the leading lights for organisation, as you can realise, comes from Penrith Rowing Club, and he's organised a lot of those people that he comes in contact with to volunteer as boat holders down there at the 2,000 metre mark. Now, the fact that we won't mention any names, John, but he happens to be a judge on the parole board, and you all know who I'm talking about, a man well known in the Penrith district. But he has obviously great contacts amongst many regional solicitors and local solicitors who probably wonder what else they could be doing on a Sunday afternoon, and he's arranged them to come in and help out with rowing, and well done. And well done to Penrith Rowing Club. He's done a great job there. You'll know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to mention his name because I'm on parole at the present moment. I don't want to have to go back to where I came from. Well done. Well done to Penrith, and well done to the judge.
Barry, on conversations, Rowing New South Wales fairly recently announced some of the appointments for our team crews into the coming international season. Perhaps we could offer some congratulations, and the King's Cup Men's 8, Jason Baker from Scots and Sydney Rowing Club has been appointed there, with which is a very, very good effort indeed. Congratulations for that. That's the assistant coach, of course, there. And with the main cup going to Matthias Ungermark from Mossman Rowing Club, a name we regularly see associated with Mossman and the Northern Beaches in particular. Queen's Cup, of course, Don McLaughlin from Sydney University Boat Club, with Judith Ungermark being the assistant coach there. But a couple of others we talk about. We've been nominated some state assistant coaches, Matt Curtin for the Victorian Cup, Adrian Smith for the Penrith Cup, Jack Handley Bicentennial Cup, and the Justin Butler with the Noel Wilkinson's Men's Youth 8 Cup. So congratulations for all those prominent coaches who've been appointed to that official capacity for the approaching season.
I think you mentioned the league coaches there. You mentioned Don McLaughlin as the Queen's Cup coach, and the King's Cup Men's 8, Matthias Ungmark, who we saw having much success up here at the Sprint Champ, and yesterday at the other regatta. But there's also other coaches that have been mentioned later in the days, and that's the Penrith Cup Men's Lightweight 4.
Yep.
Did you mention that?
I just mentioned some of the assistant
right,
coaches.
okay, that's Alex Field, of course. And the Victoria Cup, Hallie Chapman, you got Chris Halliday, who's looking after the Youth 8 for men, and Lachlan Carter, the Bicentennial Cup Women's Youth 8 from Sydney Rowing Club. So it's a broad category of coaches there, from many of the elite coaches down to who you would expect to be seen there as the top coaches.
It's some of the interesting moves, Barry. For the first time, a number of school coaches included in this senior coaching for the state. Very interesting move, that one. Well, Barry, our first race for the afternoon, second session is underway. Heat 1, it's a heat of the women's under-19 single scull. In lane 2, Cleo Price from Nepean. In lane 3, Hannah Richardson, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 4, Isabel Scammell, again Kinross Walleroy. Lily Eels from Sydney. We mentioned Lily, she rode in a 4 yesterday. In lane 6, Annabelle Woods, Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 7, Sarah Fard. Also on the water yesterday for Tara School.
Well, as you can see, John, the camera now starting to show us coming up a good view there of Tara Sarah Faird in lane 7 on the left-hand side. Not on line yet, but they're certainly moving up into the start dock at the 500-metre mark. Next to her, you can see lane 5. That is Sydney's Lily Eels that John made reference to. She's there. And coming up on her immediate right, the young lady from Kinross Walleroy, Isabel Scammell. Making her way up to the start. This is the under-19 single sculls, and you can obviously understand, we might even be able to hear in the background the voice of the marshal down there bringing them up. And water has settled down just for a slight brief.
I just going to mention, Barry, I think the breeze, the head breeze has eased a little.
Yes, it's not as blustery as it was, although you can see the flags once again moving all the way around. But this is going to be a good start. They're calling them up.
Hold it. You're a length over the line, 5.
Gee whiz, you can hear him, the starter. I don't know whether you can hear that over the sound system, but the starter's getting pretty cranky down there and bringing them up.
Okay, attention.
Oh, they've gone.
And they're away, Barry.
And a very good start too. They're all getting a fair start. Well, we take a couple of strokes and we wait down, and you can see the various starts. Some are starting off at the high rate. There's a high rater going up there. Now that is Tara School's Sarah Fard. She's really getting away, around about 38 strokes to the minute, maybe even moving up into the 40s in the early few hundred metres. And then we wait and see the next one. Sarah Fard is Annabelle. I think that's lane 6 we see there. That's Kinross Rory. Annabelle Woods, a different style. Rate low, and she's saving it up, but you haven't got much time to leave it go in the bank when you're coming up for 500 metres. You can see the effect of the wind on that sculler that just went past. I think that was a sculler from Sydney Lily Eels.
Just a bit of instability in the boat
it
there,
was,
Barry.
and that's the wind getting underneath. Now you'll notice the scullers coming down will probably leave their blades on the feather a little bit longer than you would normally expect them to find, simply because once that blade turns over and ready to go into the water, then it can almost act as a brake on these scullers. So that was quite good sculling that we saw then, and overcoming the traumas of starting into a fairly strong headwind. Well,
Barry,
there we come.
I didn't mention earlier, it is a heat 1, and there will be 1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress to the final.
You're right, John. So the top 4 go through to the final, and the remainder are eliminated. Well, they're coming down here, and you can see that I think that looks like, there is that the Sculler?
Yeah, I'm looking at
So it's
Isabella
lane
Scammell
7.
from thing, but
This
across
is the
here
Tara
it's
Sculler. This is-
Lily Isles, is it? No, I thought it might have been Lily Isles, but no,
This is
it's
Sarah
lane
Fudd here.
7. It's Sarah Fudd.
Yeah, Sarah Fudd.
She rode with some success in yesterday's regatta, and she's repeating that today in the first heat. She will be, I think, unless she sinks between now and the finishing line, first across, but 1, 2, 3 and 4 will progress to the final.
Well, she certainly moves through. The next one to go through to the final could be Isabel Scammell from Kinross Rolleroy. And then the next one across would be Lily Earls, certainly about to go through in third place. And fourth place then will go to right over on the far side. I think that's the Nepean Sculler out of, oh no, it might be, that could be Kinross Rolleroy, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Hannah Richardson moves through, and she's the fourth place sculler, and so moves through to the final, and the remainder eliminated.
And the time for that first final was 2:16.92. And the second heat is underway, and again, 1, 2, 3 and 4 are direct to the final. And we have in lane 2, Emma O'Day, PLC Sydney. Lane 3 from Nepean, Amy Wagner. In lane 4, Kinross Rolleroy's Freya Neville. In lane 2 from UTS, Ava McLean. Lane 6, there is a withdrawal from Penrith. And in lane 7, the grandstand side, Claudia Sinclair from Kinross Rolleroy.
Well, they've covered well into now, coming up into the second half of the event, and as you can see, we might have even lost a couple in the centre there. Big gap between the sculler on this side, the Kinross Rolleroy sculler racing out of lane 7. Claudia Sinclair, as you can see, the Penrith sculler was cancelled out, and I think we also might have lost the UTS sculler, Ava McLean, who doesn't appear to be there. And that means the three scullers on the far side then start off with Kinross Rolleroy out of lane 4, that's Freya Neville. Nepean, a little way back and right out of contention there, and then the PLC sculler, and that would mean that progression 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it may well be that the last place sculler will also move into the final. We've got 4 scullers out there, and Kinross Rolleroy will certainly be in it. Kinross Rolleroy number 2 is certainly there. 1, 2, Nepean and PLC Sydney, and I think the Nepean sculler, I don't think in this sort of racing that they would drop them off. So with 4 scullers there, and 1, 2, 3, 4 move through to the final, no repecharges and things like that, I think they'll all move through to the final, John.
I think so. And Barry, I think a couple of our scullers are playing that game. I'm looking at Freya Neville there, taking it easily. I'm looking at Emma O'Day from PLC on the far side. They're not hurried, taking their time. They can qualify, and that's the main thing at this stage. You qualify there. I'm looking at Claudia Sinclair. She's on the grandstand side here for Kinross Rolleroy, doing much the same thing, but where we'll see Freya Neville over the line now to take first place. She'll be followed by Emma O'Day from PLC in the red on the far side. Then from lane 7, Claudia Sinclair will move up to take third place, with that final fourth place being filled by Amy Wagner from Nepean Rowing Club. And the winning time, 2:26.79. About 10 seconds slower than first heat, but I think it was a strategic row more than actually getting a best time.
Does that come under the general heading of gamesmanship?
Gamesmanship is what it's called. And they're aiming to get to the final and be good. We're still on heat, but we're now at the men's under 19 and under 21 double sculls. Only one under 21, and that's the Cameron Ogilvie Tate Van Heemst combination from UTS rowing in lane 2. All the rest are under 19, and that is in lane 3 from Kinross, Harry Horton and Alexander Brown. In lane 4 from Kings, Nicholas Wayland and Digby Lay. In lane 5 from Canberra, Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomatovitz. In lane 6 from Marist, Alex Elwood and Harvey Elwood, brothers, I presume. In lane 7 from Kings, Dimitri Duta, Felix Lay, and in lane 8 from Nepean, Junior Kalanta and Miles Harrod.
Well, the top 4 moving into the final in this heat, it looks like the under 21 Sculler right over there on the far side, or the double, are going to have a little bit of an opportunity to prove themselves, but the top 4 seem to be in the under 19 category, as you can appreciate, with Jua Kalanta and Miles Harrell from the Nepean Club looking very strong out there and certainly assured of moving in. And I think 2 out from them, the Maris College, surprising, with Elwood and the 2 Elwood boys, that's Alex and Harvey, probably race leaders now by about a half a length over the crew from Nepean. So there's 1 and 2. Now, as you can see, once again from Maris, that King's School crew, number 1, Nick Whalen and Dig Lay, have done well. They're right up there with the top 3 or 4 at the present moment. And in fact, if they can move into a little bit of a break in their proceedings, a very impressive row coming from Maris College, John.
Yeah, they're rowing very nicely indeed. But you mentioned Kings. Look at the move up on the other side. And in fact, I think they got their bow ball in front. Very close to it, a great race, a very good finish by Whalen and Lay from the King's School. They will move across in first place to overtake Maris College, who were leaders for most of the race. Third place, I think, went to King's number 2. Would that be right?
Yeah, that's right, John.
No, Nepean, according to the
Nepean
judges.
Nepean got a third.
Yes.
And that would put Nepean third. Kings 2 got 4th, and then trailing out would be UTS number 1 with Dogleby and Van Eemst, and Canberra's with Boyd and Tomovitis.
And of course it is 1, 2, 3 and 4 direct to the final. Winning time 1:58.16. Now the second heat of this, men's under 19, under 21, they're all under 19 in this particular heat. And again, first 4 direct to the final. In lane 2, it's Archie Lamont and Alex Hoskin from Kinross. In lane 3, Ned Power, Hallie Backwell from UTS. In lane 4, Kings, represented by Maury McKenzie and Samuel Dugan. In lane 5 from Canberra, Dara Hayes and Eddie Mortlake. In lane 6, Kinross's Lewis Maxwell and Sterling Graham. Maris College in lane 7, Bryn Hart and Riley Chifley. And in lane 8 from Kings, Alexander Krauss and MacArthur Bucknell.
Well, you can see them on the great shot there coming up to the start, and you can see the 1500 note with 500 metres to go for the full 2,000 metre course. We listen to the starter now, bringing them up. Lane 7 needs to move up, Maris College.
Righto, I want lane 4 and lane 4 to come up. Hold it hard over there, UTS. Sorry, Kinross. I want UTS to keep coming. Righto, I want lane 6, 7 and 8 to come half a boat length. Canberra, you're way over the line. I need you to back it down, Canberra. Back it down, Canberra. You're half a length in front of everybody else.
Well, yesterday, of course, they had boat holders at 2,000 metre. 500, they rely on the instructions from the starter.
Righto, UTS, just a light touch. Righto, come on, we're all a boat length over the line.
The starter is Mr.
UTS
Steve
quickly.
Sherry.
Now hold at 4, 5. I want UTS a light touch, and I want Kinross in lane 2 a light touch. Okay, lane 6, quickly. Sorry, lane 7. Kings. Come on. Righto. Attention.
There we are, having some difficulty with that strong headwind.
Yeah, I think we might have had a couple of crews caught out there. Got to go fairly quickly. I think the starter, given the conditions, doing a very good job.
Oh, it's very difficult out there with these sorts of conditions, and it's blustery, John. That's what changes the scene a little bit. But anyway, the King's School on this side, all the crews doing well at this stage. I think the Canberra combination might be just starting to drop a little way back at the present moment, as you can see, as likewise the crew from Kinross Rollery over there, that's the crew of Lamont and Hoskin, they've dropped a little off the pace in the early stage of this event. Now, starting to move out as the crew from Marist College, Bryn Hart and Riley Jeffrey, they're 2 out from the grandstand. And you can see also on the far side, UTS, Ned Power, Henry Blackwell, coached by the combination over there of Field and Chapman, are doing quite well in the second from the far side. So the centre of this, these double sculls coming down, just starting to fall back a little bit, but on the flanks, a good row coming from Marist College, and under a bit of pressure from Kings on this side. And in fact, the 3 crews there, Kinross Rollery starting to make their move. Maxwell and Graham, coached by Gannon and Cropley, and have certainly pushed their way ahead, but doing best of all over there, a well-coached crew from UTS, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell. They're over there in lane 3, and they have moved out to a good lead. It's all happening in the final 200 metres of the 500-metre event, and it will be UTS, Ned Power and Henry Blackwell in a completely under 19 category about to take this win, and so be one of 4, the first of 4 crews to move through to the final on the program.
And there they go over the line now, the UTS Power Blackwell, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Second will be Kings, I think, only just. And I think the third came from Kings number 3 on the grandstand side, with Marist College in 4. So they'll be the 4th to progress to the final. UTS number 2, Kings number 4, Marist number 2, and Kings number 3.
Yeah, you picked the top 4 well there, John. UTS 2, Kings 4, Kings 3, and Marist College. Their number 2 crew all the way from Canberra.
And the winning time 1:53.39. Now we're going back to the under-16s at the moment, and this is the under-16 final, or under-15 single scull, heat 1 of this event, and in this case it's only 1, 2 and 3 to the final, an indication of course of the number of entrants. Now we have Kinross Walleroy in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. That's in lane 1, Finley Shepherd. In lane 3, it's Zachary Arnott. And in lane 4, Willow Carter. St. Joseph's are in lane 5, represented by Jackson Cursory. Marist College in lane 6, Jesse Rosen in lane 7 from the King's School, Angus Murrell. And in lane 8, Nepean, Angus Smith.
Just to expand further on what John was saying, where you have 3 people going through, it goes direct to a final. That means that there are 3 heats in the men's under-16 single sculls. The 3x3 gives you 9. That means that the officials have worked it out so that it'll occupy the whole course. 9 lanes up here at the International Regatta Centre with 3 heats. 3x3 is 9. There probably might, we see as we go through the heats, John, it might be 1 or 2 withdrawals as we go further into the program, but I think there might be only 1 in heat 3. We'll have to wait and see what happens there, but as you can see, it's on the start list. And the thing that we're getting from John, of course, is that on the start list that you see on your screens in the live stream, you'll see the names of them, but they don't tell you the location or the source of that particular competitor, whether they're a school or a club. And so John is being able to give you that additional information as to where they come from.
As Barry just re-emphasised, only the first 3 to the final, so there's a little less chance of the gamesmanship that we spoke about earlier. Be interesting to see how it unfolds. Wind picked up a little bit, but not as gusty was earlier. I'm looking at the flags in front of the flagpole. They're certainly full extended there. But nevertheless, our scullers, and looking at the big picture on the screen, appear to be handling conditions fairly well.
Yeah. It's likely to change. I don't know that it was a pure westerly this morning.
Yeah.
It's starting to move round to a southwest now, so that some of the competitors might be feeling just a little bit of more pressure coming on their right hand, or in the single sculls. And of course, the wind and sculling is a very interesting combination, because they're very fine rigging on these sculls. I think that from left over right, which most scullers would use, as you see the hands through. Now let's look at that. You'll see most scullers are rowing left over right. As you see, as the blades come closer to the body, the left hand will be slightly higher than the right hand, which means the rigging on the left is slightly higher. Just a fraction, it could be millimetres we're talking about.
And they're away. And this is heat 1 of the men's under 16 single scull. We spoke at some length yesterday, Barry, at the significant numbers, both girls and boys, male and female, rowing in the under 16 category. And here it's echoed again today.
Well, there's a shot of the young man from Nepean. And next to him, of course, that'll be the sculler from Kings, Angus Morrell.
Now we can look at these, Barry, and we can see that little bit of instability. And of course, what we're looking at is under 16 rowers, not a lot of rowing experience. So these conditions will be not as easily handled as, say, someone with many years experience, but they're all doing very well.
No, they are. And there we see, if parents might be watching this, I think that will be watching then Zachary Annette from Kinross Roy, if you're watching up there. It's a wonderful shot of him as the cameraman then took us right throughout the field. There is a long shot of the race. We see it coming down with about 250 metres to go. And as you can see from there, it's the sculler from, I think it is once again the Maris College, who have been a bit of a surprise here today, over the last week, 2 days.
Yeah, Maris has done very well yesterday and today in small boats, and they've done very well indeed.
Well, this is young Jess Rosin from Maris College, and he's getting great length, which you probably got to do, and he's keeping his blades off the feather for as long as he possibly can before he has to turn them over to start the leg drive and get that boat moving. And he's doing just that. Of course, everyone, I suppose, know what we mean by feathering, but if anyone doesn't, we can explain it to you.
There
So
Jesse Rosen
over
the line for first place, and I think it's going to be
Annette.
Yeah,
Second
Zachary
place.
Annette from Kinross in second.
And back to Gersoy from Joey's.
Yeah, we're minus a few rowers, I think, in this, but anyway. First, second and third only to the final, and that will be Jesse Rosen from Marist, Zachary Annette from Kinross, and St. Joseph's representative will be Jackson Gersery. The next heat is already lined up there. We can see it. And we have, again, its second heat. It is Oliver Buckwell from Kings in lane 2. Kai Martin from Marist in lane 3. Ethan Shaw, Kinross in 4. Lachlan Smith, Nepean in lane 5. Callum Young from Balmain in lane 6. Fletcher Smith, Kinross, Walleroy in 7. And representing St. Joseph's in lane 8, Maxim Maloney.
Well, there we go, the boys. But you can see the way the wind is making them move around a little bit. And our sympathies go out to the starter, Steve Sherry, who's trying to get them online.
Thank you. Attention.
And they're
There
away.
we go. Now keep your eye on Kai Martin over there from Maris College. He probably was a little bit behind getting onto the line in time. Nothing wrong with that. Now, can he make it up? Because he might have been playing smart man and making sure that by the time that the starter blew the horn, that he was moving forward. And I think that was a pretty smart move. Keep your eye on the sculler in lane number 3, Kai Martin for Maris College.
I was very impressed with the start from Max Maloney in St Joseph's. He got a very snappy start away and was half a length in front after about 3 strokes, but whether he maintained that or not, I'm not sure.
Well, he's doing very well out there at the present moment, Max Maloney, and as he's gone forward, so is the Balmain sculler. That's Callum Young. And I think over on the far side, is that in light blue? I can't see what the colour of the boat is. I think it's light blue. Is that the Maris College boy? I think it is.
Kinross Walleroy in the blue
Is
boat.
it? Yeah, blue boat. Kings are on the far side.
Oh, far side.
Yeah, I think that's Maris College. Now, he was the young man. Oh, I do hope he makes it, because he was a little bit behind the line when he took off. But he had his boat moving with the momentum of the boat. Smart move. But on this side, as John has picked him, Max Maloney from St Joseph's College in the lead. And the one that I thought was a shrewd sculler, and Kai Martin, I think he's well up there and likely to move into the top 3 and so move to the final, the men's under 16 scull. We're talking about under 16 scullers here. We're not talking about the elites. And they're smart, and they're very, very enthusiastic.
Looking at Kai Martin from Maris, like Jesse Rosen in the previous, tremendous reach forward.
Well, he's done it. He moves through, takes the win, moves through to the final. The first one to do that. Second place would be St Joseph Sculler, Max Maloney. Second place, third place will go to lane 6, Balmain, Callum Young. And fourth place to lane 7, that's Kinross Rolleroy. And then the next one to go across would be the King's Sculler, Oliver Bucknell.
But it is 1, 2 and 3 only to the final, and the winning time 2:03.12. Now the third heat in this event, we can see them lined up there ready for the start. And again, I emphasize 1, 2, 3 only direct to the final. We do have one withdrawal. That's the glebe rower Archie Osmond, scheduled to row in lane 4. That leaves us in lane 2 with, from King's School, Thomas Engsall. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Magnus Cleary. In lane 5 from Balmain, Jeremy Plummer. Lane 6 from the King's School, Angus Wickham, a good old King's School name there, headmaster in days gone by. Lane 7, Henry Malloy, Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 8, Connor Greenwood from Sydney. Now, Connor has featured fairly well in some regattas in this age group, and I'm expecting, as a standard, he might show out fairly well in this particular race.
Well, I should be aware of the fact, but I don't know for sure. So if anyone can confirm that the coach of the King's 4 sculler, that would be Tom Engsall. Over on the far side is a young man called Harrison Randell. Would he be a relation to Andrew Randell's association with Kings and Drummoyne Rowing Club?
Could well be.
Yeah, and also now one of the top coaches here in Australia. Could be a son, Harrison Randell. And I've seen that name elsewhere on the program. I think he was listed as a coach yesterday. So if anyone can confirm that, Harrison Randell from Kings.
And I'm suspecting that in lane 6, Angus Wickham is the grandson, I would think, former headmaster Jack Wickham, now retired and living up at Oberon.
Jack Wickham. What was he?
Headmaster at Kings.
At Kings?
Yes, and his boys were there in his day as headmaster, and I suspect that this Angus is probably one of his grandsons, I would think.
How old would he be when the Jack Wickham?
Jack would be in his 70s now, I would think.
Yeah. Did he retire as the headmaster?
Yeah, retired as headmaster, and then moved to a property at Oberon. Well, we can see on the big screen the crews just lining up at the moment. We notice there, of course, the withdrawal of Angus Osborne from Glebe. Unfortunately, but 1, 2, 3 to the final.
Thomas, you're a length over the line.
Yeah, I have some sympathy for our starter and a liner today in these breezy conditions. Not easy to start at all.
Now it settles down and then you get a bluster of wind again. But anyway, the job's doing good. You can see the havoc is played with the bow number on number 4 at the present moment, which is the boat. Well, hang on, we shouldn't have a number 4 there. Glebe's out.
Now, Glebe's out, yes.
But there's, I see a 4 there.
Yes.
And there's Glebe colours there.
And he is there. Well, officially, we've been notified that Archie Osborne is a withdrawal, and we can see on the screen a cross through his name, but he is there, unless it is the Holy Ghost in a skull.
Glebe, Archie,
Well,
come
there
on.
you
But he's
go.
there. So it looks like Archie
Righto,
Osborne from
righto.
Glebe is on the water. Well done.
Righto, Sydney, Connor, come on. Righto. Righto. Henry, just a light touch.
Well, I
Righto,
can
fellas,
see
that's a pretty
another
good
4
line.
out there
Thank
not
you.
taking part in this. It
Attention.
looks like a young lady over there, number 4.
And they're away. A very good start there from Connor Greenwood from Sydney, who I mentioned a little earlier. I think we can expect him to be up there with the place getters at the finish, and they're settling down a little at the moment. Interesting, Barry, a lot of these bow numbers are side on, laying down.
I know.
There has been many occurrences of them just losing, blowing overboard. Perhaps it's a move to try and stop that.
Well, you can see that we've just had a sight of Angus Wickham then from King's School. There he is. And a good shot of Angus racing in the under-16 single sculls. But you can see, you have a look at the blades when they come out of the water. With this wind, it's hard to keep them buried. And of course, the blades will come to this. Oops, there we go. I'm sorry, Angus, I've put the mockers on you. But anyway, enough of that. These young men are handling these conditions very well, because you can see, whilst there's not white water on them, it's a little difficult. It's posing a bit of a problem for all scullers. Here's another young sculler from with the
Balmain, Jeremy Plummer.
Yeah, that's Jeremy Plummer. And Jeremy's starting to fight that water. Gee, they're good shots, aren't they, John? But you wouldn't be able to see this otherwise if you didn't have the camera down there.
And there's in the Glebe uniform Archie Osborne, whom has been crossed off our list, but he's there anyway.
Well, Archie Osborne did very well in the recent JB Sharp series. I think he took out a scholarship from memory, and it was quite good money. But he appeared in every regatta that they could. And he was a very good representative from Glebe. Well, here we have on this side of the course, Connor Greenwood has done well. He certainly will move through to the final. It's 1, 2, 3, as John said. Moving into the final, Sydney Rowing Club look like their sculler there. Connor Greenwood wearing his beach hat, and he looks like he's going to make it as the winner, and so moving through to the final of the men's under-16 scull.
He doesn't look extended at all. I
No,
think
he's
there's
not.
plenty in reserve there. One stroke will see him there, and Connor Greenwood in first place.
Well, there we have. There's our absentee is Archie Osborne. He's taken second place, and third place will go right on the far side of lane 2. That's Engsel from Kings.
So they're our place getters to proceed direct to the final. Connor Greenwood from Sydney, Archie Osborne from Glebe, and Thomas Engsel from the King's School, and the winning time 2:15.46. So we're now back, still in the sculls, but back to the women's under-16 event. This is race 45 on your program. Looks like 7 starters in lane 2 from Kinross Wallaroi, Taylor Hobbs and Simone Chawla. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Bailey Winton Murray and Charlotte Cameron. In lane 4, PLC Sydney again, Ayla Steele and Jennifer Choi. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, Lauren Moran and Elisa Ficus. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroi, Ayla Ryan and Lucy Searle. And in lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Victoria Montenson and Alex Reid Queenie. Now, we are showing that the entry of Lucy Scammell and Lily Robertson from Kinross Wallaroi has been withdrawn. But we'll wait and see in lieu of the last race. We'll see what happens. But officially showing as a withdrawal at this stage.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting. We were talking before about the scullers. The traditional way is to have your left-hand blade just slightly above the right-hand blade, because if you were to have both blades coming through, and of course you can imagine what would happen. They'd get caught halfway through and you'd end up snapping them off. But it's an interesting one because some of the younger ones start off sculling right over left, and of course the difficulty comes when you go to select a double skull. So you try to get them all sculling with that rig, which is left over right.
And some uniformity in style, yes.
Yeah. There's a great picture there of our regatta secretary. He probably doesn't know that we're looking at him, but
come on, Owen, look up.
You can't see him on your program. We're back to the full shots of racing over there, but he's not coming up. He's on the smart list, but well done to the cameraman. Owen wouldn't know we were watching him. But anyway, the women's under 16 double sculls. Here we are, and this is a straight out final.
And for our finals, just a reminder that there are medallions for first, second and third in each final, and they can be picked up after the race at boat shed number 1.
I think we've got...
But we're not coming to the start yet. Race 48, women's under 16, double sculls. Kinross Wallaroi 1, lane 2.
1, 2, 3,
PLC
4,
Sydney
5.
2,
I think
lane
we've only
3.
got 5 starters here, John.
PLC
Have we?
Sydney
We
3,
should have 6.
4.
Yes.
We should have
Loretta
6.
Kirribilli, lane 5. Kinross Wallaroi 3, lane 6. PLC Sydney 1, lane 7.
Talking about numbers, just a reminder to all clubs and crews, all schools, would you mind please returning those
We have
bound
6
numbers
minutes.
to boat shed number 1 as soon as practicable after each race. So we know that Lucy Scammell and Lily Robson from Kinross in 8 are not there. Who else do you think might be missing at this stage, Barry?
Well, they seem pretty close. Chances are they start off at lane 2. I think Kinross Wallaroi number 1 are there. They're listed down as starting, but because the spacing between the 5, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there are only 5, is much the same.
Both the PLC crews are there.
Yeah, and I think that's
We're moving
lane
across
7.
to Loretto Kirribilli, then the blue there, and beside them we're looking at Kinross Wallaroi, yes, and there's the blue,
6.
and then PLC Sydney doesn't appear, is that? Yes, there we are, there's the red of PLC Sydney. So perhaps they all are there, Barry.
Scheduled to start 1, 2, 3, 4,
2
5,
minutes.
6, 7 crews.
Yeah, and like you, I can only see 5 down there.
Yeah.
I think we might be missing the Kinross crew drawn in lane 2. That's Tala Hobbs and Simone Chawla.
Yeah, it would have to come from the fringe, I agree with
Yeah.
you, John. So we start off there at PLC over in lane 3, I think.
Yes.
That would be the furthest crew right on the far side.
Yep.
So both Kinross crews 1 and 2 failing to start there. And
Leaving with Ayla Lyon and Lucy Searle in lane 6.
a wonderful course, John. You remember when they started off in the Olympics, of course, those trees were fairly low and fairly young.
Little staked saplings.
Yeah, they were. And
In
now
fact, we both said, Barry, I think the course is now better than it was in the 2000 Olympics. Certainly the facilities, perhaps aged a little now, but the course proper with its windbreak round the edge is very good.
Okay, lane 4 just catching up there. Lane 7 catching up. Lane 5 just
just the
slow it
flash
down
we
and
saw there. I think
let
the
the
crew
others catch up
furthest
to you.
over
Yeah,
is a
not
PLC Sydney crew.
PLC
It's not-
Sydney,
it's
so
not
it is that
Kinross
Kinross
Yep.
Walleroy
catching
crew.
up.
Yeah.
It's
Everyone
not
else
there.
keep rowing gently. Just light rowing from bow person only. Bow person only. Okay, keep rowing lightly. 7 catching up. 7 catching up.
This is a final, of
So we'll be
course.
doing a quick start.
It's the women's under
Keep coming
16
forward. Keep
double
coming
scull.
forward. Lane 7 a little bit harder. Everyone else keep lightly rowing. Keep lightly rowing. Lightly rowing. Keep rowing. Keep rowing.
Seems that
6
they've
let
changed
run,
the
6
starter
let
too.
run.
Yes.
They've
6 stop.
changed
6
shifts.
stop. 6 stop.
A different
7
voice.
Stop, 7 stop.
One
7
closest
stop.
goes to us is PLC
3, 4,
Sydney.
5, keep coming forward. 3, 4, 5,
That's
keep
the
coming.
crew of Mortensen
3, 4, 5,
and
keep coming.
Reed
5
Queenie.
stop. 5 stop. 3 and 4 stop. Okay, crews. Attention.
And they're away. I think we had a little advantage for the Kinross Walleroy crew there at the start, but that no doubt will even out as the 500 metres are rowed.
Well, I think Kinross Rolleroy that we saw there, the crew for, racing out of lane 6, took the advantage of having settled down prior to the start, and they took off with the speed of 1,000 flying gazelles. They were very impressive. They had their rate up, and there they are. They see them, and they're really going hammer and tongs. And Loretto Kirribilli up with them. And we have a look at them as they come down here, and a very impressive start coming from Kinross Rolleroy, as John pointed out. But Kirribilli's right alongside them, and the top 3 coming from this side of the course. Now that's PLC, Kinross Rolleroy, and Loretto Kirribilli. And I think the other 2 crews, both PLC crews on the far side, will be a little bit out of it. The top 3 on this side of the course at this stage, because on the far side they could make a major move. But of the crews over here, that Kinross Rolleroy crew is looking good, but probably about a half a length behind Loretto Kirribilli. And Kirribilli store Moran and Vickers. Lachlan Allen is the coach of the crew. He'd have to be very pleased with the way they're going. They started off rowing long and strong. You can see the rate's gone up with Kinross Rolleroy. Kirribilli now 3/4 of a length in the lead. They're the lower rating of these 2 leading combinations, and they've been around for a while. I don't know whether Coach Lachlan Allen has certainly put a lot of work into them to get them rowing at this young age in that sort of style. They're rowing extremely well, very comfortable, and Kirribilli will probably make their way. They take the win, a very good win to Kirribilli in the final. Right next to them in second place will be Ryan and Searle from Kinross Rolleroy. Good race going on for third. And third, we look see lane 7 have gone across, and they'll be PLC Sydney Mortensen and Reed Queenie back in third for PLC. And from then on for race 48, you probably look at Mortensen, Reed Queenie for 4th, 5th for Steele and Choi from PLC Sydney. And I think that concludes the race for race number 48. Time there at 2:09.87. Really? Yep. Ah. Well, Well, this is race 49 underway. It's the women's under 17 double scull. A good race going on. Thanks for that information, John. We're looking at the third crew over there, Kinross Rolleroy. That's their number 4 crew. Race leaders at the present moment. They look to be, and they will be in front. They go across the line, but have a look at crew numbers from Sydney Rowing Club. They will take second place, and third place will go to Nepean, and fourth place then will go to I think that's Kinross Rolleroy. They'll be judged in the top 4. Straight out race, and taking out the championship will be Kinross Rolleroy number 4 with Woods and Richardson. In second place will go to Sydney with Tanisa Oak Driver and Ella Yuba, and third place to Nepean with Gary Katera and Sarah Berashi. And just missing out Kinross Rolleroy number 3, that was Carter and Fredrickson, I think that was. And then if we continue on from fourth place for race 49, it's now official in a time of 2:02.80. We gave you the top 4. Fifth place will go to Kinross Rolleroy number 1 with Sweet Apple and Macmillan. Sixth will go to Gill and Livingston, followed by Penrith with Joins and Murray, UTS with Armitage and Critchlow, and then Newcastle with Keats and Sargent. And that concludes all the field for the championship women's under 17 double scull. That was the final. Those people watching on the live stream and may not have known the conditions up here at the lake, the training lake is the point of entry for entrance onto the main rowing course. It's fairly exposed. At one end it even has, I think, the wild water facility at one end, and all the rowers enter onto that and row down towards a canal or a little channel which is some 500 metres away from the 2,000 metre start. Now, simply put, it's wide water, it's prone to wind, and it probably is considered unsafe. So it's the interests of safety that officials would have taken that course. And so we look now, because the water here doesn't appear to be too bad on the raceway itself. A little bit choppy, as we see from the scullers when they line up there at the start. Here's another opportunity to look down. Looking back from where we are, you can see there is the channel coming out there. You can see it. And it's on the right-hand side. It goes under the bridge, and the crews enter in through that and then turn a right-hand turn, and you can see them then. They move up to the timing hut, which is on the immediate right. And that's where the start takes place. The crew's starting to move up now, and you might be able to see the flag poles on the left, giving you a royal tour. Well, we'll put that up on the screen. The flag poles you'll see dotted along the course mark the 500 metre mark, the 1,000 metre mark, 1,500, and of course that was the way it was for the 2000 Olympics. There we are, you can see them. That's the 1,500 metre mark. And there we see the flag poles up. Good on you, John. And it's a great sight. All that area from the finish here at the 500 metres all down was marked by a French system of seating. It was grandstands all the way along there for about 1,000 metres. And what a great sight it was, John. And as John said, look at the way the trees have grown. So you've also got, John, as a matter of fact, you were at the gardening show down at Tasmania when you worked for the ABC.
Oh, and in Sydney, yes.
Yes, yeah, and in Sydney. So you know the height of trees and the sort of tree. You could be the Graham Ross of ABC radio.
I don't think I earn quite as much, unfortunately, Barry. Well, Barry, on the water, we're back to our handicap events. This is race 50, the Women's Masters Coxless 4. Mixture of D, E and G. The D category are in lanes 3, 4 and 5. They're all off 9 seconds. And they are in lane 3, Abbotsford, in lane 4, Leichhardt number 1, and in lane 5, North Shore, all off 9 seconds. The E category, only one entry. Leichhardt number 2 off 7 seconds in lane 6. And on the go, it is the only G category, Sydney University in lane 7.
Well, going through the crews, and you can see they range from go up to 9 seconds. Included in the back markers there would be some good crews from Abbotsford, Leichhardt and North Shore. And on this side, Sydney University, are they going to take advantage of their go start with Tout, Cotty, Pollitt and Bigsworth, the coached by Phil Titterton, we saw took out a win today on behalf of Mossman Rowing Club. He's down there as a coach also for Sydney University. Kirsten Livquist also amongst the coaches. They come down there now, and there's been a break because I can see those crews on this side. That's the Sydney University crew that you can see on this side. 2 across, it's North Shore. Now, North Shore, a very strong combination, but they're up against a Leichhardt crew in the same category, started off at the same, but they've gone to about 3/4 of a length lead there over Leichhardt, and Abbotsford well way back. So we're looking now at the top. This is the final, so it's 1, 2, 3 taking the medallions for this Sprint Championship, and North Shore, coached by Kim Rudder, Byrne, McCoach, McBride and Blackwell, a very experienced crew with Kim Rudder, who looks after all the women over there, spends his day at the club, night and day. He's a champion rose grower so far as going, and now he's learning the guitar, and he's done all that as well as coach the winning North Shore crew from the Women's Masters Coxless 4. And North Shore take the win.
They've made up the time very, very well indeed. It's your old club, I think, Leichhardt in lane 6. It'll cross for second there, Barry. And third, a bit of a battle, but I think it'll be Sydney University on the grandstand side to take the bronze medal in this event for the Women's Masters Coxless 4.
Well, I see that young Daniela Bourget from Leichhardt is racing there. I think she's had on today's program, she's raced about 3 times. She's had about 3 seconds a win, and now I think she's coming up for 4 seconds and a win overall today. So a good performance. Yeah.
Very light rowing 7 and 6 and 7. 7 stop, 7 stop. Check it there, 7, 6 stop, 6
well,
stop.
ladies and gentlemen, a note to
7
all our
stop.
competitors, and I repeat the very important message we announced earlier. Because of, well, very rough conditions, dangerous conditions indeed, on our training back lake, race 58, that's the men's under 16 single scull, and race 59, the men's under 17 single scull, has been cancelled. Both those events have been cancelled, and the advice from the boat race officials is that those competitors should not boat at all. Now, race 58 was a final, and a decision is yet to be made, but it is probable that the final placements will be based on timings recorded in the heat. For the men's under 16 single, that was a final in its own race, one single championship race. That will not take place.
We're just looking at the start now of the men's masters pair, John. And this is going to be very difficult for the crews.
11, 12, 13,
the highest
14,
handicap
15,
there is 25
16,
seconds.
17,
You might be able to hear the starter
19,
counting it
20,
off.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
And there it is.
26.
At 25 seconds, you've had Newcastle and Glebe take off. Now remember that the Go crew was a Mossman combination that with John Hardy and Phil Titterton. Now they've been old ages from way back, and they're in their 70s, mid-70s we'll say, and they hang on until we see the results coming from the younger ones over at the 25-second mark. I think Mossman have got a reputation for these golden oldies, as we've found over the years when racing in the men's Masters 8 particularly, and these people have come from their big 8 crews, that they will hang in there. They will be very hard to beat, even though they're off on gale. Well, let's look at the progress of the crews that started off at the 25 or 23 and 19 second starts. A good run coming from Toowong, all the way from Victoria, David Rees and Paul Pettigrew, and from Glebe also, but they're falling a little way back. You'd be wanting to look at that Toowong crew, as it's called. North Shore well back, Mossman number 2, probably out of it, but you'd be worried about Toowong from Victoria out of lane 4.
Toowong's actually rowing clubs on the Brisbane River.
Right. Well, isn't that in Victoria, John? All right. Okay, so I was wrong. Toowong from Queensland, and Toowong's from Queensland. Yeah, we don't mention Victoria these days. And David Rees and Paul Pettigrew, of course, are in that Toowong crew, and I think they're going to overtake them. So Toowong very strong there, and Mossman not wanting to give in, but they're under pressure now also from Newcastle on the far side in the B at 25 seconds. Gus Eves and Gus Sekiel. And as they approach the finishing line, we'll have a look at the results. I think Toowong might get there.
Will be David Rees and Paul Pettigrew in the golden singlets from Toowong, and over the line they go. Just as well we don't have any border closures at the moment. They wouldn't be here. And the Mossman crew in 7 nearly lost it there. A couple of bad strokes right at the end, but they did get 3rd place.
Well, if they can hear us, congratulations to Toowong from Queensland. And they've opened up the border, so you'll be able to take your medallions for the gold in the men's Masters pair home. In 2nd place, it went to Newcastle, who did a marvellous job at 25-second handicap to get up there. That's Gus Eves and Gareth Sekul to get 2nd place, and 3rd place again to the golden oldies from Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Phil Titterton.
And their winning time there by Toowong were 2:24.26. Well, we're looking at progressing. We're up to race 52 at the moment, so progressing very, very well. Regatta certainly is still on time despite the conditions. Full marks to our starters and other boat race officials. But the event yet to get underway is the women's under-21 single scull. And we have in lane 2 Alexander Quinn representing UTS. Zoe Latham from Sydney University has withdrawn, leaving in lane 4 Holly Garner from UTS, and in lane 5 Kirili Schofield, also UTS. In lane 6 University of New South Wales is represented by Charlotte Stanwicks, and in lane 7 UTS number 1 Laura Wunderlich, and in lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Anna Ristic. So it looks like we've got one withdrawal there. That's Sydney University, Zoe Latham. So it leaves us 6 starters, and we'll be able to pick up in a moment or two if all our starters are in fact there. Incidentally, we've thanked our performance by our starters and our liners, but we thank all our boat race officials on the water and behind the scenes. We're always looking, we being Rowing New South Wales, always looking for volunteers. If you'd like to partake, if you'd like to support our regattas, if you'd like to be a boat race official, just let Rowing New South Wales know. They'd be delighted to hear from you.
Race 52, women's under 21 single sculls.
Well, Barry, we've just, while
Quinn,
you're out, we've just
UTS
been through
Tour,
the
lane
start
2.
list for this event,
Latham,
noting
Sydney
that there has
University,
been
lane 3.
one withdrawal in lane
Ghana,
3 from
UTS 3,
Zoe
lane
Latham
4.
of Sydney University.
Schofield,
that's good.
UTS 2,
Yeah.
lane 5. Stanwicks, University of New South Wales 1, lane 6. Wunderlich, UTS 1, lane 7. Ristic, University of New South Wales 2, lane 8.
We're waiting on seeing the
Okay,
line up
Scholars
there
just
in the
coming
skulls
forward.
for the under 21. I don't think that's going out on the screen, is it, John?
I have no idea. Where Barry is commenting, for those who can't see, there's a photograph on that screen in front of us of the most handsome pair of commentators you've ever seen, but we don't think it's going elsewhere, which is probably a saviour for the spectators, I think.
I think John's having I think John Meeking's having a shot at us up there, because I'm looking at the screen and showing the course up there at the present moment. And when we look down here, we're looking at a television presentation of ourselves. Very embarrassing. There we are. Now we're back to business.
So there's our start lift. We went through all those again, but just repeat. Alexandra Quinn representing UTS. Holly Gardner is also UTS, as is Kiralee Schofield. Charlotte Stanwicks is University of New South Wales. Laura Wunderlich is UTS, and Anna Ristic is from the University of New South Wales.
Well, we'll probably see and get a close-up of some of those starters out there. This is particularly good for the people who are probably looking. There we are. We can see there the young lady from UT, Alexandra Quinn, up close, carrying bow number 2. And then you'll get a flash shortly after. There's another one from, and that next to her, of course, is UTS number 3. No starter there from Sydney University. So all UTS on that side of the course. Kiralee Schofield in lane 5. Then we'll see the University of New South Wales sculler. There's Charlotte. That's Charlotte Stanwicks. And then next to her should be the UTS sculler. And that's the young lady there, Laura Wunderlich. And then you'll see the University of New South Wales sculler. And this is Anna Ristic. Bringing their boats up to the start. Oh, I think that's wonderful that if you're sitting at home and you're a parent or a grandparent and able to see your granddaughter getting ready to race and you're unable to get up here to the Regatta Centre, there you've seen a close-up. Well done, John. And I'm talking about John Bolby here, and not John Bolby, John Meekings. Dear. Anyway, good stuff, John.
For those who are not familiar with rowing in Australia, that John Bolby you mentioned was for many, many years the only Australian steward at the Henley Royal Regatta, a very esteemed position in European rowing circles, but more lately it's been joined by another Australia, Sarah Cook. Forward. So we have now 2 stewards at Henley Royal Regatta. If you're interested in going, if you want to get tickets to go to the stewards enclosure, which I suggest is worthwhile, they're the 2 people you have to speak to.
Keep coming, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5 stop, 7 stop, 5 and 7 stop, 5 and 7 stop, 8 stop, 8 stop, 6 stop, 8 stop. Scullers.
Good start, John.
Attention.
Yeah. Well, it's probably the most stable start we've seen in the last few races, I think. And given the conditions, I don't think our liner could have done any better. He did very well indeed.
Well, the under-21 single scull for women, they'll be pretty experienced. Some of these young ladies, we've seen them over the years. They've started off the under-16s, under-17s and moved through that process, and now they're racing for clubs in the under-21 age category. And even with their experience, they still have that need to watch very carefully the water, although it does appear to have changed a little bit. It's not as bad here as over in the training lake, which is the point of entry for clubs. But you can see that there is still a bit of a ripple on the water, but not much water there. As they gain more experience, of course, they're not losing water at the finish, and you won't see a lot of water coming up from this age category. All the blades firmly buried under the water, and nice crisp finishes. Well, as they come down, you'll see that right in the centre of the course from UTS, I think that is Curly Schofield, who has taken the lead. She's the second of the UTS scullers from this side. And I think that's Curly Schofield, Rose like Curly Schofield. And she would have about a 2 lengths lead over the second place sculler from this side of the course, which is from UTS also Laura Wunderlich, who'd be placed in second place. And where's this going to be another UTS trifecta,
Well, it
John?
could be at the moment. Third place is still a little in doubt at this stage, but no doubt 1 and 2. Kirili Schofield over the line for first, followed by Laura Wunderlich in second place. Can we get lane number 4? Holly Garner across. There is competition. They're moving up quickly, but no. It is Holly Garner in third place. So it is 1, 2 and 3 for UTS in the women's under-21 single scull.
Well, they got the trifecta. Well done to them. And that's the championship under-21 single scull sprint. 1, 2, 3, all taken by UTS. And UTS also gained, we should mention that Quinn from lane 2 on the far side managed to scrape in a fourth. So after the trifecta, what would you call if 4 get across the line first of all? Is that a quadrifecta?
I suppose a
Quadrifecta, new
yes.
Latin word we've come up with. And then followed by University of New South Wales in lane 8 and 6, both getting 5th and 6th places, and that will be the way they finish.
Now
and
this
that's the final.
is a
210.
significant final coming down now, Barry. It is the final of the women's under-19 single scull, and I want to point out what a fine effort by Kinross Wallarooy. They have four finalists in this race. Amy Wagner de Pian in lane 1, Lily Eels Sydney in lane 2. Going to be hard to beat, Lily. Emma O'Day, PLC Sydney in 3, Sarah Fard from Tara in 4, then all from Kinross in lane 5, Freya Neville, lane 6, Isabel Scammell, lane 7, Claudia Sinclair, and in lane 8, Hannah Richardson.
Well, John, you're a very strong supporter for Kinross Rolleroy. They've done a great job up there in times of drought. They've travelled hundreds of kilometres and used rowing machines to get their training in, but not so much now in recent years. A great school and great competitors. And here we have it on this side of the course. This is young Hannah Richardson, I think it is, John. Is that right? Hannah Richardson?
Yes.
Coming down here, and she leads at this stage, right in the centre of the course. There you can see her. What a wonderful sight, going up here with only metres to go before the finish. And 2 spectators watching them go past. That's Hannah Richardson, and the next one to go through would be, I think, also from Kinross Rolleroy, so John's picked them. There she is, it goes through. The next one to go through, I think, will be lane 4.
Isabel Scammell, I think it might have been, with Sarah Fard from... in 4, what do our judges say? Isabel Scammell, Sarah Fard, yes, in second place from Tara, and Freya Neville.
No, you're quite right, John. That was Schofield, is Scammell, rather, that goes through. Scammell went through, followed by Fard, Tara, and Kinross Rolleroy. Freya Neville back in third place, followed by Wagner of Nepean, Lily Eels from Sydney, and Emma O'Day.
And winning time there by Isabel Scammell was 2:12:47. And next race is underway, not wasting any time at all. Race 54, it is the men's under 19 and under 21 double scull final event, as I said, but they're all under 19. Bryn Hart and Riley Chifley from Marist in 1. Dua Kalama and Miles Harrod from the Nepean in 2. Rory Menzies, Samuel Duggan, Kings in 3. Nicholas Whalen, Digby Lay, Kings in 4. Luca Stanovic and Henry Blackwell from UTS in 5. Alex Elwood and Harvey Elwood, the Elwood brothers from Marist in 6. Alexander Krause, MacArthur Bucknell from Kings in 7. And in 8 also from Kings, Dimitri Duta and Felix Lay. This is the final, all under 19, double scull.
Well, 3 stand of mind here, looking at the top 3. Kings on this side. Also, Marist College out of lane 6 with Elwood, the 2 Elwood boys, Alex and Harvey. And then UTS number 2, Stefanovic and Blackwell looking good out there, as you can see, and moving up with the race leaders. And then Kings number 4, and I think that's Menzies and Duggan. And close racing coming up here. It is a final, as John suggested, all under 19s. We're looking for the gold, silver and bronze in the final of the men's under 19 double sculls.
And it looks like that UTS confirmation is going to cross the line in first place. It is indeed. UTS number 2, followed very closely by Kings number 1. And I think it might have been Kings and Nepean in third place. Well done, Nepean.
Well, that gives us Stefanovic and Blackwell in first place. Kings with Whalen and Lay in second place. Nepean with Kalana and Harrod in 13, with Nepean. Marist College from the ACT combined, I think, with Elwood, the 2 Elwood boys. And then Kings 2 with Duta and Lay. Kings 4 with Menzies and Dugan. Kings 3 with Krause and Blacknell. And Marist College, the ACT, that's Hart and Chiffy.
And UTS's winning time, 152.44. Now, just take the opportunity to repeat my earlier message. Competitors in the men's under 16 single scull, race 58, and indeed the men's under 17 single scull, race 59, should take note that those races have been cancelled. So entrance in race 54 and 57, 56, 57, should be aware that those events have been cancelled. 58, 59. Should be cancelled because of conditions, unsafe conditions on the back lake.
Light tap 7. Keep going 7. Okay. Attention.
58, 59.
Go.
We have our next race underway at the moment. And this is race 55. It's underway. Women's Open, lightweight, under 23, quad, and all 3 represented. Pardon me for the cough, but in lane 1, Leichhardt in the lightweight category, in lane 3, Nepean, in the open category, lane 4, Sydney, under 23. In lane 5, open category, University of New South Wales. And lane 6, Sydney University, under 23. And in lane 7, University of New South Wales, open category.
The race is already underway, but if you still keep coming forward, we'll put you into this race.
Three minutes to start time. Just check it there. Hold it, hold it, hold it. All crews, just hold it hard there. Okay, I have a lane 3, Sydney, lane 4, UTS, lane 5, Kings, a lane 6, UTS. We'll sort out, Sydney, we'll sort out what's going on when you get up to the finish.
In fact, I look at the King's School crew there, Barry, Nicholas Wayland. When I was a housemaster there, I had a Wayland in my house. Could be his son. We have Wilbur Blackson, a good King's School name. Harry Staniforth, a good rugby name, of course. Then Angus Wickham, as we mentioned earlier, probably the grandson of a former headmaster. So long association with the school there, represented in that crew. Oh, briefly, I don't think I was a very good teacher, but
UTS over there in lane
no,
4,
not me. I don't think so.
With everybody else, please. Quickly, UTS in lane 4. Come on, you're a length behind. Righto, hold it hard, Sydney. Hold it hard, Kings. Hold it hard, Sydney. Kings, hold it hard. You're half a length over, Kings. All right, UTS in lane 4. Hold it there. Check, 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 check. Righto, I want UTS in lane 6 and Sydney to come up about a half a boat length, both of you, please. Righto, UTS in lane 6, that's good.
Here.
UTS in lane 4, don't go any
Just a little
further.
bit of conference
You're
going
now
on
a
with the
length
boat
in
race
front of
officials,
everybody
and
else.
John
Back it
will give
down
you
now,
the
please.
outcome of those. It is much to do with future racing, particularly due to the course. But let's go back to John Moore and find out what's going on.
Hold it there, Sydney.
Yes,
Righto,
Barry,
Kings,
I'm just
I'll
trying
bring
to
you up to the
sort
other
out my
crews.
scribbled notes
Lane
here.
5 and 6, I
Our
want you both to
umpire
come and make it,
advises
please.
us that in relation
5
to
and
the
6
events
metre.
already cancelled,
Righto, 6
and they were
UTS,
sculling
6.
events, 58, 59,
UTS.
the
Righto, Sydney,
boat
just
race
a light
officials
touch, please.
advise that
UTS in lane
race
6, quickly.
61
About a metre,
and race
about a metre.
65,
Just a light
that's the
touch.
Women Masters double, I think it is,
Righto,
and
attention.
65, the Women's Open Lightweight. Should competitors in those events wish to withdraw, please advise as soon as possible. Because of the conditions, the races are going ahead, but the advice is that you may wish to withdraw. That's race 61 and race 65. Now that's in addition to races 58, 59, which have been permanently cancelled. Now, the other advice from the boat race official is that all clubs should ensure that their boats are well and truly secured. One has already been blown away, so please make sure, boat race or club officials, that your boats are secure for this breeze.
Well, that's big news, and we'll have to watch out for that. The
61 and 65.
This is race 56 coming down here. Race 56 is the... we've got 4 there, we should have 3. But anyway, in the 3 divisions coming down here, I think we're just checking up with the race UTS. This could be the lightweight crew on this side of Brown, Message, McRae and Clark. Yeah, I think that is McRae and that. So that's the lightweight crew closest to the grandstand. They'll go across, they'll take out the lightweight division. This is the John in which he said that John told us that there were 3 classifications racing here. That's the lightweights on this side.
But we do have 4 crews racing, only 3 on the program. I think there's an extra King's School crew, unless it's Sydney. I think.
Sydney.
No, it's an extra King's School
that's
crew.
That's the UTS crew now about to go over. That's the open class crew of Woncolato, Delamato, Dallas and Wood. They take 2nd place. 3rd place will go to, well, that's the Sydney crew is quad.
King's School crew.
That's a quad over there. A quad in lane 4. Now that may be a crew that missed out or they've allowed to run over the course. And then lane 5 will be back in 3rd. So in that event, we have the 1st place goes to UTS number 1, the lightweight combination, and 2nd place overall goes to UTS number 2, but that was in the open class, and then the King's School finished up 3rd, and they're in the under 23 division, so all 3 crews. But there is a quad out there for the women, and they came, we're just trying to find out.
It could have been an entry from race 57, which is the women's under 16-17 Cox quad.
Ah, okay, understood. And the reason for that is it Sydney Rowing Club, 57?
Well, it looked like Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was blue. It could have been Kinross Wallaroy. Or Loretto Kirribilli. I didn't take a great deal of notice. There we are. That's Sydney there, isn't it? Yes.
It's Sydney Rowing Club, and they're boating under COVID from just below us here in the tower. They're boating right in front of the grandstand, so it maybe they're coming back, and from a particular event. I think that probably is the case. And
just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that race 58, scheduled to only be a couple of races hence, has been cancelled, and race 59 also cancelled. That is the final of the men's under 16 single scull has been cancelled, and the men's under 17 single scull also cancelled.
well, that still allowed the bigger boats that would handle the conditions a little better to run. This current event coming down here now is a combined women's under 16 and under 17 Cox quad scull, and there you can see the crews as they come down. What we're watching now at the present moment is the crew from, I think that looks like Kinross. Is that a Kinross Rolleroy crew, I think? And that would be the crew from
It looks
lane
very
8,
much like it, lane 3.
Lane 3,
Yes,
Kinross Rolleroy lane 3. That's the crew of Ayla Ryan, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle, Lily Robson. Jade Caro is the coxswain. They're coached by Gannon and Cropley from Kinross Rolleroy. They're the race leaders. That's why the camera was watching them. They're coming down in 1st place. Can they hold it? Because they've got a lot of competition coming from Loretto Kirribilli on this side of the course. Now, Kirribilli and Kinross Rolleroy, they've both done well in the small boats out there in the double sculls. What's going to happen in the final of the women's under 16 and under 17 Cox Squad Scull? It will go to Kinross Rolleroy on the far side. They take 1st place. 2nd place will also go to then Loretto Kirribilli for 2nd. A great race going on for 3rd, but it will go to Kinross Rolleroy for 3rd.
What a snatch by Kinross Rolleroy in that last 2 strokes.
It was absolutely amazing, John. And then for race 57, the results go like this. Kinross Rolleroy back in 3rd, as we said. Kirribilli will take out 4th place. PLC Sydney take out 5th, and 6th place will go to PLC Sydney number 1.
Now, just a reminder that our next race, scheduled race, which is the men's under 16 single scull final, race 58, has been cancelled. And we also look ahead to race 59, and that's scheduled to be run at 12:48 in just a few minutes' time. The men's under 17 single scull, that event has been cancelled. Now, in relation to event 58, this was the final, and it is being considered, but yet to be confirmed, that the placings on that final may be based on the times recorded in each heat. Be careful of sportsmanship and gamesmanship, Barry, but that's yet to be confirmed. And of course, race 59, the under-17 singles, that will be now crossed off the board. Now, the boat race officials have also provided some information about other events, and they were looking at, in particular, race 61, which is the Women's Masters double. It's been suggested that should crews to withdraw, they should advise now. There would be no penalty in that. Not cancel, but they're suggesting that because of the conditions, some entries may wish to withdraw, and the same message for race 65. Now, race 65 is the Women's Open lightweight under 23 single. Race is going ahead, but it is advised that should entries in that event wish to withdraw, they should advise, and there will be no penalty.
John, has any mention been made of race number 60?
Not to my knowledge yet, and that occurred to me too, considering that race 61 is Division 2.
Correct,
Of
that's
the
right.
same. But I looking at the category, the race 60 is all C and D. And when we look at the race 61, there's a bigger mixture. There's E's, F's, G's, and H. So I think that that's the age consideration has been looked at there, Barry.
Well, that sounds a good explanation, John. Yeah, that's rather interesting. We can't see the training lake from here. We can only see what's on the course, and we can understand the young scullers being called out. Well, I think John's had the call for bow numbers.
Bow numbers, we scream from the rooftops again. There are a lot of bow numbers yet to be returned. We'd appreciate that if they could be returned as soon as practicable after the event, or in the case of the cancelled events, immediately. Bow numbers, please return them quickly.
Now, all the bow numbers are over in the boat shed, aren't they? Boat shed 1.
Boat shed number 1.
Boat shed number 1. Now, there should be no excuses for people not handing them in, because most of the clubs and schools are boating from that particular area.
Yep.
So it's much easier to do them than have to bring them back to the office here in the tower. So look, if you take very strong notice of that message from the boat race officials, and John's put it very nicely. John is a diplomat. John, as well as doing the garden show down in Tasmania on television for the ABC, have you ever considered going into the diplomatic corps?
Oh, I don't think, one, I haven't got a PhD, and secondly, I've worked outside, and I don't think the diplomatic corps likes people who've had jobs before they join there. They're a very cloistered organisation, Department of, with the exception of the trade element. They do accept some people with commercial ability there, but I did work in the Department of Trade for one time, and that was when it was independent and totally commercial. And that was a very good department there, very practical and very good marketers.
Well, if we're talking about trade, you might be a good man to negotiate better relations between China and Australia. Would that be your forte?
Well, look, would be. My father spoke fluent Mandarin.
You're joking me.
No, he did, and I don't even have a Mandarin full stop. So
well, occasionally I eat a Mandarin, but it's a Mandarin or whatever they call it.
No, I don't.
John, I never knew that.
Yeah.
So your father used to speak Mandarin Chinese.
Yeah.
How did he do that? I mean, I wouldn't know how he did it, but how come he was able to do that?
He was a professional musician, and a good one, and he had a perfect ear. And he spoke, in addition to Australian and English, of course, he spoke Mandarin, Spanish, Italian, one other, French.
God, you're an interesting character, John.
Oh, no, that's my father, not me.
Yeah, but you know, you're in that group that
Yeah.
have got a special skills, John.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I speak Australian, have a crack at English occasionally, and that's me, Barry.
But you speak it very well, John. You do speak it very well. Well, there's a gap in the program, and while we're listening to some very interesting comments from the our commentator here, I didn't realise he had such a marvellous background, and is because certain races have been cancelled. The younger scullers, it's ruled unsafe to put them out and come through the back lake onto the race course itself, and no one would question that, of course. But that's the reason for the cancellation of some events.
Barry, it just as a comment, it conforms with our normal pattern. If we have problems, wind, hail, lightning, we start with the younger
Under
rowers
16s,
first
yeah.
and build up from there.
Yes.
And we've had that happen for lightning in the past.
And heat.
And
Heat.
wind. Hmm?
And heat.
Yes, and heat as well. So you start with the younger rowers first and then work up from there. So that's why the boat race officials make these decisions. And I think wisely, yeah.
Well, you've never questioned anything that they decide on safety.
Oh, look, could you imagine, Barry, let's say we didn't make these decisions and there was a problem or an accident. Could you imagine the rude comments which would be made by our shocks? Rowing might get some publicity, but it wouldn't be. So I think to err on the cautious side is a very sensible way to go. Rowing New South Wales is very, very conscious of our problems in the rate of heat, wind, lightning, and so on. So they take it very seriously.
Now, you tricked us. Oh, hang on.
Well, just to repeat, we do have a gap in our program because of the cancellation of those two races, race 58 and race 59, single scull events. So we're expecting that our next event will be race number 60. Now that's the Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. That's scheduled to be rowed in a few minutes' time, about 5 minutes' time. But just advise, the advice from our boat race officials is that competitors in race 61 and race 65 should consider whether they wish to withdraw or not. The races will go ahead, but because of conditions, should any crew wish to withdraw, they may do so without penalty if they advise the boat race officials.
Well, race number 60 is Division 1 of the classification that John's referring to. It's the Women's Masters Double Scull. 6 crews have entered in that. They're in category C and D, and 6 crews are there on the lineup and about due to start. In fact, we'll be moving through to have a look at them come up to the start. So 61 will go ahead. And I don't know whether anyone would voluntarily move out of the boat in the second race.
No, but the option is there should they wish to do so.
Yeah.
Because they have to boat on the lake at the back. It's not brilliant.
I think they chose it. The story is, if they choose to not turn up, then they will not be penalised with a fine.
Provided they advise.
Provided they've got to advise them, have they?
Precisely,
Right.
yes. But let's look at Division 1, race 60 there. As Barry said, we've got 4 in C grade. They're all of 2 seconds. The D grades are off, D class are off go. Now, in the C class off 2 seconds, we have Jodie Panagopoulos and Cecile Fair from Abbotsford in lane 2. Teresa Chadwick and Jules Bosco from Endeavour in lane 3. Belinda Bingham and Jane Hutchison from Leichhardt in 4. And Parmina Grady and Jacqueline Ford from Nepean in 5. All C, all off 2 seconds. The D class, all off go, are Endeavour, represented by Kerry Blatchley and Katrina Whiteley, and then Abbotsford, represented by Colleen Chapman and Marcella Cox.
Well, they're all off now with 2 seconds. There's the difference between Go and the crew on the far side over there in lane number 2. It's the Abbotsford crew, as you can see, in the similar colours from here. They look like Sydney colours, but they are in fact Abbotsford colours. And on this side, there's been a couple of clubs, I think, missing from out there. We do have the third crew out, I think 9, 8, 7, racing in lane 7. That's Abbotsford crew of Chapman and Marcella Cox. They are there. But I think we might have missed out, certainly. I don't know whether Endeavour are there, Kerry Batchley and Katrina Whiteley. I don't think they are there. And I think the next crew across is from Nepean. So Endeavour are out. And Nepean there with, as John said, Palmina Grady and Jackie Ford. They'd be hot favourites here because they've been racing together for quite some time. Quite a big age difference between the two of them, but of course that allows them to get into the 2 second mark. And perhaps we should say there, John, that it's an average age. So you could find perhaps a 60-year-old racing with a 30-year-old, and they could move into a 45-year-old category, which might be favoured to win. Similar case here with Nepean. They've got a big age difference between the two racing in the boat, the Masters rower there and a young master, Jackie Ford, and they're out in front because their average age brings them back to the C category. They started off at the 2 second mark. They're looking very strong and they are in the lead. So watch the Masters Double Scull. This is the first division coming down here. A good race going on for second place between the Abbotsford crew on this side. That's Chapman and Cox. And also in the centre there, and moving into second place is from the Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson, who we've seen racing here earlier on today. Gee, they've had a big program from Leichhardt. So that's first and second.
No doubt Nepean at the moment, Pam Grady and Jacqueline Ford, nicely rowed, using their bodies well over the line for first place. They will be followed by the Leichhardt combination, Belinda Bingham and Jane Hutchison. And then in lane 7, it looks like Abbotsford, Colleen Chapman and Marcella Cox.
And then fourth on the far side, that will go to another Abbotsford crew, I think, of Panagopoulos and Cecile Fair, coached by Kenny Major. There we go. Glebe, one of the greats of Glebe, now coaching over there and helping them out over at Abbotsford. And they'll be judged in fourth place, I think it will be.
Now we're
fourth place.
looking at race 61 lining up at the moment. This was one of the races which the boat race officials gave competitors the opportunity to withdraw if they so desired. But Barry, there looks to be a pretty good glide up down there.
John, there are 7 crews lined up down there.
And we have 7 on the program, so they're all there. And that means that this is Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double. And we have Lorna Gray and Rowena Stewart from Abbotsford in lane 2. In lane 3 from Newcastle, Tess Fear and Phoebe Saunders. In lane 4 from Mossman, M. Barrack and Jenny Wilson. In lane 5 from Des Moines, Carolyn Vernon and Lindy Nesbitt. In lane 6 from Newcastle, Anne Harcombe and Susan Kemp. In lane 7 from Leichhardt, Kerry Thorne and Lynn Werry. And in lane 8 from Mossman, Anne Taylor and Margaret Small. A good lineup, Division 2 Women's Masters Doubles.
Well, given the opportunity of pulling out, none of them have pulled out. The full house there, John, which is not surprising, I suppose, when you see the lineup there. They're all very capable and very experienced women racing in the Women's Masters Double Scull. But from go across to the handicap applied to the crew on the far side, that's from Abbotsford, it's 16 seconds. That's a big handicap over 500 metres. And we look forward to them coming up, making their way. Let's have a look at the start. You see the Mossman combination there in lane 4. And we move through to the other side because there are crews lining up in line 8, as I can see, another Mossman crew. That will be Taylor and Small. Here they come now, moving up. So now you can see Taylor and Small from Mossman. What we're looking at now is Thorne and Werry, Kerry Thorne and Lynn Werry from Leichhardt Rowing Club. But there is the boat number 8 you can see on the thing. That's the go crew. So they start off on go. Then the crew we mentioned as Leichhardt start off at the 6-second mark. And then Newcastle, their number 2 crew, you can see them moving up there. That's the crew with the bow number on them, will be number 6, I think. Number 6, can we see number 6? Gee, the bow numbers appear to have been a bit skew-whiff, John. Have you noticed that? They're on their side. And
Yeah, we
things like
commented, we have had some instances of them blowing off. Perhaps this is a precaution to make sure that they, or to prevent them from blowing off.
Well, the third crew across from Newcastle, they'll start off at the 10-second mark. There we are. You can see that. You can see the number 6 crew. I think it's an I6, and they've put it on. They've put it on its side. So the crews are supposed to have an alpha number on. I don't know where they've got their numbers from, but they're supposed to have an alpha number on as well. But anyway, not to worry. We can identify who they are. From lane 5, you've got Des Moines. Lane 5, Des Moines are there. You can see that's Carolyn Vernon and Lindy Nisbet. I think Carolyn Vernon was an explosives expert. I think she was. Rode at Des Moines and she started her career at Leichhardt. And from Mossman we have M. Barrack and Jenny Wilson. We saw them racing earlier on today. Masters Co. 13 seconds there's their handicap. And then we go through Ferron and Sanders, and then we get to Abbotsford, which you called out there, and they're the crew on the far side. 16 seconds they've got to give away. Well, there we go. Crews have already started off, and you'll see them waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally, after 16 seconds, there they go. Crew over there in lane 2. Well, we look down, and now we see whether the crews that were over there, Abbotsford and Newcastle, can catch the crews from Mossman and Leichhardt, who started off at go and at the 6-second mark. And can Mossman hold them off? Mossman did it with the men. Can they hold Anne Taylor and Margaret Small, hold off the challenge that will come from the crews on the far side of the course? A good shot down there. The colour is magnificent on these screens we have here, John.
It's superb colour, it really is. We could get the Penrith Tourist Bureau to use them in their ads. I think brilliant colour.
Oh, look at that! Heavens above, it's a great shot, and you get to see the blue dye. Now there's a crew from Leichhardt. They started off at the 6-second mark, and then we pan across. And you can have a look at the crew from Newcastle with 10 seconds that they started off. They're starting to move up on them. And then you can see the crew from Drummoyne. Now that's a top crew, Carolyn Vernon and Lisby Never. They start off at the 13-second mark. And then still continuing across, there's the crews that have the more severe handicaps. And they're starting to move up on the field. What a great shot we have now looking across the whole field. And as we said, Mossman play it hard. Mossman, Ann Taylor and Margaret Small, they're in the H category, starting off on go, and they're holding all these off. They've only got about 150 metres to go. And look at them. They're starting to wind it up, John. Can they hang out? And,
I think that Newcastle combination of Tess Fearon and Phoebe Sanders have done well. At 16 seconds, and they're moving away quite nicely indeed. But here at lane 8, it is the Mossman
crew. Oh, they're
and
tough
Taylor
cookies.
Margaret Small.
They've
well
held them off.
done. They held it off.
Yeah, they've done well there.
Yes. And Newcastle, very impressed with the Newcastle team.
Yeah, well, they get a
They
second.
made up 16 seconds, 15 of them anyway. That was very good indeed.
Well, as we said, the Mossman, the Go crew, managed to hold off the challenges that came thick and fast. They were Newcastle gained second place, Mossman back in third. That's the Mossman crew of Barrack and Wilson. Then Drummoyne with Vernon and Nisbet, Leichhardt with Thorne and Werry. Abbotsford then, and now it's now final in a time of 2:29.71. Leichhardt takes fifth place, Abbotsford takes sixth place with Gray and Stewart, and then Newcastle seventh with Harcombe and Kemp, and 2:29.71 the time.
Yeah, good win by Mossman, first and third in that event. And let's see if they can repeat it in the next event, which is underway. The Men's Masters Quad Scull, 2D class, 1E, 1F, 1H. Lanes 3 and 4, Mossman Endeavour, both of 12 seconds each. Then in lane 5, University of New South Wales off 10. In lane 6, Abbotsford off 7. And then Mossman in lane 7 off go.
Well, for Masters rowing, Abbotsford 2 years ago used to row as Sydney Women's MLC, and they still had male members down there. And the club was originally called Sydney Women's Rowing Club, never to join up with Sydney Rowing Club, which was right next door, mainly because of the then president was Ernie Chapman, who didn't want the two to mix. And then Sydney Women's Rowing Club were joined by MLC, the school, became Sydney Women's MLC. MLC now have gone elsewhere and rowing out of the Lane Cove River or over that way. And then so that the club now has been renamed Abbotsford Rowing Club, right next door to Sydney Rowing Club. And here they come now, and you can see the what they have done has resulted in a higher profile in both men and women's masters rowing. This Abbotsford crew comprises of Steve Hill, Richard Jones, Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson. They will take the win in the men's masters quad scull, and we look to the other places to go through, particularly 2 and 3.
Yeah, it'll be Mossman in both cases, I think, Barry. Mossman over there in lane 3 probably hold on to second as it stands at the moment, with a fast finishing Mossman from lane 7 in third place.
Well, fourth place goes to lane 4, that's Endeavour, all the way from the Great Hunter River. And then they'll be followed by the University of New South Wales. Derek Heath, Ernest Somerville, Mohammed Ide and Peter Fitzgerald.
Just a little bit of history, Barry, to elaborate on what you were talking about earlier. But Ernie Chapman, as president of Sydney Rowing Club, refused an amalgamation from the then Sydney Women's Rowing for a range of reasons, which I'll not elaborate here. I don't think it's appropriate. And he was abused for this and called a racist and anti-feminist and all sorts of things. But what Ernie did instead is open up Sydney Rowing Club to women, became co-ed. It was a men-only club. But he had significant reasons why he refused to accept the amalgamation offer from Sydney Women's Rowing Club. And it's been there a long time. I was at school not 2.5 years ago, and Sydney Women's Rowing was around then. You could pick them out on the tram going home because they all had grease on the back of their legs from rowing.
Right, John.
Yeah.
That's very informative.
I thought you'd be pleased to hear that.
I was just hanging on every word then, John. No, it was. And Ernie Chapman, what a character he was. He worked at the Sydney County Council. He rowed in the 1952, the Helsinki 8, wasn't he? In that
52, yep.
Helsinki 8, along with Phil Kaiser.
Yeah.
And he loved his club and always turned up with a collar and tie.
Always.
He always said you had to have, and I think he was at one stage a coach of crews going up for state versus state racing in those days.
And he actually, in his retirement days, coached Newington College, I think, to 1 or 2 head of the river wins.
Oh, I tell you what, those old characters, we see them. They used to do the start of events and things like that. And they're like ghosts. I think they've got his portrait in the foyer of Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, lots of good portraits there.
Yeah.
But our next event is underway. It's a 2-horse race. It's a race 63, which is the women's under 19 and under 21 but both entries are under 19. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli, an under-19 crew, and in lane 5, that's the grandstand side, PLC Sydney, also an under-19 crew.
Okay, 4 just holding it there. 5 PLC.
There
just
they are on the start at the moment.
Light strokes, lane 5. Just over your knees. That's it.
Starter moving
Good way to
PLC
practice
up
your
just
start.
asking
Hold it
to
there, 5,
touch
5
a
stop,
little.
5
He's
stop,
got
5
them
stop.
bat on the line at the moment. I think we can see a start
Attention.
any time now.
Both
There we are.
colleges on both sides of the harbour. Loretto Kirribilli on north side, and PLC Sydney. Of course, they're over at Croydon. I think it's the often referred to as PLC Sydney, but they are in fact located at Croydon. And even now they started off, Kirribilli have taken about a half a length in the early stages, and I think this is going to be the race that goes to Kirribilli. Kirribilli, with their, particularly in their sculling program, have done extremely well in the early part for whatever regattas they went into. Few were cancelled, but I'm starting to see. I didn't think PLC would be able to cope with this, but PLC from Croydon have done an exceptional job. They're cleanly going through. They've got their rate up. They're still a length behind Kirribilli, but they're going very well, John.
Well, look at the names there. Alexander Rutherford, Alexandra Vaughan, Kate Brady, Alexandra Reid. They're names that we have seen over the years in schoolgirl rowing, so well experienced.
Well, look, both these crews are very smart catch going in for the Kirribilli combination. They've moved out to about 2 lengths, and it will be very difficult for the Presbyterian Ladies College from Croydon to pass them now in this particular event. But I'm astounded. I see a crew that's trying very hard. They're working very hard. It's opened up now to about 2.5 lengths of clear water. But PLC, a bit of a surprise from their performances. Kirribilli, we've seen on the water with their sculling program, have all those kids in there I think would be scullers as well, and they've combined well to take out, moving out to about 2.5 lengths, 3 lengths of clear water. But good rowing coming from the crew in second place out there, and the young lady in the stroke seat has got them up. She's really making them work hard, and I think that young lady in the 2 seat. Look at the size of the two seat in the Kirribilli crew, and compare it to the young lady in the 2 seat of the other crew. Much smaller crew, aren't they?
A much smaller crew, but a lovely combination in the Kirribilli crew.
Yep.
Moved together very, very well. Used their extra size well as well. And the winning time there by Loretto Kirribilli, 2:05.67. Well,
Congratulations to both those 2 crews for putting crews in. That they did combine. They both end up in the under-19 category, and good luck to them. And for the schoolgirls head to the rivers and things like that, we wish them both luck. Good performance coming from both those college crews.
Well, our next race is the men's under-19, under-23 quad, and there's only one under-21 entry, and that's the UTS combination scheduled to row in lane 7. Now, I think we've got 6 crews scheduled there. Could you do a quick count? I can only see 5 down there. Barry, what do you think?
Well, I'm not much good once I pass through my left hand, going beyond that figure, John. But
Well, I'll read through the entries anyway. This is the
no, you're quite right, John. without a
19
doubt.
and 21 squads. Canberra in lane 1, UTS number 1 in lane 3, Kings number 1 in lane 4, Kings number 2 in 5, Marist College in 6, and UTS number 2 in lane 7. And that last one, the lane 7, is the under 21 classification. All the rest under 19.
I'm just wondering whether the UTS combination are there from lane 7. Trying to see down there. Oh, I think they might be coming up here now. There's a crew just coming up and trying to make the start. See them down there? That's lane 7. UTS starting up. They will make up your numbers, John, I think.
Yeah, so it looks like all scheduled will be on the start line.
Yeah, and I think UTS are probably about a couple of 100 metres, and they've arrived a little bit on the late side, but right on time. 1:12 is the start time. It gives them a couple of minutes to get there, and they'll make their way into lane number 7.
Given the mention of time, Barry, I must congratulate our boat race officials. Despite the difficult circumstances of aligning at the 500 metre mark in these gusty conditions, they've done very, very well to keep it to schedule.
Lane 7. All crews coming forward.
Yeah, they're just moving into now. Calling them up.
So
Well,
just
it
looking
is.
across, we don't want to get too far in front or fall behind the other crews. If we come to the start line together, then we can easily start the race. We don't have to delay it, waiting for others to correct. So look across, crews coming forward together.
John, there are
Okay,
only
lane
three
four's,
more events to go.
Yeah, we're
Slow
coming
down
very
there, lane 4.
close
Slow
to the
down 4.
conclusion of our
Slow down 5.
race. So, relatively short regatta today, but a good one
Okay, we'll just about
compared to
there
the
now.
very
Only
long
about
regatta.
there,
7
right.
a.m. start
And just arms
yesterday,
only, no
finishing
legs.
about 5:30.
Just arms
A
only.
very long day.
No real effort here. We just want to slowly bring the boats
You
up
can
to
hear
the
the
start.
starter in the
Lane 6
background.
catching up, lane 6
Yes, I'm not
catching
sure
up.
if the starters'
six
comments
catching
are
up.
being projected
Not too
through
fast
the
there, 6.
loudspeaker system,
Yeah.
but for those
Everyone slow
who
down, let it run. Everyone let it
have
run.
not a
5
lot
stop,
of
4 stop, 4
experience
stop.
with
4 stop,
rowing, it'd
4
be
stop.
good to hear
Check
the
it out,
procedures
4,
and the
3,
problems the
7
starters
stop,
have.
7 stop, 3 stop, 2 stop, 5 and 6 stop, 5 and 6 stop, 2 stop, 2 stop, check it hard 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, it's going
Everyone
through.
else just take a light tap, 7 stop. 3 to 4, 5 and 6 light taps, 2 hold, 7 hold. 3, 4, 5, 6 light taps. Come on, let's move. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 stop, 2, 3 stop, 3 stop. 4 and 5 hold. 7 light tap, 7 light tap, 7 light tap. Let's go 7 light taps. Stove your knees. Keep going 7.
Good
Keep
start,
going
John,
7.
on the
6 and 7 now. 6 and 7. Light tap 6 and 7. Light tap 6 and 7. Okay, holding it there. All crews holding. Attention.
Got from a standing start. Excellent.
Yeah, given the conditions, Barry, that was as good as you'll get.
Yep, that was very good. Well, they've had a start. This is a good one, and amongst the oldest, and many of these young men here, UTS would be going for perhaps representation in the junior ranks and perhaps senior B trials coming up for the state cruise, national cruise in the coming month. And you can see the Maris College in the light blue, second from the grandstand side, putting up a good performance. UTS, as usual, very professional, but they're an under 21 category crew of
And Barry,
Ogilvy
just
Glacken.
looking at the names through there, Cameron Ogilvy, Liam Glacken, Glocken Dart, Marcus Delamonte, they've been very prominent names all day.
Yes, they have, and they're in the under 21 category, and they'll take out the row overall. Look at the rate; they're really sprinting. They'd be up to, I think, almost 38 strokes a minute, 39, and they're close to 40 strokes per minute. Now that's a lot of high rating work, and moving with them is the other UTS crew over there in the under 19 category. So that could be a first and second coming from the two of them. That's the way they're being trained and coached. The UTS crew over on the far side, coached by Field and Chapman, and then Alex Field looks after the UTS crew in the under 21 category. They've been training, and they know that they can get in a sprint regatta with a high rate. It will go to lane number 7 as they go across. That's the under 21 crew, as you could expect, take the win.
But what a race for third, and I think Maris might have it in the last stroke.
Get the third, but
Yeah.
UTS takes second. UTS number 1, that's the under 19 category. They take second place, and as we see, the judges now agree with that in the under 19, 21 category. So it goes UTS 2 taking the win overall. UTS 1 in second place, Maris College third, Canberra will be in fourth out of lane 2. On the far side, Kings in the centre will take fifth place, that's Kings 1, and Kings 2 taking out sixth place from lane 5.
And winning time, 144.57. And just a reminder, 141, is it? Yeah, 141.57. Just a reminder that trophies, medals, medallions can be picked up from boat shed number 1. Barry, I think we are looking at our penultimate event here. This is race 65, and this in fact is one of the events which our boat race official advised competitors could withdraw if they so desired. Now it's a combination. We've got open, we've got lightweight, we've got under 23, and it's the women's single scull in all those categories. The open category are in lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4. In lane 1, Victoria Delapita from UTS. In lane 2, Sienna Grady from Nepean. In lane 3, Vanessa Edwards Nepean. And in lane 4, Michaela France. Now we're looking at the lightweight. They're in lanes 5, 6 and 7. Lane 5 is Danielle Bogat from Leichhardt. In lane 6 from Sydney is Grace Cipher. And then we have our lightweight offering. The final one is Katrina Reynolds in lane 7 from Newcastle. And the two under 23 category scullers are lane 8 from UTS, Georgina Sutton, and in lane 9 from Sydney, India Thompson.
Well, John, we'll have to watch here and be very careful, because what's happening is that the crews in the final race of the day, it's the men's open double scullers, and that almost looks like a full house. And we've got to try to separate them from this distance and see who is actually there in the scullers. And that number has been reduced. I can't see anyone in lane 9, which would mean India Thompson in the under 23 category is out. And from about 3 across, that would make it Sutton's out, Katrina Reynolds is out, and I think Sydney number 1 are out, and they're trying to see who would be the first one across from there. I don't know whether Daniel Borgett's there in the light colours. It could well be. That's the lightweight sculler, and then Michaela France from UTS, I think she is there. And then we've got the open scullers on the far side. I think the 3 of them are there. So
well, we've been advised that lane 6, Grace Cipher from Sydney, has certainly withdrawn, but it would appear that this was one of the events. We did mention that the boat race officials gave consent to withdrawal if they so desired because of the conditions.
Well, certainly, there we go. You can see them up close. Sutton is closest to us, Daniel Borgett from Leichhardt. In lane 5 is certainly there, 4, 3, 2 and 1. So the 4 scullers over there on the far side. So we've only lost
Yeah, the two
and
Sydney
6 and
scullers.
7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Both of whom I suggest would have done very well in these events. Grace Cipher rowing in the lightweights and India Thompson in the under 23.
Well, I must mention that Daniel Borget is the current captain of Leichhardt Rowing Club. She started rowing when she was 16 years of age, and that goes back to the 1980s. So she's in the Masters category, and she's put herself in now with these young guns going down there. I noticed she's had a series of second places in the regatta over the last 2 days. And is this a chance for her to take a gold? She'll have a work cut out, and with very strong performances, Victoria Della Pita in the open category on the far side. The Nepean sculler doing particularly well, Sienna Grady. As you can see, next to her is Vanessa Edmonds in the open class, also from that. And this is going to be a close finish coming up. Michaela France also from UTS up there. And then you see the Leichhardt sculler, Daniel Borget, in the lightweight category. And then we skip a little bit of space until we get right across here. And then you can see Georgina Sutton. I think that's Georgina Sutton in lane 8. Yes, it is.
Yes.
And she's in the under 23 category. So it's a bit of a mix, but starting to show up there is a strong from Michaela France from UTS, coached by Chapman and Alex Field. She's opened up a long lead, and a great performance coming from Sienna Grady from Nepean over there, John.
Yes, very well indeed, as a matter of fact. And I'm surprised. I didn't expect that, but she's performing very, very well indeed. I think she's got a lead, not a comfortable one at this stage, because there's a huge challenge coming from Michaela France there out of lane 4. But I think that Grady certainly has sufficient in reserve. Yes, she's missing it now. She's matched her rating, and she's lifting, and she will be over the line for second. No bow number, must have lost it, but that is Sienna Grady across the line in first place. Michaela France, of course, from UTS in second, and Vanessa Edwards in third place from Nepean. So good effort by Nepean there, a first and a third. Well done.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're up the 6 scullers here. I'm just trying to sort them out into their orders now.
Yeah. I think we were missing the Newcastle uni sculler of Katrina Reynolds.
Well, in the open category, the race would go to first place Sienna Grady, followed by Michaela France and Vanessa Edwards. She would take the bronze medal. In the lightweight category, I think that would go to Daniela Borget. So she takes the gold there in the lightweight category. And then in the under 23s, I think we've only got the one starter. Is that correct? The light in the and that would be
as far as I
Georgina
can see
Sutton.
it, yes.
So she takes the gold in that category as well, John.
Yep, that would be right.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's an interesting race, a very good one and well structured, and congratulations once again to the officials in making full use of all those lanes, in spite of the fact that some have chosen to withdraw because of the weather in the training lake.
Well, here's our final event of the day coming down now, the final event of the Sprint Regatta. It's open, lightweight and 23. Lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 are the open class, UTS, Nepean 2, Nepean 1 and the University of New South Wales. In the centre of the field in lane 5, the only lightweight category, that's Jack Massage from UTS. Then lanes 6, 7, 8 and 9 are all under 23. Kings number 3, UTS number 2, Kings number 1 in 8 and Kings number 2 in lane 9.
Well, look, UTS showing a good 3 out of the top 4 double scullers coming through here come from UTS. They've had a great run at this particular regatta, and it's up to perhaps the Nepean crew out there to break up the party. That could be Miles Harrell and Jason Waddell. We'll just check them when they come through to the line. I think they might have moved into the lead, but nevertheless they're up against three of the top UTS scullers. They go to the line locked. The three of them, this one's going to be close to call. It looks like it just might be by a fraction. I think the Nepean might have just got there.
That would
What do
be
you
my
think?
guess. Nepean number one and a bow ball and a half behind to UTS. The lightweight UTS crew, I might say, Barry too. Very good indeed. And UTS number two in third place. Winning time there, 1:53.51. So it would appear that number one in the open class goes to Nepean.
That's the way I saw it too,
yes.
John. Yep. In the lightweight,
Lightweight, there was only one entry, so
Okay.
that's UTS number three.
that's
And
Message and Clark.
under 23, the winner would
Righto.
be the UTS number two, I think.
Yep.
Yes. And a
Under
couple of them.
23s.
Well, I think UTS, but then we'd have to look at the two King's Girl crews to fill in second and third in that. I think that's the way I'd see it anyway. But we'll need some official confirmation from our masters down there and the finishers,
Well,
the
there's
judges.
no doubt about it. The open and the lightweights, we've got those and the gold medalists. It's just a case of now working out in the under 23 class. And it's either go to Kings or UTS. And looking at performance there of lane 7. Lane 7 in the last one.
Yeah, we've got UTS in fourth,
two.
UTS number one.
Yeah, UTS
Yes.
got
Oh, they're
overall,
fourth,
yeah.
Number two, yep.
They were fourth overall, so
Yes.
UTS would get that.
Yes.
So
So
you-
very good performance by UTS in all those classifications. Well, Barry, that brings us to an end of the sprint regatta for New South Wales for 2020. Good regatta despite the relatively gusty conditions, but a good regatta, interesting and good quality rowing, and well administered by our boat race officials, and we congratulate all our officials and thank them very much for their service and contribution toward a superb regatta.
Well, we don't have a list of the officials today, and most of them would have been working in the 2-day shifts. And we thank our co-commentators and the behaviour of both the athletes and particularly the public over in the grandstand for compliance with COVID. And John, a safe trip home to everybody, including our good selves.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you out here at our next regatta.
Looking forward to it.